So the red button, okay.
As simple as that. Yeah.
So we're going to mute.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for making it here to King's College London to be here with us this morning. We are very excited to welcome you to the 10th Annual Conflict, Security and Development Conference. The event is entirely run by postgraduate students here at King's College London's Department of War Studies. My name is Elvira Liljeqvist, and I am, alongside my colleague Maggie Costello, one of the co-chairs of this year's conference. Today we have the pleasure of listening to a multitude of accomplished individuals from a diverse set of backgrounds, ranging from academia, think tanks, private sector, NGOs, national governments, and even more. The focus of our conversation today will be the future of conflict. We will open up with a keynote speaker, which will be delivered by Gwen, Hines, CEO of Save the Children UK. We will then move on to our morning panel, the first one being open source analysis and the future of reporting from conflict zones. And then the second panel will be emerging technologies and the future of conflict, in future warfare. We will then move on to an hour lunch break at 1 p.m. and at 2 p.m. we will reconvene for our afternoon panels. And our first one in the afternoon will be identities and conflict in the Middle East, and the last and final panel will be climate, conflict, and migration. And we will then finish off the conference with our closing keynote, which will be delivered by Dr. Babu Rahman, a senior principal research and analyst in the Multilateral Research Group at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. We will also have some light refreshments available throughout the day, which you can find on the right side of the room. And there are also restrooms located if you turn left when you exit this room, but also by the entrance door across the hall. There will also be staff available at hand if you need any help at all. We will be identifiable by our name tags. And before we get started, before we dive into a very, very engaging conversation with our amazing panelists, I want to first hand it over to one of my fellow conflict, security, and development colleagues to acknowledge and briefly talk about the one-year mark since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which took place in the past week. So please welcome to the stage Olena Sotnyk, advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, human rights warrior, and former member of the Ukrainian Parliament.
Thank you. You are superheroes that you came so early to listen to us, but I'm sure that you are not going to regret. So good morning. I'm very happy to be here. It's my honor. You did a great job, really. I'm proud of you. Yes, I just came from Ukraine. As you said, anniversary, which I'm going now also to elaborate a little bit on this. I came from Kyiv. I was on 24th in Kyiv with my family, and I was thinking it is very important to be there at that moment, because even though nothing special happened, we expected that we will have some rocket attacks, but you know, this feeling psychologically, you're still going through the whole year of nightmare. But that's the first and main thing what I want to tell you, that it is not first year of the war, and it's not anniversary. The Russian war in Ukraine started on 20th of February 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea. And I want to build my introductory remarks today on this, about mistakes which we did, which Western world did and miscalculate about Ukraine, about Russia, and why it is important for the future of this conflict. I did a special poll on my Facebook. I asked Ukrainians to tell, okay, what do you think world still didn't understand about this war? And I'm going to bring you some insights. I think they are very interesting. So I will start with 3 main mistakes of the democratic world before the large-scale invasion. The first mistake, lack of expertise and understanding of Ukraine and Russia. You know, there is Alexander Windman, he is Director of European Affairs for USA National Security Council, and he said, very few people understand Russia sufficiently, even fewer people understand Ukraine. And that's really true, and I think that's still one of the main problems why we miscalculate and why West is so slow in providing support. Second one, wrong military assessment. Many analysts also overestimated the Russian military because they've been like building their assessments on just not comparative factors. So how many weapons, how many soldiers, etc., and they didn't take into account in generally insufficiency of the army, corruption in the army, and generally insufficiency of the regime. Low expectation towards Ukrainian military and Ukrainian people. I must say this. The analysts didn't really misread Russian capabilities as much as they underestimate Ukrainian ones. And that's why I emphasized that this war started 9 years ago, and we had military who've been experienced, who've been well-trained, not too much compared to Russian army, but still, we had it. And you know, I'm always thinking that maybe the problem is that Western governments were never seriously asked themselves how the war could look like if USA, if EU would give Ukraine weapon earlier, not after 10 days of large-scale invasion, but before, like, for example, UK helped us. And I think that, of course, that's mistakes which we can analyze, but they already been somehow corrected. But what is important to understand for now, I think that it's still, we're still struggling to deliver this message to the world. Core, that Ukraine is independent, civilized, well-educated country and state. I know that Russia spent a lot of assets and time to spread this disinformation that Ukraine is the same as Russia, that Ukraine is corrupt, that Ukraine is failed state, etc., etc. I'm, as a parliamentarian for 5 years of Ukrainian parliament, we did great reforms, we did great path through many struggles, and we're still doing them in this ongoing war when moving towards EU. So that's a core thing to understand. This war is existential for Ukraine. What does it mean? It means either they will destroy us, completely destroy us, and people ready for this. I can tell you, my mom, she is even ready for a nuclear bomb, and many other Ukrainians. It sounds strange, but that's true. Or we will win, and we will defeat Putin. This war is not only ours, it's also your war. Even if you don't like it, but that's true, because this war Putin started and Russia started against all democracies, all Western world values and world order. That's why we have this joint war, but the forefront is in Ukraine. Russia is rebranding of USSR in reality, and just in a smaller border, and with all the main features of USSR. Russia now is much more dangerous than Germany in 1938 because of the modern technologies, because of the information, because Russia is a terrorist state, much more dangerous than Iran, Taliban, and the Islamic State combined. They don't have nuclear weapons, and Russia has. And one more thing, guys, I know it's not pleasant, but Russians, they are not victims of the regime. They don't have gulags, open borders, they have internet, they are rather well educated, they have a high standard of living, and you can check through the last polls about Russian moods, 75% of Russians support this war. So that's very important to reflect and understand. Ukraine. Ukrainian, this nation is defeating now Russia. Even though you don't see like breakthroughs now, but you will see. But the main problem and my main struggle that we are every day running out of people, the best people of Ukraine. And that's why time matters. That's why delivering weapon matters. And there is very clear for me calculation mathematics. One weapon given by allies to Ukraine now 2 means 2 tomorrow, and 3 the day after tomorrow. Why? Because Russia also learning about learning and also reconsidering all our mistakes, and over time we will have to make more efforts in order to defeat Russia. What we must have to win and finish this war? Of course, I'm talking about victory. We all, I mean Western world, must have a clear plan for the future of how defeated Russia will look like. And I'm sure, and you should be also sure about this and not to be afraid that Russia can survive and can live even though Ukraine will win. That's, I think, the main fear of the Western countries, because they don't understand, okay, in case if Ukraine win, what is going to happen with Russia? And that's the main fear which doesn't give us opportunity to have this plan. We must understand that it is impossible to negotiate with a dictator. It is impossible to negotiate with the aggressor. It can be only one peace negotiation over victory of Ukraine. There is no other ways. I know that many of our partners don't like this, but that's the only one way. As I said earlier, this is a war against a whole civilized world. And the future world order, I'm not exaggerating, the future world order is there. The result of this war will define. Because if evil will win, I'm afraid we will have a lot of problems with the future, like aggressions, with the future conflicts all over the world. I would even say that 1 week ago when China announced that we are going to present peaceful plan, I was sitting like, oh my God, what they are going to tell. And I was really afraid that it is going to start Third World War. But now I'm a bit more relaxed about this. And one more thing, which I think very important for my classmates and students. You know, I was thinking a lot about this after our studies, and I think what was created on the basis of and conclusions of the Second World War almost drowned in a cups of cappuccino of conformists, if you understood what I mean. We don't have these values anymore because we can't protect them. There is no real mechanism. International law doesn't work in reality. And I think that's the main risk which this war now demonstrating. So in a symbolic way, this is a struggle between darkness and light, and a struggle between aggressor countries and democracies, and those who want peace and development through peace. And if evil wins in this war, there will be no safeguards for its spread throughout the world. So what should we ask ourselves? And I think you can also go through this today. What does this war mean for us and for our future? And how we can shift attention of the politicians, of the governments, from this conflict agenda to more global peace agenda in the world. I think that's super important. And but the main thing. We all live on the one planet. There is no way out from this planet. And what this war demonstrated that shifts are global, because we had a lot of outcomes of this war: food security, energy security, nuclear security, and many, many others. And everything that happened here on the earth is will affect everyone. And as John Kennedy rightly said many years ago, but now it's feasible as never before, either mankind will end war, or war will end mankind. And I think that's my last message for you today. I wish you to think through many different discussions on the stage about this risk. And with this, I'm certain you will enjoy the rest of the conference, and I will hand over to my colleague, Aneta. Aneta, please, she will introduce your keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Olena. Thank you so much for your words. Let me just say, before I start with the opening, that we all stand in solidarity with Ukraine. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to the opening keynote panel at the CSE 2023 conference. My name is Anita, and I'll be your moderator today. I am so delighted to introduce our first keynote panelist, Gwen Hines, the current CEO of Save the Children in the UK. Gwen has an impressive career spanning over 2 decades in international development. She has worked for the government, at the World Bank, and now in an NGO, including her roles such as country director in Malawi and Bangladesh for DFID, international relations director, and UK executive director at the World Bank before starting at the Save the Children in 2018. So it's an honor to have her here today. So please, everyone, join me in giving her a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just check. Yeah, good.
Good morning. Okay, cool. So thank you again for joining us today. It's a real treat to have someone with so much experience working across so many different sectors within international development. So before we dive into the issues and Save the Children's work in the UK and globally, I would just love to hear about yourself and your distinguished career. So tell us about your experience working for the government, the World Bank, and now in an NGO. What changes have you seen across the humanitarian and development space since you joined the field? And what other perspectives do these bilateral and multilateral institutions bring to the table?
Thank you so much. Well, firstly, thank you very much for having me, and congratulations to all of you for organizing this conference. It's really good to have a conference organized by students, and some really interesting topics. And thank you very much to Olena for a really important opening statement about the horrors of what's happening in Ukraine at the moment. I've just come back from Romania, meeting refugees there, talking to families there, and my heart breaks, frankly, with the stories that they're telling me of what it's like. So me, I've done many things. It's been quite a long time since I was sitting in your shoes. I joined the Foreign Office when I left university. Frankly, my main objective was to travel, and the idea of getting paid for it was pretty good. But I'd also studied politics and economics. I joined DFID when it was first set up, the UK Development Organisation. I stayed there on and off for about 20 years, including secondments to the EU, the UN, and various other places, and also the World Bank. And then I joined Save the Children 5 years ago, this month. I think my current job is definitely my favorite, not just because I get to wear trainers to work, which is quite fun, having worked in government a long time, but also it's really relevant to the issues today. I mean, Save the Children was set up in 1919 after the First World War by 2 pretty impressive sisters, Eglantine Jebb, Dorothy Buxton, to break the blockade. And the whole idea was that children from Austria, Hungary, Germany were not the enemy. And it was a very simple idea that you would break the blockade, that these children were struggling from hunger. And they were getting caught in a big global conflict and a crisis that was nothing to do with them. And that's so relevant today. Our centenary in 2019, we launched a series of work around protecting kids in conflict. Sitting here today, 2023, we're in the middle of many global conflicts, not least Ukraine, but many others as well. Roughly 1 in 6 children today are growing up in conflict. But we're also in the middle of a hunger crisis. 1 in 10 people on the planet are going to bed hungry in 2023. And that is a political choice, an economic choice. It's entirely preventable. It's obviously partly because of the war in Ukraine, but it's also about climate crisis. The Horn of Africa is horrific at the moment. It's going through the worst drought in 40 years, 6 consecutive failed rains. And this is going to get worse. And so my job is amazing because I get to be a small part of the solution to this. We work in 120 countries. We work at scale. We helped about 70 million children around the world. But far more than that, what I really like about my job, and I'll come back to a little bit how it compares, is that we work not just for children, but with children. And by children, I mean people under 18. And there's a lot of focus globally around youth. It's a good thing. It's a really good thing. You are the future. But we deliberately try and focus on children under 18 and the whole idea that children under 18 are also agents of change. And they are the people who are the future, but also they should have a voice. So one of the things that Eglantine Jebb did was she helped write the articles that became the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And that has many things in it, but one of them is the right to be heard. So more and more, we're listening to children, talking to children, asking them what they want, including in conflict zones, and I can come back to that. One of the best things about my job, we get to be independent. We're the largest independent child rights organization. I spent many years being a civil servant. I never thought I would, because I'm a bit bolshy. I'm pretty clear on what I think. But for many years, I could be a development humanitarian professional and a civil servant. I left when I couldn't be. And I think, for me, the really nice thing, but also the scary thing, is I get to get up in the morning and think, what should we do to make the world a little bit better today? I do also think it's really important to have those different perspectives. When you're dealing with something like Afghanistan at the moment, it really helps me that I've had those different perspectives. We talk at Save the Children about as local as possible, as global as necessary. We are very local in Afghanistan. We've been there since the 1960s. We have about 5,000 staff in Afghanistan, half of them women. So the current ban on female staff is a really, really big problem for our work, and we're working on that. But at the same time, ultimately, Afghanistan needs a functioning economy. So I can remember my days at the World Bank sitting on the board thinking about what that looks like and feels like. I'm still very much in contact with colleagues there. I talk to people in the UK government about what they can do in terms of their own leverage, in terms of the diplomatic side of this crisis. We also take funding from the British government. So having all those different perspectives, I've worked on aid, I've worked on trade, I've worked on migration issues, I've worked on all these different things. I understand where different people are coming from, and it's really helpful. And there's not enough people in the charity sector who do understand that wider system, and I think it's really important.
Thank you so much. Maybe could you elaborate a little bit on your work in Afghanistan and some of the policy trends and solutions that you would suggest?
Well, solutions is a big word.
Yeah.
So what do we do in Afghanistan? Well, Save the Children does three things everywhere that come from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Sustainable Development Goals. And that's basically an expectation that all children survive, they learn, and they're protected. And it sounds really simple, but it's obviously a lot more complicated than that. So survival is saying that children should survive safe childbirth, and the mother too. And they shouldn't die from preventable causes before they're 5. And that's things like pneumonia. Pneumonia is the biggest infectious disease killer of children, not malaria, pneumonia. And it particularly hits children who are malnourished, children who are poor. It kills 800,000 kids a year. And especially in places like Afghanistan, where people are malnourished, where there isn't good hospital treatment, where there's not oxygen, where you can't get access to really, really simple antibiotics, but also where people don't necessarily know where and how to get help. Learning. Girls are out of school in Afghanistan. To be fair, we are continuing a lot of primary education for girls. We work very much at the community level as well as in schools. We do whatever it takes. So education is critically important in Afghanistan. Protection. Protection is everything we're going to talk about today. Protection from conflict. Protection from violence in the home, violence in school. Protection from kids on the move who are displaced. So all those three things are really important. And the way we go about it, because again, silos is a big problem in the sector. Something drives me nuts. Put the child at the center. They don't care what your project is. They don't care who you are. What they want is those three sets of things. And we particularly focus in our mandate on those being left behind. Again, it's in the 2030 agenda, but it gets forgotten too much. Inequality globally is going through the roof. We should all be angry about that. We should all be active on that. So we particularly focus on those being left behind because of poverty, hunger, discrimination, inequality. So Afghanistan is somewhere where we have large programs, but we also work on the policy side. We talk about the theory of change. The theory of change is deliver at scale, We are feeding people, we are providing health services, we are standing behind children in Afghanistan, but also do policy work, understand what's working, what's not, and we can talk more about that. But also evidence, research. We do a lot of research. We do a lot of publishing of research. We have a resource center, everything is online, please use it, it's designed as a global public good. But we also try and work in partnership. So we have worked there a long time. We've always worked in Taliban areas as well as government areas. We have to be neutral as a humanitarian actor because our job is to go where the kids are. We have to be able to say the things that are happening on all sides. We have to be able to talk to the private sector, to influence within the corridors of power as well as outside. So we do a lot of things in Afghanistan, and Chris Naamadi, who leads the team, and the team there are going through a really tough time, but they do amazing work.
Thank you so much. Maybe touching upon your point on protection of children, let's start our discussion about the state of modern conflict for children in the hotspots around the world and some of the policy trends you've been seeing. So I read the report of the Save the Children entitled Stop the War on Children, and among many of its essential findings, the report highlights the top 10 worst conflict-affected countries for children to be in, with Yemen ranking as the first one, followed by Afghanistan, and DRC in 2021. So what about these conflicts make it so detrimental for the children to living through them?
So it's a pretty awful list, the top 10 conflicts in the world. And of course, that doesn't include many other places. As I said, it's 1 in 6 children in the middle of conflicts at the moment. So those top 10 are the ones where the scale, the breadth, the depth, the fact these conflicts are stuck, and there seems to be no way out of them. And that also means they end up being forgotten. The international community is so fickle and moves on so quickly. Yemen has just had the global pledging conference. Growing up in Yemen at the moment is one of the worst places to be a child. Almost the entire country is dependent on humanitarian assistance because there is no economy. There are no jobs. There's no way for people to grow food in the middle of a conflict. If you do, it gets disrupted the whole time when you have to move because a conflict kicks off. Trying to go to school, we're doing a lot of schoolwork, but schools are regularly attacked in Yemen. Not to mention all the violence that comes with living in that conflict. And so it's that scale where the entire country is frankly disrupted and is forgotten about. And the pledging conference raised 1.2 billion. Sounds great. That's a third of what you need. And the reality of that is right now, World Food Programme and others who are providing food are reducing the rations. So the rations you get, you queue up. You get lentils, you get oil, you get things like that. That basket gets smaller and smaller every week because there's less money. So we're saying to people who are living in places like Yemen, your life's not worth enough. That's a minimum basket that is designed, and it's way below the minimum basket because there just isn't enough money. And you put that in context, and this is the bit that also makes me really angry. We say, I'm sorry, your life is worth less than somebody here in the UK or somebody else in the world. And we don't have the money to do it. We have plenty of money in the world. There's some horrific statistic about how much is spent on chewing gum every year. I've forgotten what it is, sorry, it's a Friday morning, but we spend more on chewing gum than we do on humanitarian aid in the world. That's pretty damning. So as I say, it's really the depth, and it's the life changes for those children. It's not just the damage that comes from the emotional scars, the malnutrition, but it's everything else that comes with that, of their lost future if they can't go to school. So I'm presenting a very bleak picture. We can come back to some fun stuff in a minute.
When you already touched upon Yemen and about the need, the crucial need of humanitarian humanitarian assistance, Yemen is has one of the highest numbers of verified incidents of denial of humanitarian access, with 1,823 verified instances in 2021. Palestine ranks as the second, and followed by Mali. And obviously, all three of those countries, as you already mentioned, are facing a very complex political climates. But the importance of, ensuring basic human rights of children remains. So, what policy steps do you see as necessary to ensuring better protection for children in these conflicts? And relatedly, as you already mentioned, the attacks on hospitals and schools, I would be interested in your thoughts on targeting of workers in this context as well.
So there's a lot in it. I think the first thing is we need to stop wars. I mean, it goes without saying, it's a really simple, it's an easy thing to say, but it is really important. You know, the conflict in Yemen needs to stop. It's the only way that things get better for children. But there are these, as you know from your studies, there are these things called laws of war, you know, all these other kind of things. There's a particular set of rules and policies around children in armed conflict, started in 2005. And those are a very strange thing when you start digging into them. I was trying to explain, my youngest son is nearly 16. I was trying to explain the laws of war. Because, of course, he sees what's going on, and he's saying, oh, hang on, like, surely that's an oxymoron. You can't have laws of war. But these are things which do help a little bit. And these are listing 6 grave violations against children, some of the worst things that can happen, from sexual assault of kids to making children into soldiers, to attacks on schools, that kind of thing. And this whole policy framework, it plays a small but important role in saying, this is the line. And so collecting these grave violations, we also do things like training peacekeepers. So, you know, we work on civil-military collaboration. The UK trains about 11,000 peacekeepers a year, so we work with the British Army, with others, to say, here are your responsibilities to children. Here is how you help to reduce the damage. Again, we can talk more about that. It's a bit of a strange thing. But it's also thinking the Safe Schools Declaration, which has been signed by 108 countries, I think, at the last count, which is saying we will not target schools. Obviously, that's not what's happening at the moment in places like Ukraine, but also other places as well. It's saying that we need to help people to understand these are children. If you're under 18, you're a child. And so there's grooming, there's people caught up in this, there is people taken from their homes. And what often happens is the minute a child is involved in a conflict, as a soldier, you know, you see it at the moment with Shamima Begum and so on, people start seeing these as adults. These are children. And we have to think about the care of these children after these things happen to them. So those kind of things are really important. And I think it's one of those where something we do is we work with people to help children to give evidence. So in December, there was a protection for sexual violence in conflict zones. The UK has taken a lot of leadership in this over the last 10 years. It was a big global conference. And I was really pleased to chair a panel with people like the Global Survivors Fund, which helps survivors of sexual violence. And we've shown that children can be supported to give evidence to things like ICJ, ICC. And that helps to show that children aren't passive victims. And we know from some of the evidence, if people know that children will give evidence, they're less likely to be targeted. So again, it just helps to change that cycle. Not always, but a small bit of things we can do. Attacks on aid workers is horrific and is a growing problem. You know, I was in Mali just before COVID, actually. You know, I fly in, I fly out. When I flew in, they said to me, okay, so the hotel you're staying in, we know there's going to be an attack on a hotel at some point. Yours is on the list, but we think it's probably okay. You know, I've done my training. I sleep with my boots on. You know, I know what to do. But that's different. Our staff are there every day on the ground. And most of the attacks are on national staff. Save the Children is built around a model with 96% of our staff are working in their own country. We've had staff kidnapped. We've had staff killed. That is the reality. And we should not be a target because we are there to do a really important job.
Definitely. Could you elaborate a little bit about the UK conference on well, as you already mentioned, the use of rape and other sexual violences against children, and especially it's a widely acknowledged issue that against, you know, perpetrating sexual violence against girls is widely underreported.
So it's one of the things, I give the UK government a hard time, but I'm allowed to do that because I worked there for a long time. But it's one thing I'm really proud of that's been done started by William Hague, Lord Hague, with Angelina Jolie. And the conference in December was with, who was it? It was Lord Ahmed and Sophie Wessex, County Wessex. And again, it's one of those small but important things of saying we have to put survivors first. And it's looking at what can actually be done from the prevention side, but also the support side. So the Global Survivors Fund supports girls who've been raped. And there was a lot of focus in the past, again, about children who were born of rape in conflict. But you also have to think about the children who were themselves raped or attacked, girls and boys, and to think about the support that they need. And the girl I was on a panel with, and I won't use her name, but she said to me, she was 13 when she was attacked in DR Congo. And she was very clear she didn't want the government of DR Congo in the room when she gave her evidence, because she said they aren't doing enough. She was assaulted by soldiers, official soldiers, not non-state actors. And she said it wasn't just her, but it was also her son, who's now saying to her, what happens to me? Where's my dad? What on earth do you say to a child in that situation? But her one ask was to go back to school. And again, come back to the three things that we do, the importance of education, not just for learning, but for a future, for a place of safety, for a place to network. When I sit with the kids in Romania last week, what they wanted was to be in school, because they wanted friends. They want to play. So it's just thinking through what matters for survivors as well as the prevention side, all the legal stuff. Again, come back to what I said at the beginning about different roles. As Save the Children, we work a lot in DR Congo. Again, it's a big forgotten conflict that people have decided it's just too hard, so you stick it in the box of, too hard, don't know what to do about that, let's forget about it. But that's wrong, people are living through that. But we work a lot in that country, and again, it's trying to say, wherever children are, they deserve an education, they deserve protection. We as Save the Children can do that work in the community. I can go to the UN, I can jump up and down. The British government can have influence with the government of DR Congo that I can't. They can hold them to account. The international processes can hold people to account. It doesn't always work, but having those laws, having the global governance is still incredibly important, because at the margin, we know it does make a difference.
Yep. As you already mentioned, touched on so many things, let me just wrap this up by one question. So basically, in your report, there's approximately, as you said, 1 of 6 children are currently living in conflict zones. So I have here, it's approximately 200 million children living in high-intensity conflict zones as of 2021. And many of them are internally and externally displaced as well. So how can we assure access to mental health services, such as consulting, for those children to help them combat the psychological implications of war and the trauma that comes with it, by also ensuring economic and educational opportunities for them so they can become the next generation of healthy and thriving leaders?
Yeah, so this is a good bit. So one of my favorite things wherever I go is, from refugee camps to war zones to, frankly, long-term development workers, these things called child-friendly spaces. So come back to Romania. So in Romania, I went to the railway station with the team, to the northern railway station, and there's a small room there. And in the height of the exodus, 3 million Ukrainians came through Romania. There's still thousands of people coming through every day when I was there. And in the height of it, they took over not just the second-class waiting room, but the first-class waiting room, and then a shop. And they set up these child-friendly spaces, and they're really simple on one level, but they're also very powerful. And what happens there, I'm playing with these kids, and they're a family who've decided to go back to Ukraine for their own reasons. So they've got their kids. The parents are desperately trying to figure out train tickets, psychological support, where will they go, what will they do, how do they get money? They're queuing up, they're really stressed. The kids are playing. The kids are playing, they're drawing, they're covering my nails in plasticine, turning me into a dragon. We're having fun. They're having fun amidst the chaos. And they're having fun with the team of volunteers and staff. There are professional psychologists there as well, who are screening the kids whilst they're playing, to say, okay, this is a problem, this is not, including kids with special needs, because war doesn't discriminate, but also looking for trauma. If you go to the Rohingya camps in Bangladesh, when I went to the child-friendly spaces at the beginning, the kids were quiet. And quiet children, for those who know children, is bad. 6 months later, when I went, they were so funny. They were just like, laughing, one of these children, and the team has said to me, he didn't talk at all when he first came. When I went there, he's shouting, he's singing, he's making me join in. And it's small, but it's really powerful to be able to provide that mental health support. There's also all sorts of fun things we do, like therapy dogs. We're working with a local partner in Ukraine, therapy dogs. When I went to Changwali camp, I went to school with 6,000 kids who'd come from DR Congo across to Uganda. Uganda is very, very generous, hosting 1.5 million refugees. And these kids were in school, but they were also having fun. Before school, after school, doing drumming, playing, that kind of thing. These really simple things, and again, come back to the very beginning. What's changed in my 20, 25 years? People used to say mental health was a nice to do. We'd get to that later. I was guilty of that. When you're struggling with no healthcare system, I lived in Malawi for a long time. When I got there, there were 10 doctors for a population of 18 million. It's very easy to say mental health is too hard, again, that we won't do it, but it's absolutely vital, and we build it now into everything we do. We do online support where we can. We do practical in-person support. But as I say, you can see that small difference, and you have to start on day one. So those child-friendly spaces were at the border on day one when people were leaving. In the earthquake zones, they were there within 48 hours. Because you just have to start from day one, and also it gives the parents the relaxation as well. But yeah, they're definitely fun. If ever you find them, look for the red t-shirts, go. I mean, they really are something special.
Definitely, and definitely also, I'm very glad that the discourse around mental health and mental health well-being changed over the past decade or two for both adults and children. So we have around 20 more minutes, so let me ask one more question, and then we will give the space to the audience for their questions. So perhaps setting the stage for our next panel on reporting. Save the Children recently conducted a study on media coverage of global conflicts since the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. And the analysis indicated that Ukraine received 5 times more media attention than all those top 10 worst conflict-affected countries to be a child in. So in the first 9 months of 2022. And during the period, for instance, Yemen received 2.3% compared to the Ukraine. So what impact had the decreased media attention on their protracted conflict, but elsewhere in the world, had on Save the Children's fundraising efforts in those conflicts?
Yes, it's a really difficult one, and don't get me wrong, the conflict in Ukraine is horrific. And I completely agree with Olena. We need to really seriously look at that and the wider impact. But the reality is there are all these other conflicts going on as well. And as you say, the top 10 other conflicts got 2.3% of the coverage. And that's despite us taking journalists everywhere. We've taken every media outlet to Somalia to try and say, look, could you please look at this, what is effectively a famine, but for various technical reasons it's not officially a famine. But frankly, when half the country's starving, I think it is a famine. And that's about conflict, it's about everything else. Never mind, I haven't talked about Latin America. Everything that's happening in Venezuela, in Colombia, all these other issues going on. So it's a real challenge for us to drive political action, political attention. The UN Security Council is not doing its job. Myanmar, the Rohingya crisis, again, becoming forgotten already. Still nearly 1 million people in those refugee camps. I was in Lebanon recently. Lebanon's population is just over 5 million. They're hosting 1.5 million Syrian refugees. Just imagine. Look at the UK and the complaints about refugees, asylum seekers. Now imagine nearly 1/3 of your country are people who fled Syria. And I was there the day before the earthquake hit. And I can tell you, again, talking to Mohammed, one of our deputy country director, and he's from Idlib, the day after the earthquake happens. He's gone back to run the earthquake response, having lost family and friends. And I think one of the most important things we've done is set up a very, very flexible fund, which means that we can be there on day one. And we do that because actually, again, the international system doesn't really work. The global humanitarian pot is not getting any bigger despite the crises getting bigger. It's not very good at dealing with prevention. It's not very good at getting there really quickly. A lot of money goes to the UN. I've got a lot of time for the UN, but it's very slow to actually get money down to the community level. So we set up this pot. I can tell you again, we're a federation, 30 members, 25,000 staff. It was a nightmare negotiating it. But again, it means we now have a very, very flexible pot that on day one when the earthquake hit, we said to Turkey and Syria teams, have $1 million each, go, whatever you need. That'll be reimbursed eventually by the UN, things like disasters emergency appeal, but it meant that on day one, and the Syria team had a soup kitchen set up for 500 people within 24 hours. The Pakistan floods, we reckon it took 7 months to get repaid the $2 million we gave the team on day one. So those kind of things are incredibly important. And whereas I say the system doesn't really work, but is really important for us. And so I always say, and this is my last pitch, Children's Emergency Fund is something we have. And we have that because that helps anywhere, not just where the media is. And it isn't ring-fenced. And it basically says it goes into a pooled fund. We have a team who's data analytics to say where is the need greatest today. From 10,000 to 10 million, it can help anywhere in the world. And we do that as a movement. We put all our money into it, but we also use most of the public money that way as well, because I think that's incredibly important. And at the same time, we'll keep pushing to drive attention to these forgotten crises. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have too many good questions for you.
And I give too long answers, sorry.
Right, so now we'll open the questions up for the audience, but before that, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping work. So there are 2 colleagues here with the microphone, so if you're interested in asking a question, please raise your hand, then introduce yourself, your affiliation, and just please keep it brief so we can give a space for other people as well. Would it be okay to take 3-4 questions at a time? Great, so we can start. The person in the third row wearing a gray sweater.
Hi, my name is Claire. I'm a student of the CSD MA, just like Annette. And my question is, obviously in recent years, multilateralism itself has, some people say it's in decline, but I think, it's a consensus to say that it's definitely gotten more complicated. In the UK, there has been the merging of the Foreign Office with DFID into the FCDO. And as somebody who has worked both within government and now you're in the NGO sector, what do you make of this change? Do you think it's fundamentally kind of reformed the UK approach to aid more generally? And do you think, what do you think, how would you situate this in terms of multilateralism and development aid more generally? Thank you.
Right, so the person in the middle wearing glasses. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. The name's Ewan Grant. I used to be a UK law enforcement intelligence analyst covering the ex-Soviet states. I've worked extensively in Ukraine, Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen, and various other places. And my question is particularly based on your remarks in Ukraine, but also I thought your very pertinent remarks about DRC and Uganda. Which organizations of governments, both host governments and development aid governments, are working well with Save the Children and organizations like you, which aren't? And a quick question to follow up, because I've heard some organizations be absolutely astonishing on this one. How many of your staff have you heard have you heard them use the word Wagner? Because believe you me, I've heard official people, including a senior UN official who worked in Mali, give a 10-minute speech about the crisis in Mali, and that lady never mentioned the word once.
So the person sitting in a row after that one in white blouse. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm a student, MA student of Conflict, Security and Development at the University of Sussex. I was really interested in your mentioning the inclusion of mental health support, and I was wondering, there's been a lot of a shift in terms of aid provision towards focusing on coping mechanism for affected people, and this kind of move has been criticized from kind of encouraging populations and communities not to seek structural change and just focusing on, oh, how can you resist the current issues and not seek, advocate for yourself so that there's actual change at the state level. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to take those first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm going to try and answer quickly because I know time is short and loads more questions coming. Multilateral got more complex, yes, a lot more complex. I think people who say death of multilateralism and so on, no, it's just changed. You still need this organization. I was in the World Bank when the Asian Infrastructure Bank was set up. I can tell you China was incredibly active in the World Bank as a lender, as a borrower, as a member of the board, as well as AIIB. I spend quite a lot of time at the moment in the Gulf because, if I want to think about what's happening in the Middle East, if I want to think about the Horn of Africa, you need to be talking to the people who have influence, who have power. And I think definitely there's big questions for the UK in terms of what it wants its role to be. So firstly, the UK can do an awful lot. It's still in the UN Security Council, it's in the G7, it's in the G20. It's still one of the richest countries in the world, notwithstanding the current cost of living crisis. When I joined DFID, it spent $2 billion a year. It now spends $10 billion a year. So yes, it's gone down from 15 to 10, but 10 is still an awful lot of money, and my problem is more how and where it's being spent and the lack of willingness to really take on the tough policy issues. Because again, I'm biased, of course. I joined DFID in the days of Claire Shaw, and we were not just about aid. It was very specifically taking on trade policy, taking on migration policy, those policy coherence issues nationally but also internationally are just as important as the aid budget. I do actually think FCDO, if it was done right, I have my own views on it, but could be great. You could really combine the best of political governance and economic governance across DFID and FCO, but I don't think that's what's happening. And I think the other problem with the budget at the moment is it's so unpredictable. So you just can't plan anything. And the same with policy. The Foreign Secretary has set out this medium-term agenda. Yeah, we definitely need a much longer-term horizon to everything, especially conflict, especially security. But in a world in which you're suddenly breaking commitments and promises every 5 minutes, just for us, managing aid budgets, that you spend 6 months bidding for something, you win something, and then it's suddenly removed, just means that whole long-term planning is gone. And I think for the UK's reputation internationally, that's really important. Wagner, I'm not going to say much about Wagner, to protect my staff, to protect the work that we do. There's only certain things I can say. It's very obvious, so, there's plenty of evidence out there. They are an actor. I think the Sahel is a region that needs far more attention. And again, it used to be kind of, in those weird colonial historical things that France worried about West Africa, the UK worried about East Africa. That's wrong anyway, but also now France is exiting. Growing up as a kid in the Sahel, from Mali to Niger, we're in all these countries, and it's really, really tough, and they deserve far more attention. And actually in Mali, there was a brilliant campaign by schoolgirls saying, we've had enough. But pre-coup, they marched on the government and said, could you please sort out the security, because I want to go back to school. I don't want to live my life. And again, it's that sense of starting from the community and what's actually happening there. Which parts of UK government do we work well with? We talk to everybody. I'm in the business of influencing from within as well as without. We also work in the UK. You'll hear us being bolshy on UK poverty inequality. It's going through the roof. I'm very proud that we work in the UK as well as globally, because child rights are universal. the SDGs are universal, and the situation for kids is getting much worse. But also things like the work on counterterrorism legislation, anti-money laundering legislation, the licenses that were issued to enable us to open more borders into northwest Syria, incredibly important for the earthquake response. You cannot do an earthquake response when you can't actually access that area. Coping versus structural change, you need both. We debate this internally a lot, I can tell you. One of the good things about working for charities, people are not shy in giving their views. Lots of internal debate. Yemen. Do you save lives today? Do you put all your effort into trying to actually get the war stopped? Both. Because people are struggling today. And people will still be struggling tomorrow with their mental health. But yes, we must also work on structural change. That applies to climate change, that applies to rights, that applies to all sorts of other issues. We need to do both. And we're a humanitarian agency, a development agency, and a child rights agency. All of those things matter. One of the most underfunded areas of work is child protection. Nobody wants to fund it. They want to do mothers, babies, things you can hold on to, look at. But actually, child protection, child rights is incredibly important. Time for one or two more?
Yep.
Or will our timekeeper tell us off?
Great, so the person with glasses and green sweater.
Thanks for your talk, Gwen. I'm a visiting researcher here and a doctoral student in the School of Global Affairs. We're about 5 years out from the swath of scandals that hit the sector, the humanitarian sector, Oxfam, Save the Children, others. We've seen a lot of responses, technocratic responses of sorts, policies, procedures, et cetera. Wondering from where you sit, what left is there to do that is yet to be done to respond to the ongoing reality of protecting children and others in conflict zones?
3 minutes. Okay, let's take one more.
Okay, so yeah, I think there is just one more hand raised, so we can just take that one in the back. Yeah.
Hi there. My name is Dan from Conflict Armament Research. Can you comment about policies and procedures on safeguarding children in state custody during conflict? I'm specifically referring to a Yale report in the last 3 weeks detailing about 6,000 to 7,000 Ukrainian children being held in Russian facilities, potentially against their will. Thank you.
Yeah, so picking up both of those, I mean, obviously looking after children is what we do. I mean, it's, do what it says on the tin. And we talk about making sure that, not just making sure children's lives structurally in the areas where they work is safer, but also for us as an organization. If we can't do that, we're not living up to our mandate. Yes, children in detention in many, many countries. I mean, Palestine we haven't talked about, but military detention of children is a massive issue. And we always try and do what we can as Save the Children from a practical lens, sometimes quietly on the ground, but also, again, as I say, it comes back to what UK government, diplomats, UN and others can do. We can't do our work alone. Think of somewhere like Myanmar as well. Again, it took far too long for the UN Security Council members to actually agree to talk about this issue and what's happening. In terms of what's still left to do, plenty. Keeps us busy. To give you an idea of just how seriously we take this, I have a safeguarding trustee on my board of trustees. We have a safeguarding committee. I have some brilliant advisors who help make sure that we think about the prevention side, but also take a survivor-centric approach. One of the toughest things for us is that, as I say, nobody wants to fund child protection. So to give you an example, we work in schools in DRC. There are regular cases where children are sexually assaulted by those teachers. That is not a safeguarding issue, that is a child protection issue that happens because there is not sufficient follow-up of those teachers. We can fire them from our projects. We can do everything we can to prevent that happening, but who is tackling that at source? So my point is we need to look at both those things because I will keep children safe in our projects and our programs, but it goes far deeper than that. The other thing that we're focusing on a lot at the moment is around shifting power. Don't have a lot of time to talk about that now, but certainly you'll have heard me speak about it. I put plenty of stuff out there. This is the really big thing we're talking about, shifting power and resources to children first, to their communities, from the global south to the global north, thinking about all these other kind of issues as well, recognizing the power dynamics in everything we do is really, really important. And so it's not enough to have policies, to have hotlines, to have these kind of things, because you need to understand those power dynamics. And just finally to say, obviously, that applies to our staff too. I joined Save the Children. I was literally on a break between DFID and Save the Children. And I got a call from Kevin, who was the former CEO, saying, Gwen, we're going to be in the papers tomorrow. So I arrived in the midst of the crisis at Save the Children. The good thing for me was it put warts and all on the table in my first 6 months. I'm very clear how I want to lead an organization, and I can tell you now, not on my watch. But it has been good at opening up every cupboard to hear what's happening. And since then, we've been doing a huge amount of work on diversity and inclusion, which is another big issue. And again, everything is on the web. You're all very good at Googling. You can find it. But thinking about power structures within our organization as well as with those we work for is incredibly important. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We're running out of time, but let me just ask you one very brief, quick question. So there are many young people in the room, and some of them may be the future of development. So what just very briefly, what career advice would you give them?
So people often say to me, what was your master plan? I didn't have one. Do jobs, do things that interest you. Stay true to your values. There is no master plan, especially these days. You're all far more educated than I am. But listening to people, I still learn far more. I have the privilege of sitting with communities, sitting with people we work with, and I learn far more. I was saying earlier, I went back and did psychology as my second degree, because it's all about people. And a final point, and I say this to my kids, and I'm not sure they'll listen to me, but you spend a huge amount of time working, so do something you actually enjoy and feels worthwhile. Because, I get up in the morning, my job is tough. It's a real privilege. And I get a lot of energy from it, as well as a lot of heartache. And I think for all of you, I'm 50 this year, so you look back over the years you've done, you think of the hours you've spent working, you want to know it's been something that was interesting and also worthwhile. There you go.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your precious time. Thank you so much for having you. Great. We will now have a 15-minute break before we start our first panel entitled Ukraine Open Source Analysis and the Future of Reporting from Conflict Zones, moderated by our amazing Anishka. So take a break, have a quick break, and let's come back.
Good morning, everyone. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I think we can do better than that, but it's fine. One more time. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, yes. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to our very first panel discussion of the day, which is about Ukraine, open source analysis, and the future of reporting from conflict zones. My name is Anishka Worthington. I'm a postgraduate student at King's College London's War Studies Department, and I will be moderating this very exciting discussion. I want to thank all of you for giving us your time and cooperation this morning by being present here today. I'm confident that we are all going to leave this hall more informed and having learned something new. So I kindly ask that you join me in welcoming our 4 esteemed panelists. I'll be giving very short introductions about them. So I'm so happy to introduce Steve Cole, who is the Dean of the Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism, a journalist for The New Yorker and formerly Washington Post, and 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning author. So give a short round of applause for him. Then Dalila Mujagic is the leader of the Video as Evidence program and Ukraine project at Witness, an organization dedicated to the protection of human rights through the usage of video and technology in exposing abuses. And then Ruwan Sheikh is a human rights investigator, former investigative journalist, focused on using open source tools to identify human rights violations, the proliferations of arms, and the application of weapons in state and non-state armed conflicts. I also want to mention her previous role working at Bellingcat as the leader for the Yemen team. Sorry, I fumbled my cards. Please expect this from me. A lot. And then finally we have Shayan Sadarizadeh. He's a journalist for BBC Monitoring, specializing in open source reporting, content verification, and investigating online disinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremism, to only name a few. So thank you all so much for being here. So I want to start off today by asking our 4 panelists to give us a short introduction about yourselves, because the audience and I are very eager to learn about your career history and your expertise about the topic at hand. Yes, so speak freely. Steve, are we able to start with you, if that's okay?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Really glad to be here. I should say I am the Dean Emeritus of Columbia's Graduate School. I served there until July, and I'm here for a year on sabbatical as I go back to life as a faculty member there. I spent 20 years at the Washington Post, most of it as a reporter, some of it overseas as an international investigative reporter. Then I became an editor for my sins and a senior editor, and then I ran a research institute for a while and have been writing books and writing for The New Yorker. And for the last 9 years, I've been teaching at Columbia, and I'm glad to be here because part of my joy of being on the faculty is continually learning alongside the graduate students there about cutting-edge techniques, and open source, particularly visual investigative reporting, is a topic that I think any globally minded journalist needs to learn. It's interesting to have to teach it because it involves computation, coding, thinking about how to use open source, how to access and use open source satellite photography and such. But it is a very live field, and the last thing I'd say is it overlaps with the more analog investigative reporting techniques that my generation grew up with: court records, other kind data records, building early Excel-like data sets in order to discern meaning and discover stories, in the sense that there's always a kind of back and forth between the desktop information that you can gather looking at satellite photos and the field work, and that both are essential and that they interact with each other, and maybe we can talk about that more.
And Cheyenne, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Cheyenne. I was born and raised in a country in the Middle East called Iran, in the middle of a war in the 1980s. I started working professionally when I was 17. I was, well, my dad told me, what are you going to do with your life? Go get a job. So I was born in a family of journalists, and I thought, Dad, can I become a journalist? And he said, yeah, part-time, but don't ever become a journalist full-time. Whatever you do with your career, whatever else you want to do, don't become a journalist. So I did work part-time as a journalist. I started at 17, training and everything in a country that is very, very authoritarian. Reporting is extremely difficult because you could always get on the wrong side of somebody who's in charge, and they can do whatever they like to you. So then I went to university, studied engineering. I don't know why I did that. I was delusional. And then finished it, got a job for like 6 months at a factory. I was useless. And then I quickly figured out, I don't have any special talents other than news and current affairs and reporting. So I told my dad, I'm going to become a journalist. And he was really disappointed. And he said, do you want to try something else? So I thought, okay, let me leave. And I'll go study, I like computers. I'll go study computers and IT and that sort of stuff. So I left Iran when I was around about your age, 20, 21. Came here, got a master's degree in IT, and I thought, okay, now I'm like a proper expert. So I got a job for like 6 months at university in London. Again, I was useless, absolutely talentless. I hated the job. So then I just quit, and I thought, the only thing I can do in life is journalism. I've got no other talent for anything. So I applied for a job at the BBC in 2012. Luckily, got the job. So I've been at the BBC for about coming up to 10 years now. Started as a journalist reporting about the Middle East, and then in about 2015, 2016, moved to a new unit that was set up within BBC News. If you remember back then, news organizations were basically figuring out social media is a big thing. That's where news breaks. That's where things are happening. That's where news organizations have to be, because if you walk into any newsroom, you will see people in their 60s and 70s who've been doing the exact same way of working for 20 or 30 years. So people were scared of social media. The BBC at that point decided we need a unit that looks at social media when news are breaking. So I joined that unit. It was called at the time UGC, User-Generated Content, and we started learning how to verify content on social media when there's a terrorist attack, when there's an earthquake, when there's some kind of natural disaster, when there's some kind of a war. At the time, if you remember, the Syrian war was going on. So I started verifying content and that. And then after the 2016 election in the United States, when President Trump was elected, and there was all sorts of stuff about disinformation on social media and the Russians doing stuff, there was a new unit from that sort of came out of the UGC unit within BBC News called the Disinformation Unit. So naturally, I joined that unit, and I've been there since, and now probably going to join a new unit that is being set up, the sort of investigative journalism based on social media and online stuff. They call it the forensic unit. So I'm now part of that unit.
Thank you so much. And Dalila, can we hear from you?
Sure. My name is Dalila. I got my start in life as a survivor of the Bosnian genocide and was born in former Yugoslavia, a country now known as Bosnia. And I became then a refugee and landed in Germany and eventually the United States, where I did my schooling. And once I was done with school, I then 15 years ago started my career working at a nonprofit for the protection of at-risk and runaway youth in Detroit. And that really sparked more of my passion for advocacy on behalf of affected and at-risk communities. After that is when I joined Witness. Witness, that was just over 7 years ago. And this is where I focused after my legal law studies on criminal law and international crimes, atrocity crimes, and where my special interest has continued to be both in research as well as at Witness, the use of emerging technologies and authentication mechanisms for visual evidence, both for human rights violations as well as crimes. So that is it in brief.
Thank you. And Fanny, Rowan.
Hi, my name is Rowan, and I can very much relate to Cheyenne in the career progression being very bizarre and things that you shouldn't do and then you should do. But I think where I am in my career right now is more fitting to what I studied, which was law initially. But I also came from a family of journalists. My mother worked for the BBC, and growing up, her first thing telling me was never become a journalist no matter what you do. And so instinctively, despite studying law, that's exactly what I did. Not sure why, probably some sort of weird spite mechanism going on there. But I studied law at a time where the Arab Spring was happening, where there was great political momentum, but there was also greater political injustice that was happening at the same time, and therefore felt very connected to the region and instinctively went there to start reporting as a freelancer, which was very rough, which any freelancer can tell you in the beginning. But that also grew into when the conflict in Yemen began, which is where I really started doing investigative journalism, and spent 4 to 5 years there working on documenting airstrikes, weapons proliferation, and a whole host of other things. But that's also where the open source origins actually began. It was directly in the field. It was a great way of being able to describe to colleagues and editors who were based abroad where certain locations were, so using satellite imagery to describe different locations to them, trying to identify to them what happened post or pre-airstrike without me directly having to be there despite being in the field. But it was always a first step rather than something that was just sitting there that couldn't be used in terms of being able to identify information and also explain information to them. And then due to the nature of journalism, especially when you're in the field, I moved away from directly reporting whilst I was there and began to gravitate towards the legal side, in which I think journalism and law actually go hand in hand together, and it's something that has worked quite well in my advantage. But I transitioned away from investigative journalism and working in the field to open source investigations exclusively, and then towards actual investigative and accountability mechanisms. I worked for the UN in Iraq on the investigative mechanism looking at crimes that ISIL committed from a legal standpoint, also integrating the open source evidence and the types of open source analysis into that. And have continued to work at different mechanisms since then. So a very weird career progression, but one that kind of works out well.
Thank you. Thank you to the four of you for your lovely introductions. So we are going to start our, sorry, Steve, do you mind if I use that mic? So we are going to start our moderator-led question. Sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. So we're going to start our moderator-led question section. So this will be for about 20 to 25 minutes, and then followed by that will be the audience Q&A. So I'll be directing questions to each of you individually, but I'm very aware that all of you have similar experience, so you may have a supporting or different take on an answer, so please feel free to jump in whenever. Okay? So round one, Steve, I hope we can start with you. What do you think are the aims of war reporting? And does journalism tend to prioritize the action taking place within a conflict, so the current affairs of a conflict, or is there any concern for resolution or attempting to achieve justice?
All right, let me take the first part first. I mean, I think journalists covering conflict as journalists covering all kinds of public events and public squares around the world are first there to try to document what is happening and to try to bring reliable evidence forward to audiences so they can see for themselves the course of events. There are some aspects of a violent conflict that you can really only reliably report on if you stand in the middle of it and you watch what's happening and you interview the people who are suffering and who are the victims. I think journalists often feel, rightly, a special obligation to stand in the shoes of civilians during armed conflict, to spend less time kind of interviewing the combatants and more time sort of documenting the secondary effects of war. But sometimes, you are a prisoner of what is safe to travel and see. I think beyond that core function of documentation and witnessing, there should be, in a journalist's remit, a sense of duty to discover and to investigate. And even in the midst of conflict, there are lots of ways to contribute original insights and investigative discovery. In the age of Bellingcat, even more so, if you can work with a team back on a desk like the ones that the BBC has started. So always there have been subjects of interest that investigative journalists distinctively have tried to work on in conflict zones. I just mentioned, for example, the arms trade, where the old rule of investigative reporting, follow the money. Who's paying for arms shipments? Who's profiting from the war? Where are these weapons coming from, and what does that tell you about the structure of the conflict and its durability? You can do all kinds of things, and I'll stop with the examples. But the last thing I would say, because listening to my colleagues and thinking a little bit about the history of open source reporting in conflict, both in the field and in big institutions like the BBC, one interesting part of the open source work in the digital age is verification. It started out as a requirement of publishers like Reuters or AP to determine whether user-generated videos from, say, Syria were propaganda or valid. And that was just like a basic reporting function, verification. And what's so interesting about Cheyenne's story at the BBC, the desks he's going, is that what you see is this blending, this kind of migration of basic verification into investigative reporting, because propaganda itself is a structural subject of war. I mean, it is a story of war today. So it's not just calling out fake videos versus authentic ones. It's getting underneath the machinery of state-directed and other directed propaganda campaigns so that people on the receiving end of social media posts or YouTube videos have a sense of the bigger picture. I think that's a very exciting field for investigative reporting about war these days. And you don't have to stand, in the middle of the street getting shot at to make a big contribution.
Thank you. That was an incredible start to the panel discussion. Thank you for that answer. So you mentioned open source analysis. Rowan, given your experience, how do you use open source analysis when it comes to investigating human rights violations?
I think Steve touched on a few things that are actually worthy of noting out, which is there's millions of ways, there are countless ways which you can use open source information and open source analysis in both journalism and in human rights investigations, which are interlinked. It is very much dependent on the targeted questions which you are seeking the answers for, or the scope and context of a particular investigation. It can, I've personally used it when looking at investigating corruption in Sudan, i.e. looking at different entities that were shoveling money to legitimize certain projects and also to legitimize that money, so essentially laundering it through the building of schools and hospitals that were worth billions of dollars. Looking at sales and arms shipments, looking at grain tracking in Ukraine. It is limitless, and it's also worth noting that things like court records are still now considered open source information because of the fact that they fall into the public domain of information that's publicly available. It's just a matter of what you are looking for and defining those questions and then understanding the context and then going out to find it. Again, when working on ISIL was notorious for using propaganda and showcasing a lot of what they did, which was considered to be perpetrator material, and a lot of that came to looking at pretty horrific content and verifying that content to establish what is real, what is propaganda, what could be fake, what could not be fake, geolocating where those videos had taken place, and essentially verifying that information to then be used for prosecution as perpetrator content. And yeah, it is quite interesting because I feel like sometimes, given the volume of information that exists, it can be overwhelming, which is why having a method and a process always helps you narrow down what you're looking for. But it is incredibly exciting to actually see open source being integrated. I mean, speaking as someone who's worked with the UN for the last few years, it's interesting how when I first started working for them, open source analysis wasn't integrated as much as it is now. There's a stronger shift towards being able to use open source analysis and training and building capacity internally to understand how open source analysis can be utilized, especially when there are very traditional investigators who live within the realms of the human rights investigations world that are from a police background, that are in their 50s to 60s. There are lawyers as well who find it difficult to understand how open source analysis can be integrated. But I think we are much better placed now than we were a few years ago to be able to use open source analysis and how to use it as well.
Thank you. So you mentioned that journalism and the law is interlinked. So Dalila, based on your experience as well, what are the challenges that lawyers, journalists, investigators face when analyzing this open source documentation of atrocity crimes? And do you have any real life examples from your work that you can share with us?
Yes. So one of the things that I do at Witness is I develop training and curricula for not only lawyers, but also journalists, prosecutors, and researchers, and everyday humans, whether they call themselves activists, whether they are the housewife in Ukraine who suddenly found a piece of a missile hanging from her living room ceiling. So much of my earlier focus at Witness was on the documenter side of things. So thinking about who are the people, the humans, who are taking out their phones to film and uploading to social media in ways that this type of visual imagery becomes the open source, the source of the open source that the rest of my esteemed panelists have committed their time to investigating, verifying, and using. And something that happened fairly recently, last year, with the invasion of Russia into Ukraine in February, was that we all thought that, okay, people have got it. Open source, we need to make sure we geolocate, we chronolocate, we do source verification, and because of the quality of cameras, the access to internet, this should get and is getting easier. And that is not the case. And directly in the beginning of March of last year, I had a contact at a major global news organization who have plenty of resources, a team working around the clock to verify videos being posted by Ukrainian civilians to social media. And they said, Dalila, we are having trouble, even our experts are having trouble verifying these videos coming out of Ukraine. And that was a really eye-opening moment for people like myself who had thought that, the world is finally getting the hang of this. We know about, filming landmarks and making sure that we have a wealth of different types of shots used in videos. And that wasn't the case. So our focus very much has become how do we also reach the general public, people who may become accidental and unwilling, sometimes witnesses and bystanders to some of the worst atrocities that the world has seen and continues to see. And this is why the Videos Evidence Program and what I develop is both focused on documenters, whether they are professional or not, and developing resources that can reach them in ways that are understandable and accessible and non-academic, non-legal, even though we speak on international law and legal principles. And on the flip side of that, then, is the idea of how do we then also make sure that we build up the strength of open source visuals, the veracity, so that those who analyze later down the line, those who are case building later down the line in the justice pipeline, are able to do so with greater speed, greater accuracy. And so this is very much where I want to highlight that no matter your role in the justice world, whether that is as a journalist, as a researcher and academic, as a lawyer, or as, like I say, my favorite people, everyday humans, we have to be thinking about each other. And this is where I especially tell people who have been privileged enough to attend top-notch universities, like the one we are present at today, and academic programs, to be thinking about who else are you bolstering in this ecosystem, because we are an ecosystem of human rights. It takes an ecosystem to succeed in human rights protections. So that all said, some of the biggest challenges have continued to be how do we not only reach the general public, but how do we also make sure that tech and media literacy is understood at the judicial level. We all know that the law and those who practice it, and it in and of itself as a practice, tends to be slow to adapt, and for very good reasons. But also, we need to think about, with the breakneck pace of how technology has developed, and deepfakes is a great concern here. As much as open source analysis techniques have helped our side of things, those who wish to protect human rights and fortify the truth, it has also equally been able to help perpetrators use open source information. So the new challenges are not only in how do we analyze, how do we document, but also how do we go about it in an ethical way and in ways that can help prevent future civilian harm, which is, of course, now with perpetrator visuals, perpetrator information, and others, a huge concern.
Thank you so much. So you mentioned that as technology has advanced, deepfakes is becoming more of an issue. So that leads me to Cheyenne. So what do you think are the harmful consequences of spreading disinformation and misinformation, specifically about the war in Ukraine, because that's what the media is mostly covering today?
Yeah, I mean, I hope it is now pretty clear to everybody just how bad things can get just based on online nonsense. I mean, how do you think, I hope it is clear to everybody how the attack at the US Capitol happened, because I was following it from the day of the election all the way to the day of the attack. And about 2 weeks before the attack, our team had already told our editors on the 6th of January, there's going to be a riot. We knew based on what we were seeing online. And that's exactly how it started, and that's how people got radicalized based on just a sea of nonsense for which there was absolutely no evidence, but was extremely viral. I mean, during COVID, I guess most of you saw, like, COVID was the biggest explosion of online conspiracy theories in my lifetime. The sort of volume and level of it and the reach of it across languages and regions was just mind-bending. And then, obviously, during the war in Ukraine, like the misinformation about the war in Ukraine has been like, you know, it has come in different forms. So just going back to like 12 months from now, you know, obviously one day we woke up early in the morning, we realized the war had started. I think most of us expected it in a sense, because obviously intelligence agencies in the West, particularly in the UK and in the US, were predicting, you know, it is going to happen, could be any day. By the way, I don't know if you remember, there were lots of people who were saying that's all nonsense. But anyway, so we wake up, we realize the war is going on, and the war in Ukraine obviously is one of the most documented wars in the world, not just because of the technologies that the news organizations have, you know, high definition cameras, lots and lots of reporters on the ground, because obviously it's a European country with great access. But, you know, there are obviously risks to, which is all invaluable, but there are risks to actually putting a reporter and a cameraman and a producer on the ground in a war zone. So we try to take advantage of all the technologies that we now have. So first day of the war, we wake up, there's tons and tons of videos, and we then have to sift through all of these videos, because the videos that are coming from Ukraine are not just Russian soldiers. Russian soldiers obviously film stuff, Ukrainian soldiers film stuff, but there's also Ukrainian civilians and locals who are in towns and cities and villages who are seeing the war basically in real time, and they take out their mobile phones and they film a video, and obviously the first place that these videos usually go is Telegram. Telegram, I think, are you familiar with Telegram? Great. Yeah, this is great about talking to a bunch of intelligent young students, because you know all social media. So obviously the first point of contact for content about Ukraine is Telegram, both from the Russian side and the Ukrainian side. So we started, obviously we worked on Telegram, we knew Telegram, you know, is the most popular online platform in some parts of the world. So we started going through videos on Telegram, and then the question is, which one is real, which one isn't real, and the ones that aren't real we have to call out, particularly if they're really viral. We can't obviously go through everything, but we have to call out the ones that are really viral, as in hundreds of thousands, millions of people are seeing them online. And there are ways of measuring this stuff. There are ways of roughly concluding how many people are seeing this particular piece of content. Then the ones that are real, then we have to verify exactly where it's happened. Can we find the person who's uploaded it? Obviously in a war zone, that's really difficult. But you know, there are ways of verifying online content. There are now publicly available tools that you can use to do that. Doesn't always work. Sometimes things are a little bit more blurry. I remember like there were a couple of videos, particularly alleged war crimes. War crime incidents, all we had was just like a 15-second video, 30-second video in the middle of nowhere. And we had no idea how to start. So, you know, we were using, obviously, our reporters on the ground. We were using whatever information we could find online to then basically do a proper investigation. Has an incident of war, potential war crime happened here? And then how we can basically reach that conclusion, get in touch with the people who might have perpetrated it, get a response from them, and then basically do a proper report, and hopefully human rights organizations can see it in case of accountability. The other aspect of it was when some very sort of high-profile incidents began happening, and the Russian side in particular, not to say, you know, disinformation in this war is exclusive to the Russian side. You know, when you're involved in a war, you know, propaganda is part of the war. A war is not just the sort of conflict that is happening on the ground. There's an information war happening as well at the same time, and you need to win both. So there's misinformation coming from both sides and propaganda. But the Russian side is basically on a different level, because obviously they're the aggressor. And round about like March or April, when they were retreating from towns and cities, I don't know if you remember, there were like harrowing images coming from several towns and cities, including from Bucha, from Mariupol, of what the Russians had left behind. In the case of Mariupol, obviously later, they sort of briefly retreated, and then they finally took Mariupol. But Bucha, for instance, and areas around Kyiv were like harrowing. And that's when the sort of Russian operation, propaganda operation, basically reached another level, and they were putting out all this information out in the world, online, on social media, on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Telegram, Instagram, basically denying it all and creating a completely different narrative, which was being believed. You would be surprised to see how many people believe that stuff. You know, we might have an idea about the war sat here in the West, but there's a whole big world out there, and there are people who, you know, see that stuff and go, yeah, this makes sense. So not only did we have to verify information in terms of the content that we were seeing for potential, not only for potential war crime investigations, but also for getting stuff on the platforms that you watch, from the BBC website to BBC social media accounts, and also the BBC News website and app. But also we had to sift through tons and tons of information online, mostly coming from the Russian side that was not accurate. And we were seeing people more, and as the war has moved on, we're seeing more and more of that type of information going viral, and more, and a sort of a bigger audience for it in the West. Like, you know, last week, obviously, we were, in Ukraine, they were marking the first anniversary of the war. On the internet, we were basically fighting a whole group of people who believe, actually, the war isn't real. Like, that's a thing. And if I show you the posts that we were calling out last week, 5 million views, 10 million views, 20 million views. Like, there was a post, apparently, that some building, some apartment block in the center of Kiev, I remember, like 2 days into the war last year, was hit with a couple of missiles. That picture, like, you probably have seen it. You may not remember exactly, but you probably saw it at the time. And over the weekend, a guy in America, a sort of well-known anti-vaccine activist, he posted a tweet saying, you know, here's a recent picture from this tower block. Within 1 year, they fixed it. Like, you know, it was hit. The top 5 or 6 floors were hit and damaged a year ago. Within a year, it's been fixed. The war is fake. And that tweet had, like, I don't know, like 20,000 retweets, 50,000 likes. It had been viewed 8-9 million times. And when you read the comments, everybody was like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. So then we were like, okay, how do we investigate this? We started going online and looking for pictures of that building. Obviously, we had tons and tons of video. We had actually a BBC reporter at the scene at the time reporting when it was hit by a missile. But we're like, okay, what's been going on since then? Can we find images, videos of what's going on? And then we found a wealth of material locally, basically posted in Ukraine by locals, and we figured out the residents, because the damage was not terrible in the sense that, you know, there were just 5 floors, the rest of the block was intact. So that the residents, with the help of the mayor of Kiev, did a fundraising, and were able to, and also help from the West, were able to get quite a bit of money, and then put that money together and reconstructed basically the 5 floors. And then we found images of scaffolding up, workers working at the scene. We talked to some residents, and then we put that information out, and then people were like, oh, okay. And then obviously, lots of people were saying, okay, how can you do all of that? Can you reconstruct a flat when there's a war going on? Well, the Russians retreated from Kiev in late March. Like, you know, Kiev hasn't been the front line of the war since late March, early April. There's still missile attacks that happen regularly, but it's not the front line. It's not like entirely unsafe to live in Kiev. It's not like living in the Donbass. So that's the type of stuff that we have to look at every day on several fronts, not just disinformation, but also accountability, particularly in connection to a war, and also information that needs to be verified so that you guys can see what is happening in terms of the reporting from the BBC website or BBC News channel or the app or social media accounts.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm going to ask a question that I'm hoping will turn into a conversation, so it's not directed at anyone. But what have you all noticed as the most significant changes in war reporting in the past years? And would these changes be considered as positive or negative to the future of war reporting from conflict zones? So Steve, do you mind if we start with you?
Well, I have the longest I'm the oldest, so I have a longer arc to draw on, I suppose. And in my generation's experience, the biggest change has been the emergence of journalists as targets, and really the decline of journalists as sort of essential witnesses to combatants. So when I first started out working, wars in different parts of the world, but in Afghanistan and Kashmir and Sri Lanka, every side of the war would welcome the Washington Post into their midst because there was really no other way to get their story across. And if I went out, even with a guerrilla group, to visit kidnap victims, if they invited me, I felt safe because I knew that they wanted to get their story told. That started to change in the 1990s because combatants can now tell their own stories, whether truthful or propaganda-driven, and they don't require journalists as intermediaries. And so the practice of conflict reporting for journalists has changed. Now you see necessarily much more investment in just the safety of journalists who go into conflict zones. It started with armored vehicles, and then today, even organizations that used to travel, like the Red Cross, under a white flag, have security consultants standing next to journalists in Ukraine, telling them whether to withdraw, whether to turn left, whether to go right. Journalists travel under armed escort more than they used to. That's a very problematical thing to do, but sometimes journalists conclude that there is no other alternative. And so it changes the position of the journalist in the conflict. And I think over time it affects what journalists report on and what they do. I think an antidote, to tie it back to our theme today, is the way that field journalism can now interact with open source remote reporting to overcome some of the constraints of safety and being a target in the field. That what you actually do when you're taking risks in Ukraine can be more productive if you're working with a desk or with investigators who can support you or direct you, bring you to citizen journalists, bring you to other user-generated sources, so that what you're doing is more deliberate and less vulnerable.
Thank you. That was so interesting to hear. Does anyone else have any thoughts about this that they'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the change is obvious. I think the answer is obvious in the sense that underground war reporting is still essential. There's nothing that can replace it at all, no matter how good the technology is, what access you've got. Having reporters underground, seeing what's happening with their own eyes, and talking to the people who are the victims of the war and who are seeing the conflict, because the most important story of a war, as important as the actual conflict is the human story. It's the story of the people who are suffering through no fault of their own. And the only way to tell those stories is for somebody to be there underground meeting people. No matter how good your technology is and how many messages you get from people, if you're not there, you can't tell their story properly. So that's invaluable and irreplaceable. I don't believe there will ever be a time when underground war reporting will not be essential. But there are aspects that we can do now that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago were impossible to do. So obviously the Syrian war was the first instance of a war when we started learning how to use the wealth of information and technology available to be able to tell the story of a war that in some cases for us as journalists, even for journalists who are like proper conflict journalists, are willing to go to a conflict and report from the ground, we're not necessarily reachable in a country like Syria. Ukraine is a bit different in that sense. But Syria, there were parts of Syria reporters just could not go. And that was when the idea of satellite images, these companies that provide, not necessarily on the day, but usually there's like a 24-hour, 48-hour. Have you ever heard of a company called Maxar, Planet Labs? These are companies now that provide satellite images, high-resolution satellite images, to news organizations that basically have a contract with them, pay them the money. It's extremely expensive, but worth it. So not only do we have satellite images now, obviously, during a war, nowadays, everybody's a war reporter. As long as you're somebody who's on the ground, you've got a smartphone camera, you start filming, you take a picture, you're a reporter. And you just put it out there. It's our job to go find what you've put online on the internet. But you're the reporter, you're reporting. We're just using the material that you've provided. So it's not just the actual professional reporters, whatever that means in this day and age. Everybody can be a reporter on the ground with a smartphone camera, with a smartphone in their hand during a conflict. For instance, when Bucha happened, the Russians were saying at the time that obviously the town was occupied by Russia, and then they retreated, they withdrew from the city, and if you remember, there was a terrifying video of a car when the Ukrainians finally got access to the city. There was a video of somebody, it was a local news outlet, with somebody with a camera and a driver. They were driving through one of the central streets of Bucha, and it was like a 1.5-minute video, and as the car was driving, on both sides of the streets there were bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies of civilians. Something like 30, 40 bodies we counted at the time. As the car was driving, you just saw the bodies on both sides of the road. And the Russians, when that video went viral, started creating all sorts of bizarre narratives, and one of the things they said was, yeah, those bodies are new. So they said the bodies had been set up by the Ukrainians, some actors had been paid, either some actors had been paid to lie on the street to film this video as a piece of propaganda for the world, or those are people that the Ukrainians had killed and had just put them there again for the purpose of propaganda. And they said when we left the city, and this was said by Russian officials, the Russian foreign minister, the Russian ambassador to the United Nations, when there was a Security Council meeting on Bucha, they said these things. So how do we find out when those bodies got there, given we had no reporters in Bucha because it was occupied by Russia? It's only now that the city is back in Ukrainian hands that we've got a couple of reporters there. So we contacted Maxar and we said, have you got any satellite images of this particular street? And if so, what dates? And they said, and this was like, say, 2nd of April, the Russians had withdrawn from Bucha on the 31st of March. And they said, yeah, we've got a couple of images from mid-March, we've got a couple of images from early March. And we said, could you get those to us? We pay them the money, and they get us those images, and because they are high resolution, we can see on the 15th of March the exact same bodies in the exact same locations using Google Earth. We basically match the location of the bodies. 15th of March, when the city was occupied by the Russians, those exact same bodies that you saw in that video that the Ukrainians filmed later on, they were lying exactly in the same location.
Thank you so much for those answers. I do have more questions, but just because of time restraints, our priority is the audience. So I want to turn the floor over to them so they can have a chance of speaking to you and hearing your thoughts. Just a few housekeeping points. We have a very full room, which I'm thrilled about, but I want to make sure that we get to as many questions as possible. So I will be taking 3 or 4 questions at a time, and hopefully we can do a few rounds of this. My colleagues are in the audience with microphones, so please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question, and I will call on you. If selected, please identify yourself with your name, your affiliation, and ask your question. I kindly ask that you keep your questions brief so that we can save time and make sure they end with a question mark. So with that, I'll open the floor to questions. So I saw that the first hand was at the back. So can we have the mic handed over to him? So this member here, I believe you're wearing a black jacket. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Ewan Grant, former UK intelligence analyst. I used to teach the John F. Kennedy case, and I remember meeting somebody who based his entire theory, if you can dignify it as that, purely on the Zapruder film and to the exclusion of all else. He needed to get out a bit more. My question for all of you is, have you yourselves been targeted by disinformation outfits or people pushing a particular line who perhaps don't necessarily put out disinformation but slant it? My question, as I say, for all of you, but it's particularly directed to the experience of the BBC Disinformation Unit, where a known pro-Russian journalist has been disparaging the BBC Disinformation Unit, most recently in relation to one of their staff being at the river in Lancashire where the lady drowned. It seemed to me a deliberate attempt to try and have a go at the BBC, and I don't share that journalist's views. So who's having a go at you, and how do you deal with that? Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, the second question. I see, sorry, in the front. Sorry, the gentleman with his hand up. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Harsh, and I'm an MSc Engineering with Management student at KCL. So my point of discussion is, recently BBC introduced a documentary on Gujarat riots and claiming that the current Indian Prime Minister was the mastermind behind that. So my question is, do you think these kinds of initiatives will again break the unity amongst the youth and again instigate conflicts among the upcoming generations? And my second question is, does it has anything to do with the India's G20 presidency this year? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So those are two questions, but I think it's up to the panel speakers to decide which one of the questions they will answer. Okay, and I see this lady in the front, please.
Hi, my name is Skylar Yoder, and I'm a master's student in the CSD course as well. My question is, given that you all are exposed all of the time to these kinds of videos, photos, and harrowing, violent things that you're dealing with, what is the culture kind of mental health in your respective professions, or how have you personally managed that, given what you do every day?
Thank you. And the fourth question. I see this man in the front. Sorry, in the middle of the audience. Okay, thank you. So we'll answer these questions first, and then we'll start the second round. So panelists, you have the questions. Would anyone like to start? In regards to the first question.
Yeah, I mean, the first question, do we get targeted? Yeah, every day. Do I mind? No. I get all sorts of bizarre stuff on social media, in my inbox, in my email. If you're interested, I can show you, the emails I get, the sort of direct messages I get on social media. And it's pretty much the same for my colleagues as well. I can't speak for them. Speaking for myself, I don't mind. I'm a reporter. I've got a platform that I use to do my job, and people have a right to hold me accountable. The people who are more reasonable just sort of send me a proper question, and will try to, if they have any criticism or if they think I've done something wrong or my reporting has holes in it, that's absolutely their right, particularly in the case of the BBC. You know, the public pay for the BBC and they have every right to hold us accountable. And I'm happy to answer questions. If somebody just wants to have a go and tell me, you know, I'm the scum of the world and whatever, have at it. I don't care.
Thank you for that. And the second question, there were two. Steve, I think you seemed interested in the second question regarding India's involvement in G20. Would that be something you're comfortable answering?
Well, I saw the documentary. I thought it was a very credible piece of work and important, and I think journalists try to seek the truth and report it, and the truth about that history of communal violence is important and not something to erase. I understand that it made the government uncomfortable and the government attacked the filmmakers, but that's not unusual around the world, and journalists shouldn't be daunted by such reactions. The work should speak for itself. I do want to pick up this question about mental health because I think in journalism it's really an important subject these days. In newsrooms now, there's a much greater consciousness about the place of mental health in a journalist's work, especially if you're working on conflict or you are exposed to repetitive traumatizing images, or you're working with victims and survivors of trauma and violence. There's a whole range of social science knowledge and knowledge from the mental health profession that journalists can benefit from, both in managing their self-care, but also in conducting themselves around other survivors and being effective as interviewers in conflict zones. And I think for a long time, newsrooms like Society looked askance at these insights and questions and requirements. But now there's a much greater openness and a recognition that not just for the sake of journalists themselves, but for the excellence that they aspire to as professionals, that this needs to be part of training, needs to be part of newsroom leadership and discourse, and that needs to be out in the open. And so it's kind of one thing that's happened in the last 5 or 10 years that I wouldn't have predicted, but has had a real positive impact on the profession.
Can I add to that?
Thank you. Yes, Delia, please.
I want to highlight something that is especially dangerous when it comes to this idea that those who are in remote reporting positions and who are not boots on the ground seeing, you know, murdered and dead bodies in front of their very eyes, that somehow that trauma is not as violent to them, and even for example, with people in my profession in human rights organizations as well, we also think a lot about our own privilege, and sometimes when we think about our own privilege, we also tend to put aside our maybe signs of a lack of well-being because we are thinking, look at who has it worse. Look at how, you know, my activist colleagues and friends who, even in unofficial conflict zones, such as those with police violence in cities across America, such as those in Brazil, who face similar violence and yet do not have the privilege of being covered by international humanitarian law and protections. There's this idea that, you know, we brush these things aside because we know who has it worse, and we want to keep supporting those and working as best as possible to support, again, those on the ground and bystanders as well. And I think vicarious trauma, in a way, can so easily sneak up on you. And of course, as was mentioned before, there's research and more research being invested in, thankfully, about how we can help mitigate the risks of vicarious trauma. For example, a lot that has been done in the open source community has been focused on actually thinking about how much of an impact that audio has as opposed to the visual content of what we're consuming. Many people, of course, know, and the research supports the fact that hearing screams and human suffering through audio can be a lot more triggering than some visuals. And of course, the risk of desensitization in others. And so here I also just want to highlight one more thing, which is that, of course, I know, and I think many people would agree, that technology is not a magic wand. We can wave around and can be used to protect human rights, and we can move on very happily and cleanly with that. However, with the same advancements that allow for example, deepfakes detections and other forms of automated tools that help us with social media filtering and others, we can use that very same technology to help, for example, mitigate the risks of vicarious trauma. So Vera AI has recently started doing research into how to prepare those who have the job of looking at this type of imagery. And that research very much is using AI to help filter and categorize certain forms of visual content with object identification and others to help make sure that our eyes can be as prepared as possible, and perhaps we can already pre-identify, for example, certain triggers that some people may have and may want to avoid.
Can I just quickly say something on the mental health stuff? If I were to sum up this job, it's basically looking at really, really terrible stuff so other people won't have to. But you know, that's not to get the violin out. I mean, we get paid to do the job, and we're more than happy to do it. And basically, most importantly, it's not about us. We're not the story. That's one of the fundamentals of journalism. We're not the story. We're telling other people's stories. In the case of the Ukraine war, yes. I mean, every day we look at horrifying images and videos of children, bodies in pieces. War is horrific. You know, war is hell. Everybody knows that. But somebody has to report it. It does take its toll. I have a colleague who's half Russian, half Ukrainian. She's got family both in Russia and both in Ukraine. And you can imagine just how difficult it is for her to report on this stuff without getting emotional, and she has to do it objectively without letting her own personal emotions get in the way. It's tough. It takes its toll. But yeah, as I say, the real victims are the people you see in those videos. The real victim is the person, is the innocent civilian who's been shot in a mass shooting for no reason whatsoever. The real victim is the civilian who's being bombed. In terms of mental health, you know, this field, because it's a new field, it's still very small. I know, at least in the English-speaking world, I can tell you confidently, I know pretty much everybody who reports on this stuff. I talk to them either personally or on the internet, including not just reporters, but the ones who do it in think tanks, and also most are the ones who do it for freelance. It's actually a very tiny field. We all know each other. It is difficult. I'm lucky enough, fortunate enough to be working for a big news organization that supports me. You know, we have mental counseling regularly. You know, we can go talk to professionals and say, you know, this is what's happening, what do we do? We're struggling, what do we do? Whatever. My real concern is about particularly people who don't have the benefit of being supported by a big organization with lots and lots of money to provide for them, freelancers. I talk to freelancers who do this job in particular regularly every day. It's hard, and they don't have any support. And yeah, they struggle. Not to basically tell people not to come into this field. Please do. You're all going to do it much better than I do. But yeah, that's one side of it.
Thank you. And for the final question, the challenges about verifying sources. So Rawan, you've worked a lot with open source analysis and things like that. I'm sure you've encountered these challenges. Do you mind speaking about it?
Yeah, so there's, I mean, open source, I think it's valuable to say that open source is not the end-all be-all. It's complementary, it's beneficial, but there are limitations to what can be done and how it can be done, not just with the verification, but geographical limitations. We've spoken a lot about Ukraine, but there are other conflicts in other countries in the world where open source information trickles down very, very slowly, if very rarely. Like working on South Sudan, you're a much better place to be on the ground than trying to rely on videos and satellite imagery where it's very rare to actually find content because of the fact that the vast majority of the population does not have the same technological capacity that countries like Ukraine would, and also because of the fact that internet isn't as widespread as other areas are. So there's geographical limitations, but there are also verification limitations. Again, using South Sudan as an example, where I've had employers show me a picture of a car by a tree where someone was shot, and it'd be like, geolocate this for me. And it's like, great, this is 2 trees. What am I going to do with this? This is not going to be very feasible for either of us, and I could waste 10 days trying to do this, or we could do something that's a bit more valuable. So there's limitations in geolocation, but it depends on what context you're looking at and your aim for looking at it. From a legal accountability point of view, there are limitations to how open source can be used because of the fact that regardless of the context and the country and the topic, single source evidence is never going to be used, whether it be for journalism or even for legal accountability. Everything has to be corroborated. Everything has to be verified, and there is a way to do that. Witness does this. I mean, I've worked with people who have been trained by Witness, and part of the reason why we end up using their videos or their photographs is because they have been trained to take photographs or take videos in a manner that can be verified, that can be geolocated, that does have the metadata, that allows us to distinctly say, this incident happened at this site. So there are limitations, but there are also individuals and entities who are working to overcome those limitations. But as with everything, there will always be limitations. There will always be limitations with on-the-ground reporting, and that is just the nature of what we do and how we do it.
Can I add on to that? Please go ahead. Something that I would recommend anyone who is studying journalism and is interested in a future in conflict reporting and understanding how the interplay can happen between documentation collected through journalistic efforts and what role that plays in the justice and accountability process, I would highly recommend for those of you who are able to, open up Google or have interest in it, to really check out either the video recording or the report that was released by Swansea University, the Global Legal Action Network, and in collaboration with Bellingcat. They did a mock trial in 2021 with an esteemed judge from the UK and who has worked with at the international level, wherein they really had this mock trial to think about what could the admission of open source evidence look like. And in this case, they used an example from Yemen, which is of course also one of the most underreported conflicts I have seen in recent years. And in that mock trial, they really did go through both also what does it mean, what kind of credentials do you need, what is the difference between being able to give testimony or to fact versus expert opinion, because the world of open source has blended and melded so much even between legal expertise, digital forensics, which is again not different from, but has overlap with authentication and verification, and open source and information. And so with this, we have now created, I think, certain liminal spaces and pockets that are still being figured out. But in the meantime, what I would also just add on to that is that I would urge everyone, no matter what, again, their role is in this justice pipeline, to think about what does bias mean for us? Because we have algorithmic biases that in some ways we cannot control. Is in the hands of the platforms that we are forced to use, such as how much into detail would someone like Rowan have to go if they're submitting evidence to say, I went 10 pages deep, 20 pages, 30 pages deep into Google searches to make sure it was a robust investigation, or even that, we were following the proper rules of disclosure. Did we try hard enough to find exculpatory evidence, which is a brand new question for people who are non-lawyers working in conflict zones. And finally, when we think about bias, the idea of objectivity is, I know, something that is prevalent and important to journalism, but it can also be weaponized against people who are reporting from the very communities that are impacted by conflicts. I have seen objectivity biases levied against Bosnians and others who had gone through the the Balkan Wars. I've seen objectivity biases levied at expert investigators and lawyers from Syria who have been deemed not objective enough and too close to their emotional centers to even participate in the justice process. And so I urge both, again, always lawyers, but especially journalists as well, to think about how you prevent yourself from reinforcing the idea of even what it means to verify something. Does it take, and is it only the case that an internationally recognized and esteemed journalistic outlet is the one who can put that verification checkmark officially on a piece of video or evidence that local experts and regionally attuned people with contextual knowledge have already done the work on, but yet may not have the reach and recognition for. So I leave folks with that challenge.
Just for the sake of time constraints, I'm only going to take 2 more questions. I see one hand at the back and another at the front. So very quickly, could you repeat your question? So one at the back and then this lady at the front.
Hi there, my name is Dan Liu for Conflict Armament Research. I just have a question about how open do you think the future of open source will be? Because right now I'm constantly amazed about how much Russian government procurement information is out there, but that could just be out within the day tomorrow. So just keen to get thoughts about potential sort of fragmentation and sort of isolation of the internet.
And right here in the front, just one more. Panel speakers, if you can kindly keep your answers very short, just so that there's time for the next panel to begin.
Hi, thank you. My name's Holly. I'm also a student on the CSD Masters. I have a question about sort of kind of the social media giants, who I imagine sort of have facilitated a lot kind of open source reporting on what it looks like today through kind of companies like Twitter and Facebook, but also at the same time like active, compliant and sometimes active actors of spreading disinformation. So what is your kind of opinion on these companies, whether they're being like a help or a hindrance to kind of your profession?
Thank you. So we have those 2 questions. Would anyone like to start? Either with the first question or the second question.
I can take the second question. I mean, my opinion on the platforms, neutral. The platforms are there to make money. That they're businesses. They want to make money, and the way they do it is by selling ads. And those ads are based on your habits. They sort of take record of your habit when on your platform, what you visit, who you talk to, what topics are interested, and then they gather that data, sell ads, and make money. And that's why people say, oh, social media is all like echo chambers. Yeah, because that's the way it's designed to be by the platforms, for them to make ads. And obviously, for them to sell ads. And then obviously, that when you foray into politics, that causes all sorts of issues, because people increasingly get a tendency to believe what they want to believe rather than what the facts are and what the truth is. And when they see a narrative that challenges their own confirmation biases, they get annoyed and they go, that's a lie, that's propaganda. So yeah, I mean, have the platforms been helping? Not really. I mean, Twitter under Elon Musk, has been Jesus. TikTok, awful. Google, YouTube, nothing, terrible. I have nothing good to say about them. Actually, interestingly, the only platform I would kind of just sort of partly compliment is Meta, because they do actually make some things available to journalists, although even that is becoming more limited because apparently the powers that be at Meta don't like bad headlines, as if the headlines are about them specifically. It's not about them, it's about the content. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Meta, some help we get. Twitter, we used to get help, not anymore under Musk. Google, awful. TikTok, nothing. Instagram, okayish. Reddit, nah.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off there. Due to time constraints, I will have to end the panel so that the next discussion can begin. But I'm so extremely grateful to our 4 panel speakers and to our wonderful audience. I'm so sorry that we couldn't get to all your questions, but speakers, if you are available, then maybe some of the audience members can approach you and discuss their thoughts. So we will be taking a very short break. So you're welcome to leave your seats and help yourself to refreshments and mingle with one another. But the next panel will be beginning promptly, so please return to your seats by then. But again, thank you.
Hello? Hello? We're gonna start in 2 minutes, if you guys wanna sit down and stuff. Oh, thanks, Annette. Thank you. Right, guys, we're gonna start if that's okay. Just so we don't run late again. Okay, I'm going. Hi everyone. My name is Beatriz Lotizano, and I'm a conflict security and development student. I'll be your moderator today for the Emerging Technologies and the Future of Warfare panel. Before I invite our remarkable guests on stage, we will begin with the virtual opening remarks from Paul Charret. Paul Charret currently serves as the Vice President and Director of Studies at the Center of New American Security, which is a DC-based think tank. He previously worked at the US Department of Defense, where he played a leading role in drafting first AI policy. After his remarks, I will introduce our two wonderful guests. We will hear their responses to Paul's remarks, and then we'll continue our conversation for about 30 minutes. After that, we will open it to the audience for a Q&A section to end our panel, so please make sure to save your questions up until then. So we have, AV can get the video up.
Hi, I'm Paul Charret, Vice President and Director of Studies at the Center for New American Security, and the author of 4 Battlegrounds, Power in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. We're living in a tremendous time when artificial intelligence breakthroughs like ChatGPT are coming out of research labs and out into the real world. AI is poised to have transformative effects across society in a variety of applications in medicine, finance, transportation, but also in warfare. We're already seeing militaries integrating AI into various applications, including in combat operations. The US Defense Department's first machine learning project, Project Maven, that harnessed AI coming out of the deep learning revolution for image classification, is over 5 years old now. And that project used AI to help process drone video feeds. It's just one example of many applications where AI could be beneficial for militaries to improve their operations, to make things more efficient, to save money, and have more combat effective forces. Militaries have looked at applications including natural language processing, to look at personnel records, to recommend people for promotion, to track performance, to look at projects as they're being completed for weapons development or other programs, to improve maintenance through predictive maintenance algorithms that might save money or make military hardware more operationally effective because it's available more. And AI is being used to process images from drones or satellites so that people can have better information about what's happening on the battlefield. Many of these applications of AI will make military forces more efficient, more capable, and in some cases may make it possible for militaries to operate more humanely and safely. For example, by having greater information about what's happening on the battle space so they can accurately identify valid enemy targets and avoid civilian casualties. Some AI applications could also be stabilizing by providing militaries with greater information about what enemy forces are doing before a conflict begins, reducing the potential for surprise attack. In the run-up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the US government was very active in sharing intelligence, including publicly declassifying information about Russia's military buildup. This was really vital in mobilizing other countries to support Ukraine. AI could be helpful in allowing militaries more information about what's going on, about what other countries might be doing, and help mobilize diplomatic efforts ahead of a conflict. But there are other areas where AI might raise very troubling questions about human control over warfare or could be destabilizing. We've already seen in Ukraine, for example, the use of AI-based image classifiers on drones that could be used to automatically detect enemy targets. Machine learning-based image classifiers have been used on Ukrainian drones to identify, for example, Russian tanks, and in at least one instance was used to carry out an attack on a Russian tank. Now, the available evidence suggests that in that instance, a human was still in the loop for decisions about the use of force. A human was still pulling the trigger, even if the AI was helping that person better understand the combat environment and make sure that they were accurately identifying enemy targets. But it's certainly possible to envision in the future, and not very distant future, to be honest, technologies that would take human out of the loop entirely. As the war in Ukraine drags on, in fact, we may see more innovation with not just drones, but also artificial intelligence, and eventually maybe even counter AI systems, just like we've seen countermeasures to various military innovations in other areas. One reason why militaries might feel compelled to take humans out of the loop of combat operations, for example, could be in communications denied environments. One of the innovations that we've seen in Ukraine is the use of counter-drone systems that zero in on the geolocation of the drone operator, and then target the drone operator with artillery strikes to kill the drone operator. That's one reason why militaries might decide to sever the communications link entirely and build a fully autonomous weapon that could go out, find enemy targets, and attack them without having to ask a human for permission, thereby exposing the human controller to risk of a potential counterattack. Lethal autonomous weapons is one example of some of the challenging issues that militaries will have to grapple with as they look about opportunities, but also risks in integrating artificial intelligence into their military operations. More broadly, nations will have to look for opportunities to engage in arms control or confidence building measures to reduce the risks of AI being integrated into militaries. Some Chinese scholars have talked about over the long term, perhaps several decades down the road, as AI is integrated into a whole wide range of combat applications, there being the potential for a singularity on the battlefield, a point in time at which the pace of combat action eclipses the ability for humans to respond. And humans effectively have to turn over control to machines just in order to remain effective on the battlefield. This already exists for some very narrow applications today. Things like automated defensive systems that at least 30 countries have in operation, and in some cases have had for decades, to defend ground vehicles, ships, and land bases against air and missile attack. But one danger is that as more and more AI and autonomy is integrated into militaries, that zone of machine speed in which humans have to turn over responsibility to machines just to remain combat effective grows over time to encompass more and more aspects of warfare, raising not only troubling legal and ethical questions, but also difficult questions about maintaining human control over warfare and escalation, and maintaining the human ability to stop wars once they're underway and to reach a political settlement and terminate wars. This is why it's vitally important that countries come together to better understand the risks surrounding artificial intelligence and look for ways to mitigate those risks and get ahead of these challenges. Thank you very much.
So that was Paul. To hear their thoughts on some of the issues that Paul raised and some other conversations, I would like to welcome on stage Camila Molineux, and Suki Fuller. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Okay, so first of all, what were your thoughts on the video? Suki, would you like to start us off?
No. It was a question. So there's an interesting point he made about the removal of humans from, well, de-escalation and for, okay, let me say this again. I have a problem. And for me, the problem is the fact that we are moving very much towards artificial intelligence, the fact of removing humans from the process. Because when it comes to escalation, how is a robot or another autonomous being going to know? There's a nuance to being human that has not been captured. It may in the future be captured, but core, fundamental of being a human, I don't think that can be captured in a machine, no matter how much we may try. I do not believe that's possible. So there is that nuance of how you de-escalate a situation that a drone, a robot is not going to be able to do it. So I think that's one of those things we have to talk to her about. But apologies, I have a little bit of a cold, so occasionally I may cough violently. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, and I would completely agree. And I guess thinking about sort of having worked in the space of drones and looking at how big military drones have been used for targeted killing, for example, I sometimes find myself being perhaps overly negative, but I think like Paul raised some points about how AI could improve operations, it could make operations more humane, it could provide more battlefield information that is useful and therefore help identify targets. And I know that there is lots of potential to harness AI, but I think one of my concerns is that, and we've seen it with certain other introductions of whether it's technology or new ways of doing things within remote warfare, for example, that there's this idea that using all this technology makes an operation more effective, makes it better, and we don't always understand the full impact of it before it's deployed, and in particular in this current security environment where there's a lot of power competition. I am sometimes concerned that this race to implement AI first, because you always have to be at the front, has risks that militaries might not feel like they have time to properly think about.
So on that you just said, do you think that this increase in technological arms race would mean sort of like an end to drones, or how do you think that's going to progress?
I don't think there's going to be an end to the use of drones in conflict. I think when I started working in this field, drones were synonymous with like the large US military drones, right? The Predator, the Reaper. That's no longer the case. You have everything from that all the way down to, for example, ISIS did very well in moderating commercial drones, right, and using them. And you have people in the military on both sides in Ukraine using small commercial drones just to surveil the area they're in and things like that. So I think considering the price and of drones, also large drones are much cheaper than deploying airplanes. There's considered to be a lot less risk. And they're considered to be very efficient, even if I don't always agree with that. And so I think the narrative around the drone makes it a very compelling tool for states to use, but also non-state armed groups. So I don't think that's going to change.
Suki, oh yeah, go for it, please.
I think there's another aspect, and ironically, as people that are technologists, we are skeptics, I think, on the use of technology, because with emerging tech, especially with new technology, there is that race to be first. First does not mean better, and better definitely doesn't mean that it's good. And one of the areas I think very much in deep tech, defense tech, that's often overlooked is the environmental impact. And for me, I am, from my background, very much human first when it comes to intelligence. And when you are looking at technology being developed, and yes, you can use smaller, nimble, faster drones, but that's a lot of waste. Those are getting shot down. We see in Ukraine, excuse me, that's a lot of waste. And we don't know the long-term environmental impact of that. We don't know the long-term or the short-term environmental impact when we are using these technologies. Because, yeah, it's great. We can defend, we can attack, we can do whatever. But ultimately, when it comes down to the impact, it may actually be something that we think is very offensive in protecting us, but it may end up being quite detrimental. And that's affecting water supply, and it's affecting the food chain, it's affecting my health. I just want people to be very much more aware and to think about those repercussions, because tech, I believe, tech cannot save us. And it's one of those phrases that's out there, and I very much believe that we are enabled and tech aids us, but we have to not forget that we build the tech, even when the tech takes over. The biggest thing is, and I say this all the time, you can have a world of coders, that's great, but if you have no one to build the computer, to build the hardware, what's the point? So you need to have those people at the very beginning of the supply chain that understand where you're getting those minerals, where you're getting those ores and that lithium from. And I think that is an area in technology that needs to be looked at more, especially in regards to defense tech, is how we are developing and where we are developing from.
Yeah, and I think if I could add a quick comment to that, I think there's also this perception, talking about the coders, for example, that AI can be objective, that you can remove biases that humans don't have. Well, the coders are going to code their biases into systems. We see this in lots of different examples, and so I think this idea that the algorithm or the computer is going to be able to do something better than a human is something we need to be careful about thinking.
Always starts with person.
Yeah, on that point, do you think these new technologies will impact civilian protection in a positive way or in a negative way?
Sorry, what did you say?
The impact of like these new emerging technologies.
Oh, it's a good question. I think there is definitely some potential there. Like, I think one of the things that states, especially that export or use large, medium altitude, long endurance drones, like the Reaper or the Predator, for example, or the Turkish TB2 say, is that you have this persistent oversight. So if you're looking for someone, a high target value or a high value target, you can potentially identify this person and look at where they are, what they're doing, who's around them, to try and ensure that you minimize civilian casualties if you, for example, do strike. But I think there is still so many problems in the process of collecting, analyzing data. For example, the perhaps most prominent example is the drone strike in Kabul, right, just before the Allied forces pulled out. For 8 hours, the US followed this aid worker and was convinced that he was a terrorist and decided after 8 hours to strike. I know they were in a very high pressure situation. There were threats to Allied personnel and troops, so there's no doubt about that. But there's this idea that because you have persistent oversight, you'll be able to target the right person, and we see this again and again not necessarily being the case. And so I think similarly with some of these Project Maven or other algorithmic decision-making systems that have been made to try and aid humans sort through all of this vast intelligence that we're collecting to try and identify, for example, terrorists and who we might want to take out or not, you see that how they're processing the data often means that there are oversights or there are biases that mean that often the wrong people end up on the list. So there was an Al Jazeera journalist, for example, who is super well known for really, really great frontline work, did several interviews with Osama bin Laden, for example, and this one US program was convinced that he was a high-level Al-Qaeda mule because of his movements, because it was looking at his metadata and where he was moving around in Pakistan and other places, but he was just doing his job as a journalist. And so, whereas you can see where these people are moving and where their signals are telling you that they are, you don't know what they're doing. And so there are a lot of factors therein that I think need to be thought through more and do bring up certain risks.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have programs that are doing the connecting of the data, and it looks really good. But the problem, and as I said, I am always going to come back to my box. Everybody has a little box. They think they don't, but you do. Everybody has a box, and mine is human. And for me, it is you always need to question whatever data is coming to you. And it may look really good. You can put it up on a board. You can connect all those dots. But it needs to have an application of a human eye sometimes in order to catch that nuance. Because if a person had looked at that and said, oh, well, I know that person's a journalist, that's an added aspect that just without just looking at just the pure data, no, everything stripped out, no human aspect of it, just where that person has been, yeah, they look like a terrorist. But that human knowledge, that person's a journalist, brings it into a different perspective category. And it's always why I'm questioning when we have a technology. It's like, how is this going to be applied in assisting a human? Not how is the technology going to be assisting another technology. It's how it's going to be assisting a person. Because I think ultimately, even though, yeah, we have people that make bad decisions, but you know, we have people that program that make bad decisions. That's why we have bad programs. But I think that that's an area that really needs to be explored. It's the question and it's the why. Why do we need that? How is it going to be assisting us? Is it necessary? It's like, do we need another food app? That's always my biggest issue. Have tech people coming, oh, do we need another food app? No, we need something entirely different in the world, not another food app. We need things that are built for a specific reason, to make the environment better, to make the world better, yes, to protect ourselves. But what are we protecting? Are we protecting the tech, or are we protecting people? Are we protecting the planet, or are we protecting something that is not even tangible? There's those deep, fundamental moral and ethical questions that I think really need to be applied when we are talking about the future of conflict. The fact that we're talking about the future of conflict, not the future of humanity, is itself, I think, sometimes a little, just the semantics is problematic, and it needs to be applied to our mindset when we are addressing an issue at the very onset. And just the word issue always implies that it's a problem, and that it's not a solution. Issue is just a discussion. But when you say issue, people think, oh, it's a problem. But I think those are just some of my thoughts, and I'm just throwing them out there while I can still speak. And now I'm going to drink some water.
Just while we're on that, the point of too much technology, do you think there might be too much technology being used in the battlefield? Do you think there's, because there's been, throughout history, there's been like developments of incredible technology which has shaped the way in which war is waged, but now there's so many different branches of it coming out. Do you think it's really changing the nature of war?
I think, following on to what Suki said, I think we have technology, and thus far we do have some systems like defense systems that are somewhat autonomous and that sort of work without too much human input. But in general, drones, for example, as they are today, they're a tool, right? They're a tool that humans use in war, like a manned aircraft, except it's not manned. And how that is used and whether it is used in a way that promotes civilian protection, for example, or not, depends on the processes behind it, your rules of engagement, your policies, your practices, your safeguards. And so it's not necessarily, I'm not against drones. I don't think they're here to stay. I don't think that's something that I'm going to spend my time arguing with people about, but the issue is how we use this and what kind of processes are behind them. And so I think that is the case with a lot of technology, arguing, like it has useful purposes, it can be used in very harmful ways, and so for me it's a lot about how these are being used and the safeguards and learning lessons when you make mistakes and having an idea of what the impact is on the ground. That is what I focus on rather than whether there is too much technology, I think.
Sotnyk, would you like to?
So there is that learning lessons. I hate that phrase. But I just wanted to raise a point of, I was speaking with two of the students outside, and one of the things is that who determines what's right and what's wrong? And it's, you know, like they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's what your beliefs are determines what you deem is right. So some of the things that we've seen currently with what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, there are definitely tactics that are being employed by one side that we, in particular, would find very offensive, very wrong. But on that side, they don't view it as wrong.
No.
And that's, in the application of technology, it's a matter of where the line is. And unfortunately, there isn't really a line. It's very gray. And in fact, the world is very gray. Yeah. But in technology, the use of technology, development of technology, even our policies, which are not completely developed, they won't ever be fully developed because the rapid development, deployment, initiation of technology, particularly when it comes down to conflict, is so rapid that our policies are so far, they won't catch up, especially if we're developing technology that is going to be thinking faster than we think. How are we going to be mandatorily moderating that? I think we've got ourselves in this nice little conundrum, this circle, you know, sort of like the intelligence cycle, just constantly iterating, because I don't think it will catch up. No. And that's just me being kind of skeptical of just the way of how much I love technology, and it's great to see all this development, but at the same time realizing we're almost committing our own demise at a very rapid rate, and nobody has actually stopped to think about how are we going to counter this? And because everybody wants to win.
Yeah, that's true.
And there is no countermeasure of, let's just stop and think, because you're always going to have what's deemed as bad actors. We think they're bad actors, they think they're good. So, you know, as I said,
yeah,
in the eye of the beholder.
And I think also one thing about the increased use of technology, automation, in conflict, one thing that I am worried about, that I think you've seen sort of decision makers, including military decision makers, talk about, is whether the use of drones, for example, other automated systems, lowers the threshold for the deployment of force. And you've had people from Obama to General Stanley McChrystal, who was the head of the US forces and the NATO forces in Afghanistan, to the MOD here in the UK, say as much, that it is likely that it lowers the threshold for the deployment of force, because the risk, both politically and to your own forces, your own soldiers, is much lower. And that, from a conflict mitigation perspective, from a protection of civilian perspective, is worrying, I think.
Just because we can reduce the amount of people that initially are not hurt doesn't make it the best thing, because it just means that we have weaponry can have the most impact when it is deployed. Yeah. So it's like the initial loss of life is reduced, but
on our side, certainly.
Yeah, well, depends on the counter.
Yeah, no, that's
so, you know, while you may not have, you know, a battalion go out and 50% of that are killed, someone deploys a missile and it's wiped out a whole city. So it's just it is, we very much are in, I think, with the use and rapid employment of technology, really have more of a ethical and moral dilemma questions than anything else. Technology, it's great, I love it, but at the same time, we have to realize that that's probably the biggest question. We can develop so many things so much faster. But I think, and I fear, as humans, we're not really developing, you know, where our brains are getting better, but they're not at the same rate as the things that we are developing that are being developed. We're not getting very much smarter.
And what could we do to sort of like moderate the use of these emerging technologies? Like, I think you worked for the APPG on drones and modern conflict, and you did this report about the control. Can you tell us a bit about that?
So I think when I worked in Parliament and I was coordinating a group of parliamentarians who were very interested in the use of armed drones in conflict, the sort of changing nature of conflict, there are certainly things you can do. I think really important things in terms of the use of drones specifically is accountability, oversight, and scrutiny of their deployment. That is not something we have much of in this country. Similarly, when it comes to civilian harm, right, we do not have a system that is fit for purpose, the UK, when it comes to understanding and evaluating the civilian harm that our airstrikes, for example, overseas have caused. And so I think it is crucial that there is more understanding and information, that governments talk more about where they do deploy drones. I think one of the things you see now with remote warfare more generally, right, so the deployment of special forces, the assistance of other countries, but you're not doing the frontline fighting, so you might not be party to the conflict. Things like this is that governments don't necessarily have to ask Parliament for permission because they're not actually in a war, or they're doing something covert, and so they can't. And so we have a situation where militaries are in more and more places, often without the public knowing, doing things that aren't really scrutinized often by anyone. And that's something that certainly some parliamentarians are very concerned about and are trying to do something about, because if you don't have that information, then how do you even know what's going on? And so I think that is crucial. And if you do have more information, you will see also that the public, I think, demand more clarity around why we are places and what we're doing there, and if it is our place to be there.
Sorry, before you add something, Suki, did you see any sort of progress from your report? Did you see any sort of response? Did anyone, you know?
I think I've had conversations, right, with the MOD, for example, about civilian protection. Worked a lot on the UK's Operation Shader, which was its deployment in the anti-Daesh or anti-ISIS coalition. And there are definitely people in the ministries that want to improve, but it's very difficult to actually get policies through. The priority isn't civilians over there, right? Priorities are elsewhere. Priorities are protecting our soldiers from being prosecuted or whatever else is in this nation's interest. And so I think it is very hard to get scrutiny around these elements, or these, the deployment of drones, for example, especially because a lot of it is within this framework of counterterrorism, right? And that allows you a lot of secrecy, and there is a lot of emotion involved. And that makes it very difficult. So you have some people who are really big champions within Parliament, who are really trying to push it, asking lots of questions in Parliament, trying to get information out, but the big necessary mechanisms or people high enough up to actually do something about it, it is more difficult. And it is a little bit like banging your head against the wall.
Would you like to add anything, Suki?
You are so right. Trying to get something, you may not like what I'm going to say. Basically, we're in this place right now where we are becoming more like those people that we don't like, with our adoption of our level of secrecy and lack of transparency. The way that we have to, unfortunately, because of the counterintel that needs to be undertaken, the level of openness in how we are actually mandating, building policy. There's a layer of secrecy that exists there that I don't think will ever go away, because, and it doesn't build public trust, but at the same time, as I said, it's gray. There's a public trust level that you want to have so people know that they're being protected. But at the same time, you can't give people all of that trust. You can't tell them, we are doing this 100%, because you're not. Nobody knows. The people that want to get it done understand those little nuances, but it's still really very frustrating to see where something could be going, but it can't possibly go because you don't have all the information. And there's always that 75% you may have, you get it there. And there's that 25% you'll never know. And just, I think that's the biggest frustration for a lot of people that work in the MOD, that are working in Parliament, is that they will never know 100%. There is never any one person that knows 100%. Even the person that's sitting at the very top, they will not know 100%. And so it can never really truly be fixed. It can be fixed to a certain extent, but that transparency is not going to happen. And that's what needs to happen in order for you to fix something. It needs at least 90%. It needs to be not just likely, it needs to be highly likely. It needs to be in that percentile, and it never gets there. And it won't get there, because one, that's human nature. No one knows 100% about anybody except themselves. So, you know, that's, I'm sorry, I sound really, really negative today. You know, I watched The Godfather 2 last night. Maybe that's it. I'm thinking, you know, like, oh. But it's one of those conundrums for me where I'm constantly thinking about how we can make it safer, but at the same time realize we can't make it 100% safe, because human nature in itself, people always want more. And there's always someone who's willing to cross the line to get more. There's always going to be conflict. But it's just a matter of how much and how far you're willing to go to get what you want, and to have the other person not have what they have. And so there's that question when we are developing tech, We are having these emerging how are we using that? And to recognize that the other side is not going to use it the same way. They will cross that line. They will develop the thing that you thought was, that's a little bad, but the other side's going to develop it. For every time we develop something good, a criminal, a nefarious actor will develop something that will be 10 times better because they're willing to cross those ethical lines. And that for me is the core question when we are thinking about the future and of conflict and of intelligence. We have to recognize there is something really very bad there, and we have to be aware of it, but sometimes we don't even want to be aware of it. We push it out the way. And I think there's an honesty and a reality that we need to face up to. And we are very idealistic in our thinking of how policy should be developed, how it can be implemented, how Geneva Conventions are going to be adhered to, because we see those are just words. They don't exist for some people. So we have to strip away that naivety when we are doing what we do. I'd say that's probably my best advice. Yeah, you can be naive, but just recognize, unfortunately, sounds so bad, there are just people that are evil. That's just the way it is. You have to always be very aware of that. Always. And you have to recognize that in yourself, too, because I know I can be pretty evil. I didn't say that. Oh, bad.
Just before we go into questions, is there any other remarks that you guys want to make? Any other points you want to raise?
Well, that's a good question. There are many points one could raise. I guess something that we haven't talked very specifically about, but which I think is important, for example, when you talk about drones, is that in the deploying military, the West policymakers, you talk about it as this precision weapon. It's surgical, strategic. You can take out someone without collateral damage. It's a great tool, but what you don't talk about is the people at the other end, right? And so whether it's people in Yemen, in Somalia, formerly in Pakistan, when there were drone strikes there, if you look at counterterrorism operations, that is, or people in northern Syria and Iraq, where Turkey's conducting drone strikes, there is a real impact that even just drones flying overhead has on their lives. And just remembering that, understanding that, and thinking about that means that you strip away some of that sort of myth around the precision strike and the fact that drones or wars can be bloodless or fought without casualties, because that's just not the case.
I completely agree. Suki, would you like to?
No, I'm just going to say, so true. So very true.
Okay, well, that was such a great conversation. Now we're going to open it up to the audience. Let's see if anyone has any questions. We've got Miles and Alex with the microphones. Just a few housekeeping rules before we start. You probably have heard this like 3 times now already, but I'm going to go at it again. I'm going to ask 3 to 4 questions. So if you could just identify yourself when you ask a question, say your name and where you come from, and then hopefully we'll do a few of these before. So Amma at the end.
Hi, my name is and I wanted to ask you, so drawing on this tension between the more cautious approach towards integrating EDTs in the military and the more optimistic approach that Paul underlined, what do you think are the prospects of a preemptive ban or a preemptive arms control agreement on certain technologies, if any?
They asked if you could repeat that, Alma.
So drawing on the tension between the more cautious approach towards the integration of EDTs in the military and the more optimistic approach that sees more benefits, sort of the approach that Paul underlined, what do you think are the prospects of a preemptive ban or a preemptive arms control agreement on certain emerging technologies at the moment?
Do you want us to answer this one, or do you doing like a group of them?
No, let's take them, and then the man, or is it the person in the front?
My name is Diego. I'm a second-year PP student at UCL. And I cannot help to wonder whether this technological development entails risk of manipulation or abuse over those of us who are becoming increasingly reliant on it. So how necessary do you estimate it is that young people learn about coding and hardware to ensure that they're protected against this risk?
Did you guys get that? Cool. And then last question, the person with the brown and the fun sleeves. You.
Hi, I currently study law at UCL, and I was wondering, like Suki, you rightly pointed out how everyone wants to get competitive advantage in these tech, and that we don't have a consensus in any where the ethical lines are, and if state actors like China or North Korea or the West and non-state actors, if they all want to gain this competitive advantage, then what role could law have? But not just what you said, words like Geneva Conventions, but what are some substantive role that law could have?
Please take it away.
Okay, my 2 cents. When it comes to arms control on emerging tech, or even the role law can have when you talk about competitive advantage, ethics, I'm certainly in the current international environment not convinced that new laws or restrictions, treaties on anything is going to be very likely, considering how polarized things are at the moment. In conversations with the ICRC, for example, we often talk about, okay, but is it possible to improve certain parts of the Geneva Convention or other additional protocols to try and mitigate for example, lethal autonomous weapons, which some people are very concerned about? And essentially, their response is, if we try to do anything again now, the outcome would probably be less good than what we had before because of the place the world is in now. So I think I'm quite pessimistic, at least when it comes to developing new frameworks. I think there is still an element of some states being quite strict when it comes to what lines they will or will not cross, at least if, I guess depending somewhat on the conflict they're in. So if they're attacked, then they might be more willing to put certain principles to the side than if they are engaging in a conflict somewhere else. But I'm not overly positive. I don't know, Suki, what you...
I'm not either. I think for new frameworks to be developed, for new frameworks to even come about, it seems that the only time people are willing to develop something new when it comes to an agreement of those sorts is after there has been a major conflict. So I'm thinking, when whatever plays out with Ukraine and Russia, we'll likely, and I hazard a guess that there will be something in Asia Pacific probably in the next 2 to 3 years. I'd say, give or take about 10 years, we'll probably be willing to have some sort of framework where, because it'll take that amount of time, I think, for people in the whole world to come around going, okay, we're really sick of this fighting and this war stuff. Technology will have gotten to a place where it will become more precise, also more brutal, and just people will basically be sick of it. There'll be a lot more hungry people in the world, and there'll be a lot more people that will have more. And so that divide will happen. And I don't think until there has been a major military action globally, until that happens, I don't think that next iteration of law will come into place, because it hasn't affected or touched everybody in the world. Once it has really touched everybody, there'll be more open discussion, because people will be willing, because their population will start to demand it more. That's just me being skeptical. The timeline could be a little closer. It could never happen, but in my assessment, sorry to be so depressing, but hey, you know what? Realism. You know, we can't all be idealistic and wish that the world is great and shiny. It's great and shiny, but come on, we live in London, it's gray. So, you know, hey, let's just have a little realism. And just because we are in this room and a majority of you are students, I think that having that knowledge now to be more realistic, to be more honest, is an advantage that people in my generation definitely didn't really think about. If you think of anybody, even in the 90s, even just before 9/11, there was so much idealistic thought and optimism. People weren't really considering the possibilities of what could happen. And so the fact that you're living and you're in your prime in this time is definitely an advantage. It means that you are very much more rounded in your thinking of what could possibly go wrong, what can possibly go right, and how it can be better. So you have, I'd say, a competitive advantage being at the age you are now. And I would just like to say, don't screw it up, because I'd like to be retired and, still be alive. So, you know, work on those policies and work on getting these issues sorted for me, please. Next 20 to 30 years. Thank you.
Right, next round of questions.
Cool.
Are we going to talk about the person in the fun shirt?
Just leave it there.
There, Grant.
We didn't answer all the questions. There were some other questions.
Oh.
Weren't there?
Oh.
There was a question on this guy down the front here had a question.
Yeah, that is true, sorry. Grant, okay, you keep the mic, Grant. Okay.
I'll just quickly address that. You were talking about coding and hardware and software. And as I said earlier, the fact that there is very much a push, especially here in the UK, about leveling up and making everybody code, that's great. It's a skill that I think your generation, definitely children that are young, will have. They'll have that. But unfortunately, they'll only have that if they have an education accessibility where it is available, because we have children that we've seen during the pandemic that did not have access to a computer to even complete their schoolwork. So until that happens, until there is a basic fundamental baseline of accessibility for everybody, it's not going to happen. And there's also the discounting. I was last week at the Institute of Technology, and the fact that there has not been a heavy emphasis on apprenticeships. And I went to Mercyhurst University, and it is practical application and theory. And that's a university where you actually get to practice what you're learning. And I think for a lot of people, they don't have the access to practicing what they're learning while they're in school. You guys have it here. Excuse me for using the word guys. But you have it here. But I think what's missing is not being aware that, for instance, the average person doesn't realize the cloud is not a cloud. It is hardware. And if you do not have that, you cannot do anything. And those are areas that we really need to re-emphasize when we are looking at the future of conflict. It may be a drone, but somebody has to build that drone. Someone has to fix the robot that is building the drone, if it is a robot that's building the drone. Somebody had to do that original initial work. There needs to be a person that knows how to fix that. There needs to be a person that knows how to fix your mobile phone when it's broken. You're not going to send it to a factory and have a robot fix it. It's going to be the person in the store that knows how to fix it. It's going to be that person that knows how to put it together. We're losing some of the basics that we need in order to function should things come offline. And I think that is very, very important. That's something you should remember. We need people that know how to use Morse code. Because as we've seen in Ukraine, when you don't have power, we've seen it in every quote-unquote developing country, when they don't have the infrastructure to use high technology, they've had to use what's considered old technology, which isn't tech. So just remember, a wide array of knowledge is necessary. So, you know, people, just remember, learn how to use a dial-up phone. But I don't know, does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. And there was a question, sorry, I just know that I don't want to not answer the question. So there was somebody in the back who asked about preemptive strikes. Did you answer that?
That was to do with arms control, no?
Oh, yeah, okay, you did. Okay, we're good. Sorry.
Grant, go ahead. No, fair enough.
Hi, my name's Grant. I'm an MA student at King's. Thanks for the great discussion so far. I have a question specifically for Camilla. So from your experience doing fieldwork in Yemen as part of the APPG on drones, can you add some color and bring some of those civilian stories to life a little bit of those who have experienced or being a victim of drone strikes?
Cool. Anyone else? The person in the beige. Just there. And then anyone else? Any more hands? The woman with the glasses in the back. Yeah, you. With the finger, yeah. Yeah, Alex, can you? Thank you.
I'll just ask my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I do a master's in conflict studies at LSE. And I was wondering, in terms of artificial intelligence and the resolution of conflicts, like when the conflicts come to an end, what do you think could be some of the ways that AI could assist humans in mediation? In terms of, for example, gathering and distributing information to overcome issues like the security dilemma, could AI have some benefits that could kind of enhance human decision-making in that context? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the conference. My name is Diana, I'm a dual degree student with Sciences Po, and my question mostly relates, since IA uses huge amounts of data and intelligence, that's basically intelligence, how do you see intelligence in the future of war and how that relationship will evolve? Thank you.
Okay, should I start with the question on, I guess, the human cost of drone warfare? I think, I don't really know where to start. I think the voices of the civilians that are sort of on the sharp end of our foreign policy, if you will, or defense policy, have almost entirely been excluded from any conversation about the use of drones, about its effectiveness, its impact. And that also means that we don't completely understand the impact of it because we haven't listened to the people at the other end. We're very distant from it. When I was in Yemen and I was speaking to a bunch of families living in different villages that in central Yemen in a governorate called Marib, where there has been quite a bit of Al-Qaeda activity, And the drone strikes there have gone on for a really long time. So the first drone strike was in 2002, and then under Trump in particular, there was very frequent drones flying overhead and also strikes. And the overwhelming sort of feedback or points that people put across to me was this sort of constant fear, right? Because you don't know who's going to be targeted. They don't understand what the model or the selection process for who is a terrorist is, right? So you had, I guess if I go back a bit, there were three in particular things that I think were really important takeaways and where it really impacted people's lives. So it was mental health, education, and livelihoods. When it comes to mental health, living under this, not always constant, but there is buzzing overhead. You had some villagers or people I spoke to who were about 1,900 people living in a village, and 2 to 4 times a month they'd have a drone fly overhead. And the reaction of the children were that they all ran home from school screaming for their mothers. Everyone got into their cars and they evacuated into the desert. And then they waited until the drones left, and then they came back. And if you do that 2 to 4 times a month, right, even if you don't have a strike, but you don't know who's going to be taken out or why, that is extremely scary. And it means that you have, in some situations, children don't want to go to school, for example. Their parents might not let them go to school because the route to school they find is perhaps dangerous. You have a lot of children in particular that have quite a lot of, I guess, reactions which would be, you think are entirely understandable, where you'd have insomnia, depression, mood swings, anxiety, fear. And then obviously if you do have family members that have been killed, then that's an added layer to it. When it comes to education, as I said, some children might not want to go to school, parents might not feel it's safe for them to go, or if you have family members who have passed or have been targeted by a drone, you might not have the opportunity to go to school because you might need to help with the income of the family, right? Certainly this part of Yemen is a part of, or the way that work works is that women work at home and on the land, and that's generally not paid work, and men go out and have paid work. If then that man is killed, there is a huge issue around how do you get income for the family. And I think that's the same with livelihoods. If you have the breadwinner passes or is killed, or you have targeting of farmers, for example, people don't always feel like it's safe to go out and farm their land, so they might stop doing that. If your car gets targeted, or part of your house, you don't have the money to rebuild or get something to replace it, and so that's a real issue. And you have certainly some of the people who are targeted are members of Al-Qaeda, but their family members might not be, or the people who are targeted are entirely not. And it's extremely problematic in places like Yemen, where, for example, you have a culture of extreme hospitality. If someone travels through your village and you don't know them, the culture is you ask them if they want to stay over, if they want to come for dinner. And then sometimes people might have Al-Qaeda people in their houses. They don't know that, but that is the culture you provide for people who come to visit. And then you might end up having a drone strike. But I think in general, people just really struggle to understand who are targeted and why. And a lot of the people I spoke to expressed a willingness to want to work with the local police if they were only informed of who the US was looking for. And that comes to another point, right? That a lot of the people who are targeted, the US doesn't necessarily know their identity, but they have like a pattern of suspicious behavior, and that is why they're targeted. And so that is not something that is possible. And I think also if you zoom out even more, the fact that the West in general, if there is a fragile state, a state that has violence, insecurity, the sort of go-to response of Western states is a very heavy, securitized military response. And you see that in Marib. You've got drones flying overhead, special forces raids, but you also see within the local community a really good response to insecurities that is actually addressing the root causes of conflict. And so you have these two parallel structures, one that's working really well, the other one that's causing a lot of grief for civilians and also taking out some Al-Qaeda members, yes, but is often undermining this local security structure that has been built up by local people who understand the local situation. And I think it is important, if the West wants to continue supporting counterterrorism measures, if you will, that you work with local people who have the actual solutions that address the root causes of conflict, not just sort of mowing the lawn. And that was a lot of talking from me, so I'm going to shut up now.
No, that's okay, because I do want to add some stuff to that.
Please.
And you mentioned about the depression, the anxiety that people feel. As an analyst, there's another nuance that I have a tendency to look at. As we said, we are now, I'm human. It's the ethnographic culture change that occurs. Because as you were talking about, people feel less hospitable, so it's changing the way that they are interacting with others that are in and around their area. The effects it's having physically, yeah, we know the psychological effects, but there is that physical effect, and that is you have a higher stress level, so your blood pressure is higher. It also means that you're changing your sleeping habits. It means that your diet is probably changing also, because you may either eat too much or you don't eat as much. That means that you're also changing your patterns of when you are getting up in the middle of the night to use your bathroom, which generally are not always inside your house when you are living in Yemen. So that's changing some of the core fundamental patterns that you may be viewing as you are in a drone. The patterns that you're seeing, and those change, become more scattered and different, making it harder for you to figure out who is who. And that also plays into the whole long-term changes. And those are just some of the things that I have a tendency to look at. It's the sort of the disparate data that changes over time, because it can look very consistent, but the more impact that it has on a specific environment, because people are getting affected by drones. They are getting affected by warfare and the possibility. And that also affects how those children are developing and how they are not developing. And you can see those changes if you sort of lay over maps. You can see how people will no longer go to certain parts of a village or a town because the people over there, they don't really know them so well, and a lot has happened over there that has had a negative impact on their environment, so they just won't go there. And you'll begin to see that once you start overlaying all of the information. And I think we'll stop so that we can get to the other questions.
Yeah, the other two, yeah.
And I can cough.
We only have 3 minutes.
So there was a question about the use of AI to end conflict or in conflict mediation. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think, do you want to go?
I think that the advantage that we'd have with AI in that regards is the fact that we'd be able to identify more possibilities. Because if we're using computing to get to all of the possibilities, yeah, you'd have more, probably a little bit too much. But there are possibilities that we as humans may not think about, may not consider. Just with all the input of information, we may not even have recognized that it's a possibility. With AI, it's giving us more options. I don't think it's going to be the thing that's going to solve it. As I said, tech cannot save us. Tech can aid us in saving ourselves. But I don't think it would be AI. I think it would just help us discover more possibilities and possibly sift through more information. That's what I think it's the aiding of how we as humans will resolve the issue. The possibilities of resolution that we may not consider. You know, that structured analysis of competing hypotheses. It's like, as a person, it may not even have been in the matrix. But with AI, it may allow us to even put that on the matrix. Initial thought?
Were that all the questions? Or was there,
there was
the last
another.
one. Oh, sorry. I can't remember what
I can't. Human resolution? No. Benefits, AI. There was something about the future. Oh, I think there were two questions, but they sort of worked in conjunction.
I mean, we don't really have much time, so I'm just going to end it there. I'm so sorry that your question didn't get answered. I'm just very conscious of time. But thank you so much, Suki and Camille, for a great discussion, and thank you. And also thank you so much to you guys for coming and asking such great questions. One sec before you leave. We're now going to go into a lunch break for an hour until 2 p.m., where we will come back to the panel on identities and conflict in the Middle East. You're more than welcome to stay in the room, or you can find somewhere to sit in the building as well. If you've got a packed lunch, you know, there's a lot of places to sit. There's Chapters Cafe upstairs. There's a lot of places if you go up and down the Strand. So yeah, please be back at 2 promptly so we can start the conference. And 1:55, please, everyone in their seats. So yeah, thank you again to both of our panelists, and we'll see you back in an hour. It's just a negative topic, and
I was just like, you know what, I just need to give it. After my little dinner the other night, I'm like, there needs to be some realism, because it's a room with a bunch of white guys, all older, and everybody was just, oh, well, you know, we can do this, and we can do that. I was like, be realistic, people. You know, I'm like, you don't even know how to code, you know? You've been in defense, whatever, for like 50 years, you know? Been in defense longer than I've been alive, and we still haven't got this shit right, so shut up. You know?
So if you can come down this way, I'm going to give you some presents.
Mind if we do a photo, Suki and I do a photo quickly?
Yeah, sure, please.
I know you're going to kill me, but it's fine.
No, let's do a photo with all of us.
If you just come down this way.
Not yet.
Who's going to do a picture?
Do you want to do it in front of the...
Yeah.
Oh, you know, we could switch the slide.
Oh, really?
That's
Am I
it.
in the way?
Sorry. I know that you want to ask a question, and I'm just standing up here just talking to somebody I already know. That's all good stuff.
Hi. Sorry, can people hear me? Sorry, everyone, please get seated. We're about to begin.
Can you put the volume up a little bit on your panel? Can you put the volume up a little bit on your panel? It's quite very hard to hear the questions. Anyway. Yes. Yeah. The deaf people like me.
Yeah, I can ask for them to
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please get seated. I hope you all had a restful lunch break. Now the panels are back in session. Welcome to the Social Identities Exploring National, Ethnic, and Religious Identities in the Middle East. I am Eve Nanticha Bawonawarak, and I will be your moderator for today. And today we have three distinguished panelists joining us today in discussing how the identity dynamics in the Middle East has affected current conflict and will affect future conflict. So firstly, we have Gillian Dare, who's a retired diplomat with experience in conflict stabilization, strategy management in the Middle East and North Africa region, to my left. And then we have Professor Mary Cowdor, who's the Professor Emeritus of the Global Governance and Director of Conflict and Civicness Research Group at the London School of Economics. And finally, we have Dr. Craig Larkin, who's a reader in Middle East politics and also a director for the Centre for Studies of Divided Societies at King's College London. Before we begin, I would like to set out some kind of expectations and lay out the structure of this panel. So we will begin with each speaker having 5 to 7 minutes speech on their topics, and then it will then be a moderated discussion with questions directed by me, and afterwards we will then proceed to have audience questions. And I would encourage you to ask any questions. No questions is, just be comfortable with asking questions, and we're here to help you, essentially. And I'll be quite a strict chair, so when you ask any questions, please make sure that it ends in a question mark and it's directed towards 1 to 3 panelists, and I may cut you off if your questions goes on for a bit long, so please understand just in terms of timekeeping. And yes, without further ado, Gillian, would you like to take the stage?
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for inviting me to talk to you. I noticed that the title of this conference is The Future of Conflict. I just wanted to make one introductory remark, first of all, and that is conflict is part of the human condition. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It can lead to reform and change. It's only and progress. It's only when it's violent that and based on struggles for power and control, that it gets out of control and becomes negative. The key for us is to build a society where diversity can flourish. And the Middle East is one of the oldest and most diverse societies in the world. It's probably the cradle of civilization. We've had Yazidis, Christians, Jews, Shabaks, Sabaeans, Mandaeans, Turkmen, and many others that go back thousands of years and have managed to live side by side, not always happily, but they have lived side by side, and have gone from, that's been the strength of the Middle East. But with the growth of extremism in the last 30 years, and an unwillingness to accept and respect ethnic and religious differences, has led to an increase in violent conflict in the region and oppression of minorities, culminating in the ISIL occupation of Iraq and Syria, growing tensions and outright conflict between Palestinians and Israelis, and civil wars in Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen, which have led to massacres, exile, and the devastation of complete communities. Many of these minorities that I mentioned a moment ago are now down to only a very few thousand people left, not only in the region, but in the whole world. Their very existence is under threat. Marginalization and violent attacks have threatened these identities and exacerbated historical rivalries. Discrimination, legal and illegal restrictions placed on them by a dominant community in government has both strengthened and threatened their identities and led them to adopt active ways to protect themselves and often to fight back, leaving these communities highly vulnerable and insecure. And governments have been unwilling or unable to protect the interests of the minority communities, leading to a breakdown of any trust in government at all. Understanding these religious and ethnic identities is critically important in assessing patterns of displacement and dynamics of conflict and peace building, as well as programmatic and policy responses to humanitarian crises. Conflicts across the region have been driven by discrimination and marginalization, generating massive numbers of refugees and IDPs, placing heavy burdens on host communities to which they flee, and fueling additional tensions. Individuals or groups have been targeted for their identity, even by local officials, such as UNHCR, whose job is actually there to support and protect them. And they face insecurity during community activities, such as weddings and funerals, which are a key part of their identity, and have been targeted. This has all been particularly fueled by neighboring countries, particularly Iran, Turkey, and Saudi, who have been, in effect, fighting proxy wars and pursuing agendas of their own in the region. At national level, there are significant inconsistencies in all the countries, practically, between rights enshrined in constitutions and national legislation. Few minorities have any representation in government, parliaments, or in the security institutions such as the police. The same is true for many of the international human rights instruments to which all the Middle East countries have signed up, but which they don't comply. A perfect example is the treatment of Palestinian children, which doesn't comply with anything in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And this lack of legal protection and remedies has meant that minorities do not enjoy full citizen rights in their own country. And that's very important. They don't have equal access to justice, to rule of law, to services such as health and jobs, and cannot stand for public office except where they have reserved positions. Education itself is generally biased, making it unacceptable to the minorities. In addition to all of this, the minorities have either lost any identity documents when they were fleeing from their homes or deliberately hid their identities in the first place, or never had any formal documentation. This has made it very difficult for them to prove their regional ethnic or religious identity or to pass it on to their children, which is another major factor. especially those who were abducted and forced to convert. Some groups, such as the Bedouin, Gypsies, and Bedouins, were never even registered in the first place and are not recognized by any of the governments, and have no proof of their ethnic or religious identity. And so, of course, cannot access services or regain land and property, or even prove their right to live in their homeland. Children born from forced marriages with Muslim men or women abducted and forced to convert are automatically designated Muslims under Sharia law. As a result, the children cannot regain their religion or ethnic identity, as Sharia does not allow for conversion to another religion. This is another form of genocide that people don't always realize, because it has been used as an instrument deliberately to reduce the number of adherents to the minority communities. In addition to insecurity and lack of government investment, unequal access to public services, barriers to registering businesses and complying with complicated discriminatory procedures imposed by local and national bureaucracy, the inability to get contracts, to pursue things through the courts, and, of course, employment based on patronage, and more broadly, corruption, has resulted in minorities being forced to compromise, i.e. to do deals with militia groups and political parties in order to operate. For example, to take goods to market, you nearly always have to pass through several different checkpoints and pay all of them along the way. Growing frustration and a sense of injustice as a result, particularly among young people, has led to an increase in non-state militia, leading to greater securitization within the communities to protect themselves. In recent months, we have seen more protests by young people in every country in the region. Witness the young Palestinians fighting the Israeli forces, youth-led protests in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Iran, and especially by women there. And fast communication networks, something in your previous panel that we were talking about, have facilitated the spread of ideas and information and are helping these groups to share, support, and arm each other, resulting in greater cooperation between opposition groups and dissident groups. Another danger. Small arms in particular freely flow around the region and are cheap. It's worth remembering that 2/3 of the population of this region are under 30 years of age, and that figure is set to grow. A new social identity group that the current structures can't cope with. The lack of employment opportunities has also led unemployed young people into joining militia groups, and we've met many of those, in order to feed themselves and their families, because there's no alternative, which is increasing securitization. And then look at the impact on women of all of this. Women's equality has declined after decades of conflict. That'll be not long. Economic sanctions, discriminatory legislation, and reversion to conservative religious and cultural norms have all affected the women. Women experience double discrimination in society and the workplace, both as members of a minority and by reason of their gender. And the reality for these women is that the impact of war and sectarian conflict has resulted in deep and extensive trauma. The increase in the number of female-headed households as a result of the conflict is another major problem, because women are now the sole breadwinners, but are in fact discriminated against when it comes to running companies. Ostracization and violence from within their own communities has also affected women who were abducted and raped and have tried to come back into their own communities. So, vulnerable minorities lack confidence in government that they will take the necessary steps to help them, reintegrate to protect them, and particularly the women and girls from future threats. The lack of security and discrimination is a key barrier for women and minorities to survival. So not only is gender-based violence on the increase, but also the uncontrolled operation of rival militia groups and the threat of violence from them. All the evidence shows that meaningful participation of women in public and political life and the ability to exert real influence in developing inclusive policy and governance strengthens the stabilization process and is essential to building lasting peace.
Thank you so much, Gillian,
So,
for
I will
your
add
opening
that.
speech, and I
But
think the discussion on women
we'll
will be
add that into the discussion.
yeah,
So
picked
thank
up
you.
later, definitely, and it's all very interesting on different from individual to from individual men and women level and to state and international level. So thank you so much for your opening speech. Next we have Professor Caldor. Would you like to begin your opening speech following this?
Yes, I mean I'm really glad that Gillian started on with the point that conflict is everywhere in our societies, and actually what democratic societies are about is having mechanisms for dealing with conflict. We have parliaments, elections, we have courts, we have masses of committees. All of these are ways of kind of managing conflict. And I have a French colleague, Michel Vivorca, who always makes the point violence actually closes down conflict. It prevents you from having these kinds of open discussions. So actually I feel that's a point that was made by Gillian that was very relevant to what I wanted to say. So what I want to say is that what you observe nowadays, that we've seen worldwide a new rise of authoritarian regimes. And what characterizes them is two things, actually three things. One is what is called colloquially crony capitalism. My colleague Alex de Waal talks about the political marketplace. He talks about a situation where politics is about money. It's about you want access to the state for money, not because you want to carry out some new program. And it's sort of built into the system because you need money in order to get access to the state, and then you need the money in order to. So it's a sort of corrupt system. But what is fascinating is that we see this everywhere. We call it oligarchy, we call it crony capitalism. It's very typical in the Middle East because the Middle East are largely rentier states. They largely are based on income from oil and gas that comes to the state rather than to ordinary people. So their revenue doesn't really rest on taxation. So they don't need a kind of social contract with citizens. And so it's very typical of the Middle East. But what is fascinating is that there seems to be a co-occurrence between crony capitalism or the political marketplace and what I would call exclusivist identity politics. They seem to go together. And they also go together with extreme patriarchy. They're very gendered. So what I'd like to say is to unpack that a little bit and then say something at the end about what that implies about how we address conflict. So just a word or two, what do I mean by exclusivist identity politics? I think it has three elements. One is that it's singular. I don't know if any of you have read Amartya Sen's book on identity and violence, but he makes the point that it's always singular identities. That means it's the most important identity. And most people are a mixture of everything. I mean, we're nearly all a mixture. If you look at your backgrounds, you're not only an ethnic mixture, you're a religious mixture, but just everything. I mean, I'm supposed to be Jewish. I don't know whether I really am because I've got a Mongolian spot on my back. So I'm Jewish, I consider myself to be a European, I'm British, I'm a grandmother, I'm an intellectual, and one day one identity seems more important and another day another identity. It's when you think one identity is the most important identity that is what Amartya Sen means by singular identities. And singular identities are almost always, and that's the second point, binary. They're always against somebody else. Sartre made the point, it's the anti-Semite that makes the Jew. If you're Shia, it's because you're not Sunni. Or if you're Croat, you're not Serbian. And it's in which I'll come to in a minute, it's situations of violence that identity becomes so incredibly important. And the third element of exclusivists is that there's always an attempt to fix them, to make them permanent, to make sure you're always that. So this is what I mean by exclusivist. And I think what I want to say is that these types of identity, which we see so much in the Middle East at the moment, and which characterize authoritarianism in many places, look at Putin, are constructed. Now, that's something all of you will have discussed. Political scientists have over and over again made the point that these identities aren't essentialists, they're not deep, they're not, identities change over time, and yet this, what one might call this primordialist conception of identity, always seems to take over. It takes over when people are trying to negotiate peace deals. It takes over when the BBC reports the war in Syria as between Sunni and Shia. It just takes over the narratives. And I think in political science, one of the problems is quantitative political science, because once you start adding up numbers, proportions of populations, you sort of again are fixing identity. So how is identity constructed? Well, of course, it's partly media. I know Dan's going to talk about memory. All sorts of things are involved, but very important is violence. If you're about to be killed because you're Sunni or Shia, then it really matters. And I just, to give you one example, because I can see Eve looking anxious about the time, the Syrian War. The Syrian War began with protests for democracy. What the Assad regime did was to try to say the opposition is Sunni, and this is an ethnic conflict. And so he used, well, he's called Alawi, which is a sort of Shia. He used Alawi militias, and he deliberately attacked Sunni places. Actually, most of the protesters were against violence. They thought they could never win against the Syrian state. But some of them did form militias, and those militias were funded by Sunni donors from the Gulf. And so they took on a Sunni identity. And what Assad succeeded in doing was preventing democracy by creating a violent conflict between Sunni and Shia, which seemed quite, I mean, every Syrian I've ever talked to says, well, they're usually mixed, and they say it never was important to us in the past. And I have the same experience in nearly all conflicts I've followed closely. So I'm back to Gillian's point, this kind of framing the conflict as a violent, extreme conflict between exclusivist identity is a way of closing down democracy. Closing down. So just a final point, because what does that imply about what one does about conflict? Well, what it implies is there's a real problem with just trying to negotiate peace deals among different ethnicities. And I won't go into it, we can maybe go into it more in the discussion. I think there are two things we need to do. One is there are many, many people who refuse this kind of exclusivist identity. The protesters in Syria who became civil society. And we've seen, for example, just after the earthquake, an amazing upsurge of civil society. And very key to civil society thinking is to refuse this kind of exclusive identity. And gender is also a very important issue. So really allying with civil society is a very important thing to do. But the other thing is, it is linked to raunchier capitalism. And actually, our dependence on fossil fuels is not just a problem for climate change. It's a problem for authoritarianism and conflict. And I think that's what we should think about. Let's reduce our dependence on fossil fuels so we stop creating these monstrous regimes in the Middle East and elsewhere.
Thank you so much, Professor. And that's a really interesting kind of kind of introduction into the idea of how identity issues right now are like self-perpetuating by the states, by crony capitalism, and how there's like no social contract in the rise of the authoritarian regime, which I will probably ask a question about that and conflict as we come on to, as we follow after the speech from Dr. Larkin. So without further ado.
Great. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I didn't have to go very far from my office upstairs, but it's lovely to be on such a panel. And I think I've been researching in the Middle East for the last 20 years, and my research has focused on the intersection of identity and conflict, particularly through the frames of memory and urban space. And I think of when the first study that was looking at the impact of the Lebanese civil war on youth, and what it confirmed to me is sometimes the salience of transgenerational memory. That not only are we dealing with the present grievances, but historical grievances, historical divisions and traumas have intergenerational impacts. This Lebanese conflict that went on for 15 years had a legacy. Even though it was resolved in 1990, it had a legacy. Even though it was suppressed, there was some type of social amnesia. For many youth, they had to deal with the consequences of the previous generation. And I was struck using Hirsch's idea of post-memory, which had been contained just to Holocaust studies. I was struck how this had wider applicability to basically post-conflict settings where there's been traumatic ruptures that people can't really communicate or talk about it. It has an impact on how we understand ourselves and how we interact in space. Even in the recent Lebanese Thawra, 2019, again, civil war memories were evoked, where part of the slogans, one of the slogans, Nahna al-Thawra Shabiya, wa Inta al-Harb Ahliya. We are the popular revolution, you are the civil war. So even though this is a generation removed, the idea that the civil war had impact in this new regime. This is how memory can play. It can be evoked, it can be instrumentalized, and it can also be challenged. I also worked in East Jerusalem for a number of years looking at the politicization of memory and heritage, particularly around the city of David, Elad, the settler movement, creating a new heritage park in one of the most densely populated Palestinian neighborhoods. I think that struggle, again, the politicization of memory and fusion of religion and nationality to make territorial claims. That struggle became a microcosm of what is going on right now today in Israel-Palestine, the struggle over land and continuing occupation and annexation. So what do we see more broadly whenever we think about contested identities? And I totally agree with our panelists today that identity is always in flux. It's continually being constructed, but there is a growing authoritarian identity politics taking repressive forms through national exclusivism, ethnic exclusivism, or religious exclusivism. I'd call this a strategic politicization of identity, maybe linked to state fragility or a response to the Arab Spring where we see authoritarian resilience. But it's, at its core, it's elite manipulation of hierarchies of power. It's an attempt to create artificial boundaries between us and them. You know, that's the key of identity politics. Distinguishing between those that belong and those that don't belong, those that are loyal and those that are disloyal. And we see it take multiple forms. So at the same time, very often this manifests itself through sectarianism. Sectarianism has been the prism for understanding conflict. I know that myself. I'm originally from Belfast. Always the conflict is reduced to these sectarian identities. But the reality is that's only one component. And in fact, what we're also witnessing are movements that are challenging those sectarian regimes, movements that are calling for greater civil rights, for a new political system. And I think both are going on hand in hand at the minute whenever we look at the region. Authoritarianism and a kickback, the Thawra, the Harak, these movements that are protesting against authoritarian control and are crossing boundaries of class, gender, ethnicity, religion, and are challenging for, I think, moving beyond identity politics to rights-based demands. I think I've probably spoken enough. I'll end it there. There'll be plenty of time for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Larkin, for your speech. It kind of links into, ties what Gillian as well as Mary have spoken about, especially in terms of like authoritarian regime, violence, and kind of exclusive identity that is mostly manifests itself in patriarchy as well, that's affect women as well as many minorities. So something that comes up a lot is kind of the exclusivity of identity, whether that may be by like dominant regime, putting in religion as well as gender identity, without that didn't have to answer to a type of social contract. So I wonder if how there's the recent concept of the idea of justice claims that have been brought forward, how people who haven't been able to kind of have their identities expressed, feel suppressed by the state, will then potentially that maybe lead to violence in the region. Like, how do you see those kind of justice claims come up, and do you think like the role of social media and technology have a space in this kind of in creating and maintaining conflict in the region? And that's all for all panelists.
Well, I think Dan put it very well. I think justice has to be about rights rather than about identity. And in particular, I think there's a lot to be said about economic and social rights, and civil rights, and human rights, and individual rights. And does identity come into that? Well, I think identity does come into that in that human beings are contextual. They're gendered, they're men or women or trans or whatever. They come from a social context that's very specific, and they have a right to be treated in their full human sense. So in that sense, there must be a recognition of identity. But I'm very skeptical about collective claims for identity, the idea that, which is very deep in the sort of exclusivist identity politics, the idea that a group, be it Sunni or Shia, has a right to access to the state because they're Sunni or Shia. I think that's a really problematic issue. And it's interesting, actually, I think Northern Ireland, and you can say much more about it than me, but when the origins of the Troubles was a civil rights movement. And it was true that Catholics felt discriminated against, but the idea of civil rights was not that there needed to be special rights for Catholics. It was that everybody should have the same rights. But it got turned into a conflict not about civil rights, but about Catholics versus Protestants. So it has some kind of similarities, actually, with these other conflicts that start as protest and democracy movements and end up. And so I think when you're talking about justice claims, of course minorities need to be respected, but it's really about human rights. It's about their rights as human beings in the full sense. Their right to dignity. It's not about the group rights. And certainly I've found in places like the Balkans, people rather object to it being the problems of discrimination being treated as minority rights, because then the minority is defined as a group. They want the problems of discrimination to be treated as individual rights.
Yeah, maybe I could just comment on that, because I think it's a key fuel to identity politics, historic injustices. I mean, we're looking at the Middle East. We just have to think, al-Nakba, Palestinian Nakba, creation of Israel. I mean, this goes regardless of processes of Arab normalization. Unless you resolve the issue of Palestinian people and the creation of a state, a viable state, then there can be no peace between Israel and Palestine. The Lebanese, or the Beirut port explosion a couple of years ago, again, that's right now, an incredible destruction, of government negligence. There's an attempt to try to get to the bottom of who's responsible, but the government are stalling. They're attempting to, obfuscate any type of responsibilities, and this goes again to the key of transparency, of corrupt government, Hezbollah's involvement also within that process. Unless you resolve some of these historic injustices, they will rumble on, they will continue on. Post-ISIS Iraq, there's multiple injustices. How do you rebuild a stable Iraq that doesn't deal with a legacy of ISIS violence, that doesn't deal with camps, the reintegration of ISIS families? And I think we can look at Yazidi genocide, which I totally believe is a genocide, but also what about the Christian community? Why just a genocide for the Yazidis? ISIS were involved in genocidal acts against the Christians and also against Sunni Muslim communities. So if we just divide it into pure identity politics, why should there just be genocide museums for one community and not collectively? It becomes consolidated exclusivist identities, and that's problematic if you want to rebuild a national state where it's Iraqis that have suffered, not just minority communities.
Perfect, thank you. Dylan, would you like to jump into this question as well?
Well, I think a lot of the identity of the minorities is forced on them, in a way.
Yeah.
It's the fact that they don't have full rights as citizens in their own country, that they have actually brought themselves together, but it's also been forced on them by the majority wanting to take control. It's about power relations. We've been saying that all the way through. And I think many of the minorities actually work quite well together, effectively, to support one another. But it is about that power, and that then leads to oppression, and therefore the human rights issue is at the heart of it, for me. And the access to it. I mean, if you can't go and use a hospital because of your particular identity, if you can't get proper education because of that, if you can't open a bank account because of your identity, you are actually totally undermining people's ability to live and threatening them. And some of these groups are now very small. There's only like 2,000 people left in the world of some of those groups.
It's so sad.
And therefore, the fear is at the heart of their position as well.
I see, perfect. Thank you so much. And I noticed that a common theme that came up is about kind of addressing the issue of individuals not having their full human rights and not being able to kind of participate in like their national and global society due to lack of those rights, as well as addressing like historical injustices. I'm just wondering, who do you think should be playing this part, like from both individual to non-state actors, like NGOs or international, different states active multilateral level? Like, who do you think should participate in this process, and how do you see that happening in the process of reconciliation or kind of prevention of further violence, identity and related violence?
Yeah. I think it's a very difficult question, the idea of global solidarity to pressure for greater civil rights. Of course, for most, we would support that. The pressure should come towards the government, and it should be nationally implemented. And I think that can be the this is the challenge of how to support minorities in oppressive circumstances. Because I think there can be a danger whenever it is just Western solidarity, that local voice and agency is lost in it. That, in fact, while the Western voices are raised, the local voices are diminished. Their rights are not fully protected, and somehow they're seen as agents, or they've been co-opted by international solidarity groups. I think that is a danger. We can see it playing out in various institutions, that they would focus on Western solidarity movements more than regional actors and players. So I think there has to be the balance on pure activism that goes towards individual support for greater transparency and rights. It's the same debate around gender-based rights. How do we, as the West, I suppose, play an active role in encouragement of that on an individual basis, but also greater pressure, because it will have to come through actual national reform.
I don't see how national reform is going to happen, though, when it's one dominant group over the others. It's got to have some degree of international pressure put on this. And I suppose in many of these countries we do, because we trade a lot with them. We buy a lot of arms from them and sell them a lot of arms. We do development work. I know it's not in the Middle East, but for instance, Britain actually educates something like 1.5 million children in Pakistan, but we put no conditionality on that at all. It's almost been a principle. And we're doing the same in other areas of development. Without doing that, the international community, and if we don't do some conditionality, then the international community doesn't really have the power to try and push them in any direction. And whose direction should they go in anyway? Could it be Russia's? Could it be China's? Or the West?
Well, first of all, I think the international community, or whoever they are, tend to actually cooperate more with authoritarian and ethnic elements than they do with the opposite. So I'm less worried than you about Western solidarity. I would that there was more Western solidarity would be my argument. And I was thinking about it when you were talking about Lebanon, because I think it was resolved in quotation marks, but actually the peace agreement that ended the Lebanon civil war embedded a kind of ethnic, sectarian arithmetic, which kept those things alive. And I think that's been a huge problem with every single peace agreement. I mean, I work a lot on Bosnia. I know this isn't the Middle East, but that's often hailed as the best possible agreement. And huge amounts of money was poured into Bosnia. There were troops to keep the agreement going, but basically it entrenched ethnic warlords. And Bosnia is a totally dysfunctional country. So, so that's on the bad side. In my program on conflict, we use the term civicness rather than civil society. And by civicness, we kind of mean the opposite of crony capitalism, a civic authority, which is the template of most governments, is one that is answerable to its citizens and has a relationship with its citizens. And so we say, well, civicness is a logic of public authority, but it's also two other things. It's a way of behavior, and one of the things, a form of behavior, one of the things you see in every conflict zone is teachers, doctors, neighbours who act in civic ways to help each other, and actually society would not survive if those kinds of people didn't exist. I was thinking when you were talking about Iraq, one of the studies in our program was of cancer patients in Iraq who couldn't get treatment at particular hospitals because they were discriminatory, and so they created a network to work out where they could get treatment together, and this was self-organized. But I can give you lots and lots of examples. And then the third thing is it's a political position. The protesters in Syria, the protesters in Lebanon. So civicness, and one of the things, so we did a whole kind of, we've been studying civicness, and actually one of the things we do find is that where there are civic international encounters, they're really helpful. And I'll give you two examples. I mean, one was a case of Iraqi journalists who were trying to expose crony capitalists. And the only time they managed to get away with publishing it was when they were part of the Panama Papers network. And they had the sort of protection of the Guardian. And another example, what was the other example I wanted to give you? Oh yes, the civil society room in the Syria talks. So civil society kept saying to Staffan de Mistura, who was then the UN Special Envoy, we want to be part of the talks. And in the end, he created a separate room for civil society representatives where they could talk about the solution to the conflict. What was interesting was it didn't affect the talks. In fact, they all thought the talks were rubbish. It didn't get them closer to an agreement. But what it did was it enabled those people who came to Geneva to talk to first of all, it legitimized them. Secondly, it linked up civil society people in different parts of the country. And thirdly, they were able to use being in Geneva. They could go, I mean, just to give you a very simple example, they knew there was going to be an attack on a particular village, and they were able to go to the Red Cross and say, can you be sure to have lots of people there? Because that will prevent the attack. So those kinds of linkages. So it's not exactly, it's not the same. I mean, I tend to agree with you when it's money, when it's just saying, let's give them money to be stronger. But when it's a real collaborative engagement, it's actually incredibly helpful.
It's true, we give nearly all the aid money of the international community is given to the big agencies. It's given to the various UN agencies, given to the big INGOs on it. But we never ever ask them, and we never monitor how much of it ever goes anywhere near meeting the needs of minority groups in the community. And we've done lots of surveys in the various charities I've been involved with, whether anybody's ever consulted them on their needs, and never. So we're putting millions into things, and then it's so much easier for the international community to deal with the majority rather than the minorities.
But I also think there's a problem, which is that once you're funded by a Western donor, then you kind of, and I think that's what Dan was getting at, you kind of take on the colours of the Western donor, you know, rather than representing your own situation.
Yeah, I've been writing a report on peace building in Nineveh province. It basically is, you know, it's very critical. It's FCDO funded, so it's British funded, but, you know, trying to understand how local NGOs are trying to rebuild in Iraq. And the reality is a lot of the Western discourse around reconciliation, forgiveness, peace building are not even terminology that local communities want to use, but this is imposed because it comes through the funding, it comes through the mechanisms that are basically, you know, that are centralized, that are Western donor based, and they need to be, you know, more local, they need to be more contextual, and that would help to begin with.
Thank you so much, and just a quick kind of coming back towards at the end of your speech, Gillian, about women and their kind of struggles and role in Middle Eastern identity politics. I'm just wondering whether there's, you know, like spaces for women to like come into these processes. Yeah.
Yes. Well, part of the big problem, and I did mention it in passing, is trauma. That significantly affects women more than anybody else. But it's the lack of a lot of the capabilities that are needed. And in a patriarchal society, and the whole of the Middle East is patriarchal to a very large extent, it has been difficult. But where they are involved, they do actually work towards a much more inclusive type of peace settlement and agreement. It brings in everybody. there's a greater desire to work together, partly because they're against all the men, but partly because they're all suffering similar things. And I do think that women do have a very significant role to play if allowed to do it.
Perfect, thank you so much. So that kind of touched on a little bit on intersectionality. So in the interest of time, we'll move on to having a Q&A from the room. So I will be taking questions in a round of 3, and so please be patient if I don't get to you. My colleagues, Alex and Miles, will be going around with microphones. The gentleman in glasses on the right, and the person next to the gentleman, as well as Alex, the gentleman on the left, who's raising his hand with a blue shirt.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Yes,
Ewan
and also,
Grant.
could you please state your name and affiliation before asking a
I
question
just
as well?
did.
Thank you.
So sorry, Ewan Grant. I'm now a freelance journalist, mainly writing on the war, current war in Ukraine. I have worked in World Bank, UN programs in the Middle East, and was at a hotel restaurant table where the people at the next table were killed in a suicide bombing 2 days later. That was in Yemen. My question for all of you is, given that obviously there are huge vested interests in powerful ruling elites who, as the panel said, don't operate a social contract, is there nonetheless any sign that because they see the end of fossil fuels coming, that they are playing off the West against China, but even if that's not the intention, there are opportunities for more focused aid, worked across agencies, to start making a difference, even if it's not done for altruism, but pure hard geopolitics. So I suppose basically, can the new China and the declining, but hopefully not that declining West, at least come to a compromise and focus, and the recipients start realizing they've got to get their finger out? Thank you.
Perfect. And could you please pass the microphone to the lady?
Hello, thank you so much. I'm thinking that we think about our identity during the conflict. Do we think about our identity in the peace in the Middle East? So like Syria and Iraq, most of Sunni, especially Syria, they didn't think about their identity or religious identity before the revolution, because they thought that they are majority, and they thought in mentality they own the state concept. But after revolution, because many events pushed them to think, yes, we are Sunni and we have Alawi and Christian and so on. So if the peace in Syria or in different countries in the Middle East especially, people will give up about some layers in their identity, how they will identify themselves. Like in Gulf state, yes, there is a peace, but still they think, yes, I'm from Qatar, I'm Qatari, it means like this, because maybe there is a historical
Could you please
identity.
keep the question kind of, can you give us a question?
Yeah, so just I'm thinking, I'm asking, in peace, people in the Middle East, they will think about their religious identity or not, only in the conflict? Thank you.
Thank you. And to the left, please.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Hi, I'm Peter, master's student here. A question prompted by what Mary said about Lebanon and the long-term trajectory. In your view, looking back at different efforts towards peace, ceasefire agreements, state building, etc., what do you think has worked in terms of providing adequate recognition for identity, while not further entrenching what Mary described as the singular identity of I am defined in opposition to others. If that makes sense.
Thank you. So we'll circle around to the first question on kind of any potential changes to regime and how identity is dealt with when changes with fossil fuel running out and with climate change and green deals hit the Middle East. And yeah, would anyone like to start on that one? Because I think it's for our panelists.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we've got three questions, haven't we? Fossil fuels, identity, and what works. And I really don't know. I mean, it'd be wonderful if the West got together with China and said we've got to stop fossil fuels. That would be brilliant. I can't see it happening. But what I can see happening is a shift away from fossil fuels that, in a way, start at a different level. I mean, just the fact that renewables are now so much cheaper means that all sorts of people are adopting renewables. And I quote Syria because we have a big research program on Syria, and we've been looking at what FCDO call resilience. And what you see is that ordinary people are introducing solar panels. They are introducing organic fertilizers, partly because it's so difficult to get diesel oil, but also because it's so expensive. So I think and I think you see this in this country. I mean, renewables are going very fast. So that in a sense, I think there's a momentum that's developed. But it would be wonderful if it was backed by powers at the top. But that answer about resilience, before I do that, let me say something about identity. I think this is a point about these exclusivist type identities. I mean, it has nothing to do with your beliefs, if you call yourself a Sunni. And actually, again, to come back to Northern Ireland, it's an example I often give, which is that in the 17th century, we had big wars between Protestants and Catholics, and they were about ideologies. They were about whether you wanted to break the power of the church, whether you thought the individual was important. Actually, in Northern Ireland, those issues weren't relevant at all. It was about whether you were treated as well by the state, whether you were nominally a Catholic. It had nothing to do with your religious beliefs. And that's the same with the Sunni Shia. It's nothing to do with whether you think, I can never remember what it was Hussein was killed by. And, it has nothing to do with all of that. It has everything to do with politics and your relationship with politics. And that's the problem, I think, with identity politics.
It is.
So, yeah, would you want to come in and then I'll come back on what works?
I think on that, I quite like tag identity theory, the idea that there's multiple identities, we all possess multiple identities, but in times of crisis and flux, whatever identity is feeling most threatened is what we sometimes revert back to. So much of what is understood as even extremism, sectarianism, is a response, but it is not out of a sudden move to greater religious ideology. I mean, I found this, I interviewed ex-ISIS fighters in Lebanon last year. It was fascinating, interviewed 30 of them, Jabhat al-Nusra, ISIS, to talk about their participation in the conflict in Syria. Multiple reasons, some of it ideology, some of it religion, but also much of it to do with Syrian intervention in Lebanon 20, 30 years ago, to do with personal grievance, vengeance. But we subsume it always under extremism, terrorism, these huge, easy titles, when identity is a lot more complex than that. People fight and have fought in the Northern Irish conflict for various reasons, maybe religion, maybe ethno-nationalism, but also the idea of the division between us and them. Those type of politics happen during war, but also during peace. So I think it's too easy just to talk about religious exclusivism. In Syria and Lebanon at the minute, there is a conflict over what Syrian nationalism actually means, or what Lebanese nationalism. You know, the Taif Accord created a newfound Lebanese nationalism, but there was still division within society. That was flawed politically, but also society was not integrated. So, I think that's part of the, we can look, Taif Accord, Good Friday Agreement, that was about trying to consolidate peace, but not integrate societies. So I think there needs to be a greater move towards social integration, or these type of exclusive identities will continue to recur.
No, and I agree with that. I'm not sure I agree with everything that you said, but I agree about the last point. And that was my answer on what works, which is, again, in all our research, you find one of the interesting things is there are endless local peace agreements, literally hundreds of local peace agreements. And in some areas, they're just, I don't know, tactical agreements between armed groups. But very often, if they're led by civilians, you very often get a new kind of cross-cultural type of agreement. And the example I always love to give people is the example, I'm sorry, it's not a Middle Eastern example, it's a Balkan example, is the example of Tuzla in Bosnia. Throughout the war, the local government, which was social democratic, absolutely refused to accept ethnic divisions. And they kept everybody together. They made a kind of ideology of them being anti-ethnic nationalism. They talked about how they'd had a tradition of resistance. They'd resisted the Habsburg Empire. They'd resisted the Nazis. And now they resisted the Serb and Croat nationalists. And even today, Tuzla stands out as a kind of completely alternative place. And you can find that. I mean, in a way, the problem with all of this is that, nothing that anybody does, you can help or hinder, but you can't change things. It really has to come from people on the ground. But what works is taking seriously what is happening on the ground and really trying to build on these positive examples.
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Everybody has multiple identities. I think where it comes to reform is when people are threatened or fearful, and then they revert to the one group that they think can give them protection or strengthen them because they all belong to that same group. And I think that sort of forces an identity rather than anything else. But if we just go back to what people really want, they just want to live in peace and flourish. And it's all these other things that are getting in the way of that that is the problem. And there are some people who deliberately want to do it, and others that it just happens. But I think the absence of government, proper government in most of these countries, is one of the crucial issues. Because if you're not there as a government, if you're not delivering services to your people, if you're not encouraging, supporting your people, then what are you there to do? And it's in that vacuum that all these other tensions then grow up. And I know, as Aristotle said, you don't have a government for the majority. But the whole point of government is to protect and include every minority, because the majority will always win anyway because they're powerful. And if people forget that a government is there to bring people together, to look after the smaller groups and communities, and if you've not got that, that's where it goes wrong.
Thank you so much. And building up from that, we will take another probably 1 or 2 rounds of questions. So can we have the person in the puffer coat in front, please, Miles? And we'll have the person in the middle over there, just in the person in navy jacket, and we'll do one from that side. So the gentleman with the black coat. So.
Hello, I'm Nandini. I'm a master's student at Keynes.
Could you please speak up a little bit more, please? The microphone is not really picking up, so sorry about that.
So sorry. I guess a lot of there are accounts that many Ukrainian children are being sent to re-education camps, and a lot of countries are sort of adopting this approach of, having re-education camps. Can you tell us more about it from your experience? What feelings do these re-education camps create in terms of alienation and resentment?
Thank you. And the person in the navy jumper, please. Oh,
Hi, my name is Ishan. I'm an undergraduate student here at King's studying IR. My question was about non-state actors. And Dr. Craig, you mentioned about ISIS. You interviewed ISIS. So my question is, where do non-state actors fit in, especially in the current identity paradigm, and how do they make use of it to succeed? And if Dr. Craig could tell us more about his experience interviewing ISIS and what he got from their identity.
Hello. I am Ilyas Deva. I am a second-year accounting and finance student here at King's, and my question is simple. Do you think that the current nation-state governance model is a sustainable one for the Middle East, or do you think there will be other forms of governance that will emerge in the future?
And I'm just going to pick up another question, if that's okay. Alex, could you please give it to the gentleman in the bomber jacket? Yeah, Alex, on the side, please. This side. Yeah, with the blue notebook.
Thank you. My name is Chuck, and I am an international development student doing my undergraduate degree. And my question is, do you believe that failure of governments abroad cause poverty abroad? And if so, do you think that these are the sole reasons for mass migration to the UK? And I want to kind of draw in particular to the Mossadegh government in Iran. So,
I missed that. Did I think that what caused poverty?
Failure of foreign governments, so failure of governments abroad. Because in a 2017 interview with The Guardian, David Cameron did mention that, well, at the time, Prime Minister, he said that the UK needs to focus their attention on foreign governments as opposed to just giving foreign aid. So I wanted to figure out if there was a correlation between poverty abroad and mass migration to the UK and the failure of or an inadequate government.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Is that
I still don't quite get it.
I think
poverty abroad and
whether it's leading to mass
and
migration.
whether how kind of focusing on the idea of foreign government failure leading to problems like poverty and immigration, like the flux of immigration. Is that about right? So just to recap, there are 4 questions. Firstly, about the idea of like forced education by the state upon minority groups. Second question is regarding ISIL, and the third is the whether there will be any new form of governance emerging and what that would that mean for identity and conflict in the Middle East. And the fourth question is about failure of government. So just because in the interest of time, we have 1.5 round-ish left, we'll just do a lightning kind of, whoever wants to take the first, any questions would be fine.
I'll maybe take the one question I could answer, which is more to do with some of my research on Islamist prisoners, should say this was in Tripoli. These were ex-prisoners. They had been convicted of crimes, with ISIS, Jabhat al-Nusra, Fatah Islam. And I think when we think of ISIS, we think of radicalized identity politics, the clear idea of that this is the only true form of Islam and the rest are kafir. The idea that you're either with us or you're an infidel, and that's not just aimed at minorities, that's aimed at anybody that does not submit to ISIS ideology. But their whenever you speak to the individuals, those that were fighters, I think you see a complexity of their own identities and what is actually at work, the sort of mobilizing factors. I came away, there was no very simple process of radicalization among these members. There were individuals with various reasons, different backgrounds, grievances, but also at play was the fracture of the Lebanese state. At play was a sense of grievance, particularly among the Sunni community that felt that they had lost political leadership, that they had no credible religious identity or leadership, and that is fueling these type of movements. I think that's a really key one, that there is a fragmentation, particularly in the Sunni community, of religious authority. And that can lead to fighters, therefore, following more radical groups. In quite a localized context, Tripoli is, underdeveloped. There's poverty. There's discrimination, and that also feeds into mobilization of young youth that are willing to go and fight because they feel a certain grievance against the Lebanese state, hatred of the Syrian authorities, Hezbollah, and that can feed into part of their mobilization.
Thank you. And we have 3 questions left on ISIL, on potential different forms of governance and failure of international government and system. Just in the interest of time, we have 5 minutes left, so unfortunately we will just have to take either one-ish question. Would any of you like to take any of these questions?
Well, international governments don't actually have any authority in another country. That's the starting point of the problem. So they have to be invited in anyway to do things and to encourage or put some pressure, shall we say, leverage on a national government to do anything. It's really hard for international bodies to be supporting. What it can do is try and hold people accountable in any international accountability mechanisms for it, and it can also be attempt, I think, to educate and create awareness of the issues involved. But generally speaking, I think that because we've sort of been talking about minority communities, but in the Middle East there's a lot of different communities. They're not all minorities by any manner of means, and there are different types of conflict going on. So we should do it, because if you were looking at the conflict between the Sunni and the Shia, for instance, you've got some very big players involved there. And I started to talk about proxy wars that were going on, and that is a different form of governance, but it's not good governance, it's bad governance, that. Whereas they're also talking about the minority ones, where it's internal governance, which is the issue. And we need to separate out these things and start trying to think of them as completely different in many respects, if we're going to try and help people address them. I think that's the best I can say on that.
Well, thank you so much, all panelists. And before we close, I'd like to invite all panelists to kind of give a little closing remark. That could just be a sentence or two each, just before we close with that. Dr. Larkin, would you like to go first?
Sorry, do you want to answer that question?
Well, I was going to answer the question about the nation state.
Oh, okay, then we'll go for that instead of a closing remark.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, because I think a lot about the issue of the nation state, it's one of my big things. And And I think the way to think about it is that the nation state actually was always part of an international system. Nation states had to mutually recognize each other. But when nation states began, they were really war-making machines. And that's what's changed enormously, but it hasn't changed completely. And I think we do desperately need to move towards greater global, we are moving towards much greater international regulatory framework. And actually there is no such thing as a sort of total independence of a nation state any longer. And I think we're also developing regional organizations, of which the European Union is probably the most developed, but in Latin America, in Africa, and in Asia. And I think we need this layering of government. We also need to decentralize and have devolution and have more government at local levels where people really can act in a democratic way. There's lots I could say about this, and I realize that we don't have time to discuss all this. But basically what I would say, it's not the end of the nation state, it's more a shift from our idea of a kind of unilateral war-making nation state towards a sort of multilateral, a node in a system of global governance. And the only thing I would add about this, adding to what Gillian said, I think once you establish an international institution, it gets a kind of bureaucracy which has a momentum of its own. And that's been very important. We have so many international institutions, the ILO, the WHO, the UN, and actually they do continue to do things even if they've not been instructed by government. And I think one thing to think about in terms of Ukraine is I think the UN has played a really positive role in negotiating the grain deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also on Zaporizhzhia, keeping it safe. And that really shows, I mean, that was kind of initiative of the bureaucracy, really. And it shows how important it is to have that. On migration, yes, of course, poverty causes migration.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have any time left to address that question. It's been a very rich and very dense discussion, and it's been amazing having all three of you on this panel. And we'll move into 15 minutes break right now. So if you'd like to stand up, stretch your legs before the next panels, which will be on climate, migration, and conflict. Yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming, and hopefully see you guys in the next 15 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. May I please request all of you to be seated? We'll be starting with the next panel shortly. Good evening, everyone, once again. So I hope that you're all having a great time. We now have a really exciting and promising panel coming up. It's on understanding the nexus between climate change, conflict, and migration, with a special focus on small island developing states, which are, as you know, at the forefront of the climate emergency. To begin with, I am honored to invite Her Excellency Dr. Farah Faisal, who is the High Commissioner of the Maldives to the UK, to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Faisal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Every time I'm invited for an event like this, my team, they draft me some very nice remarks to give, and inevitably it starts with, it's my great pleasure to deliver, and et cetera, et cetera. And, when I think about it, about understanding climate, the case of small island states, I'd ask myself, is it really a great pleasure for me to speak about staying here and talk to you about this? Because at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, I love here being in King's, but to actually, the fact that we have to talk about these things, we are facing with this crisis, and it is a matter of survival for a country like Maldives. It's not a great pleasure. I wish I was here to talk about better things, about the beaches of the Maldives, the sun, sand, and sea, chocolate, you never know. But what I'm trying to say is, it is a reality that we face today, and a reality we could have well done without. As you know, Maldives is a small island developing state, although today we like to call ourselves a large ocean state because we are over 1 million square kilometers of ocean. But it is, from that perspective, everything that we see, we face, comes from that perspective of being a small state. Let me just give a quick rundown of traditional security issues. Traditionally, Indian Ocean has always been an ocean of tension to some extent, but we have gone through Indian Ocean in the 70s as a zone of peace. There are various theories that's been put forward about the Indian Ocean, but we work very closely with our neighbors. Until 1976, we had a British base there. But as traditionalist approaches to security would dictate, we pay particular attention to maritime security. We had our first ever Colombo Security Conclave focused operations to enhance maritime security in the Indian Ocean in 2021. But the biggest threat we face, as you all know, is the threat of climate. And our alarms about climate urgency and the danger it represents to our national security often fall on deaf ears. Even though SIDS contribute very little to carbon emission pollution and biodiversity loss, we are the first to bear the consequences and the obligations in the context of climate action. Just to give you an idea, the highest point in the Maldives is 2.4 meters. That is our Mount Everest. And according to the World Bank, with future sea levels projected to increase in the range of 10 to 100 centimeters by the year 2100, the entire Maldives could be underwater. While by year 2050, 80% of the country could become uninhabitable. Now, this is a reality we face today. It's not something that we will face in the future. I get asked very often, the issue of beach erosion, coastal erosion. People come and tell me all the time, doesn't it happen all the time? Every country there's beach erosion, so this is nothing related to climate. And yes, to some extent. We have different seasons. We have 2 seasons in the Maldives. And depending on the current, we lose the beach, and depending on the current, we get the beach back. It's a bit like the seasons here. I tell them, in autumn, the leaves fall, and nobody's bothered, because come spring soon enough, the flowers will bloom, and the trees will look gorgeous. But what if one year the leaves don't come back? What if one year the trees outside remain bare? And that is what's happening to some of our beaches. We have lost them, and they haven't returned. And this is the reality we face today. Maldives, as you know, is coralline, and 60% of hard corals in the Maldives bleached and died in 2016. Of course, we are trying our best to accelerate coral growth. There are various universities, British universities, and other universities, doing research, working in the Maldives, trying to accelerate, find ways of, regrowing the reefs we've lost. But when you talk about, climate and refugees, we have seen in 2012 the conflict in the Middle East. We have seen the photos of the refugees. We are all touched by the photo of the little boy who was found on the shore, one of the Syrian refugees. But let me tell you, if this continues, it is not just war-torn countries that the refugees are going to come from. You will see boats overflooding with environmental refugees who will become stateless as their country is submerged underwater. If we allow this to continue, 99% of world's coral reefs will die. And that is a reality we face today. It's not something that people make it up. The Paris Climate Peace Agreements seeks to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. And today, I'm happy to say that the UK is one whose climate target is compatible with the agreement, but there are so many rich countries that still stick with less than more than 1.5 with a 2-degree increase. So come back to my point, the Maldivians. Climate change represents a serious existential threat. And at the end of the day, to all countries, existential threat is a matter of national security. I know we have a distinguished panelist to talk about the actual science of it, so I'm not going to go into that. But what I want to say is, people, come up to me often about in these kind of events and say, "What can I do?" First of all, what are you doing? I mean, there's a limit to what Maldives can do. We raise our voices, we make our noises, but there's a limit to a small state can do. And ultimately, we rely on all of you. And very often, people come up to me and say, High Commissioner, what can I do to help? Some of them say, can I write to my member of parliament? Can I join environmental NGO? What can I do to help? It's all very well. Writing to your member of parliament, that's great. Joining environmental NGOs, that's great. Talking about this, organizing conferences like this is great. They all help. Every little help counts. But there is one thing that you can do to help. That is one thing that you can really make a difference. And I believe all of you are here today because you believe that there is a serious threat to countries like mine from this climate crisis. And the one thing that you can do to help my children and their children is to become the leaders of tomorrow. Instead of action, you need to be that action. If you can be the leaders of tomorrow of your own countries, then you can seriously do something about it. You can deliver climate justice, and you can take action with conviction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faisal, for giving us a check on the ground realities and for an inspiring opening remarks. Before I invite our panel speakers on the stage, I would like to play a short video by Dr. Benjamin Petrini, who is a research fellow at International Institute of Strategic Studies, Washington, D.C. He will briefly highlight the changing trends in armed conflict, trace the origins of the relationship between environment and security, and talk about how climate risks and conflict risks are mutually reinforcing each other. May I request my colleagues to kindly play the video?
To my fellow panelists and to the audience, and thank you very much for this invitation to speak on this panel on climate security. My name is Benjamin Petrini. I'm a research fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I want to talk today briefly about the nexus between climate change, security, and conflict. In the last decade or so, we have witnessed three parallel trends that have made this topic and this issue a top priority on policymakers' agenda. First one is the urgency of climate change, and I don't need to go into details about that. The second one is the rising incidence of armed conflict and the rising trends in levels of violence and conflict worldwide. In the last decade, we have witnessed the tripling of the number of armed conflicts. Areas in sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East and North Africa are particularly affected, and conflicts has metastasized in many of these areas, have become more protracted, with higher level of violence or with low levels of intensity. There are more states today that are affected by armed conflict than at any point since the end of the Cold War. The third trend that is more recent is the reversal of the development gains of the last 15 years due to the COVID pandemic and its social and economic fallout. And these are consequences that we are still assessing to this day, but that should be very present in our mind when we think about the incidence of armed conflict and the nexus with climate change. Is what are the development trends and what are the development gains that have been lost in the last year. The topic of environment and security is not a new one. We could trace its origins to the 1990s when case studies, qualitative case studies that were started looking at the relationship between environment and conflict. In the 2000s, the literature, the quantitative literature on the drivers and the causes of conflict also included environmental factors. And a lot of studies were conducted on trying to assess the causality between environmental change, natural resource scarcity, and the outbreak of armed conflict. But most of these studies were inconclusive or either inconclusive or their findings were very narrow. Now, in the public debate opinion, it is the Darfur conflict in the Sudan that put climate security sort of on the map of an important topic in public opinion and in policy circles. Now, what I want to stress here is that the nexus, regardless of causation or correlation, the nexus between conflict risks and climate risks is clear. These climate risks and conflict risks are mutually reinforcing. On the one hand, climate change exacerbates the conflict drivers. In particular, natural resource scarcity, water scarcity, and the change in rainfall patterns that we're witnessing, for example, in the Horn of Africa today. These are exacerbators of pre-existing armed conflict drivers. They do not create armed conflict, they exacerbate them. On the other hand, armed conflict erodes people and states' capacity to bring development to the populations. And this includes resilience to climate change. People that live in fragile and conflict-affected countries are more vulnerable to shocks to climate. The state is less able to respond to climate change threats, given all the urgency and to respond to armed conflict. The state, in many of the cases today, is shunned away from peripheral areas, and this does not allow, obviously, the state to respond to climate change. So fragile and conflict-affected countries are less climate resilient because the state has much more urgent priorities. So if there is one point that I want to stress or bring to you today, is that the state capacity and the process of state formation or governance, or however you want to define it, this is a clear issue when responding to either climate change, to strengthen resilience, or to address armed conflict. And so there is this nexus that I introduced with on climate risk and conflict risks. The nexus around responding to climate change and responding to armed conflict, especially in fragile countries, is a priority. I would leave you with that. I want to highlight the fact that for us at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, climate security is a critical topic. We have dedicated a special feature in our latest Armed Conflict Survey 2022, and we have 3 essays that deal with the topic of climate security. I thank you very much for your attention. I regret not to be able to be there with you in person, and I wish you a successful session and work with your conference. Thank you very much.
I would like to now invite our distinguished panel speakers to the stage. We have Dr. Farah Faisal, who, as you know, is the High Commissioner of the Maldives to the UK. She has also written about the security problems of the small island developing states with a focus on the Indian Ocean region. We have Dr. Ilan Kelman, who is a professor of disasters and health at UCL. His area of research includes linking disasters and health with climate change. We have Dr. Hilary Briffa, who is a lecturer in National Security Studies and is the Assistant Director of the Center for Defense Studies at King's College London. Her PhD thesis focused on whether small states can have a grand strategy. And finally, we have Karen Ross, a former British diplomat and founder of diplomatic advisory group called The Independent Diplomat. He is currently the Associate Director of Geopolitics, Diplomacy, and Security at E3G. He had helped the Marshall Islands create and lead a coalition of 100 countries demanding for a more ambitious Paris Climate Agreement in 2016. Can we all give a big round of applause for our speakers? Hello. So thank you so much for joining us here today. My name's Daksha, and I'll be your moderator. So we'll start with you, Dr. Kelman. So if the impact of climate change is evident across the world, and as Dr. Petrini has highlighted in his video, why should we pay special attention to small island developing states? And could you highlight what are the unique challenges that threaten the small island nations' survival and sustainability?
Well, thank you. For me, the main challenge is actually ensuring that we are science-based. And that's absolutely where the small states, particularly islands, give us so much, because there is a lot of science coming out of them, and there's plenty of evidence that is emerging from the impacts on them. In particular, when we look at climate change impacts, notably sea level rise, which we are observing, and we can directly attribute it to human-caused climate change, we have modeling, lab work, and observations from low-lying islands. They are almost all from the Pacific, so actually the Maldives is a huge area where we need two more. And what we're finding is that under observable sea level rise, perhaps a third of the low-lying islands are eroding, about a third are gaining land, they are accreting because of sea level rise, and about a third may not be changing, or they're changing in area and volume, but they're neither eroding nor accreting overall. Why does this happen? Well, go down to any beach. Beaches are naturally dynamic. And so it's not surprising that erosion and disappearance of islands, even under huge changes, is not inevitable. The challenge that we face is today's observations account for only 1 out of 3 inputs into sea level rise. And the second input is probably going to kick in the next 10 to 30 years, which changes a lot, and we actually don't fully understand the geomorphology or physics of low-lying islands under this second component of sea level rise, never mind the third component. And then there are other factors like mentioning the coral reefs. If the coral reefs go, the island goes. They're a breakwater. And this is a huge, huge challenge that we can't predict, we cannot model, and we don't even know whether islands under coral reef death would last a year, never mind a decade. Yet, physical changes do not fully equate to habitability. If you're getting continual overwash of an island and depositing sediment, your island grows, but who wants to live there? So this is where the science really comes in terms of talking to the people and ensuring that, exactly as the High Commissioner said, it is up to us to lead. It is up to us to make the difference, to work with the people to ensure they can live in their ways on their islands. And that's why, in a sense, phrases like climate crisis, climate emergency are misnomers. It's our behaviors, our values, it's our choices, it's our leadership. The emergency is us, the crisis is us. And it's up to us to ensure that we learn from the small islanders, we contribute what they need, and then we apply it to ourselves in our own homes to ensure that habitability, livelihoods, and life continue irrespective of the physical changes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Briffa, climate change is argued to be a catalyst of conflict. The second-order effects of climate change, such as forced migration, resource scarcity, and economic fragility, have an impact on conflict dynamics. How should we understand the security implications of climate-induced migration? And do you think there is a need to go beyond the labels of human security versus national security?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Daksha. And thank you to everyone who organized this and who invited me. Our MA cohort had started this conference 9 years ago, so I'm really pleased to be able to come back and see how much work goes into it. And I think you're doing an amazing job, so I thought I'd just point that out at the beginning. I think it's brilliant. So you use this word, second-order effects, which I think is really the key here. And the idea of second-order effects is consequences have consequences. So what does this mean here? When we talk about climate change, we're talking about changes in the climate, right? And so one of the effects of this is more greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. But what are the consequences of that? Well, that means that most of the greenhouse gases are absorbed actually by our oceans, right? And so if that happens, there are consequences. So then that affects the toxicity of our oceans, it affects the temperature of our oceans, and then that affects fish stocks, which are a source of sustenance and livelihood for many island communities. What does that mean? That has a consequence as well, which means that affects economic livelihoods and opportunities, which could lead to poverty, could lead to famine, which again then could be drivers to have consequences to push people to move, to relocate, or to try to find, obviously, a better way of living. So it's misleading for us to think of climate change only as the effects on our environment, but actually to think about if we have a greater concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, if we have a warming planet as a result of this blanket of gases in the atmosphere as well, what are the consequences, but what are the consequences of the consequences? And for this reason, I think, as you said, the distinction between national security and human security doesn't really make any sense. Even on the MA in national security that we deliver, we don't really distinguish between, well, we acknowledge that in the discourse there was a distinction between traditional security in terms of territorial sovereignty and the survival of your populations, but we address climate change, we address issues of health and other factors, because these also affect your security of your territory, your security of your populations, but also the values that we safeguard. And many of the problems today, like climate change, but like a COVID-19 pandemic, many of these are what Kofi Annan would have called the problems without passports. They're transnational, they cross borders, and their effects, those consequences of consequences, also cross borders. And so we need to move away from thinking about this only as a soft security or human security issue, but actually recognize this is a security issue that has an impact on every single area of our lives and of the livelihoods of these individuals in these islands we're talking about today. But not only this panel, what we're talking about affecting these islands, even if it's the case study we're using today, isn't just something happening far away over there, but is linked to what's happening in every part of our world and what we're doing, as you said, our choices here today as well.
Thank you so much. This is actually really important about how present problems are without passport. These are the new kind of challenges that go beyond borders. Khan, given the correlation between climate change, migration, and state fragility, how responsive do you think the international community has been to this emerging crisis? In your experience as a career diplomat, how have you seen that? And also, given the how do you think the geopolitical tensions affect and influence the direction and scale of this response to a topic like climate change?
Just repeat the last bit.
How do you think the geopolitical tensions and the existing politics that is there in the international relations, how does that affect our response towards climate change?
Huge questions, thank you. Thanks for having me, first of all. How is the international community responding to these factors, threats, whatever you want to call them? Well, I'm afraid the answer is pretty clear, and that's pretty poorly. The international community is not responding adequately to the threat of climate change. The collected commitments of countries under the Paris Treaty, under the UNFCCC, are inadequate to keep the temperature of the global temperatures to 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, which were stipulated as the safe temperatures from the Paris Agreement. So they're responding inadequately in that way. In terms of responding to the security implications of climate change, again, pretty poor. The UN Security Council has refused to allow itself to be advised by a mechanism on the climate impacts on conflict, for instance, even though everybody is well aware of what Dr. Petrini was saying earlier, that climate is a driver of many conflicts. It's not being addressed adequately within the UN system. or indeed in the context of particular conflicts, such as Syria, for instance, where climate is arguably a driver, has been a driver of the Syrian civil war, continues to be a driver in terms of regional disparities in Syria, etc., etc. It's not really being addressed. The UN Special Envoy is a marvelous fellow, but he doesn't really talk about this as an issue. And as for migration, well, where can one start? The international community, the body of states that is the international community, doesn't even recognize the term climate refugee. And last year, UNHCR, the High Commissioner for Refugees, said there were approximately 100 million refugees, the largest number ever. The majority of those were climate refugees. So this is not a future problem, it's an existing problem that is only going to grow. It's hard to overstate the issue of migration that is in front of us as a global community, and I say that very carefully. I think the distinctions between North and South, East and West begin to break down when you start to consider that we're perhaps looking at 3 billion people on the move from the tropics as a band of the Earth becomes uninhabitable over the next century. So by 2100, IOM predicts that perhaps 3.1 billion people will have to move from their existing place of habitation. That's an epic issue that we haven't begun to grapple with. Even in the epistemic community in universities, colleges, we're not talking about that enough. We are going to have to completely rethink our notion of what the nation state is, what borders are. We are going to have to become a more cosmopolitan, hybrid community of humanity, which is shifting northwards and southwards to new areas of habitation, the polar regions, for instance, in order to sustain ourselves. I think it's doable. I have great faith in the ability of humanity to adapt and to be what it has been, which is a hybrid community of humans. But it is not being addressed by the state-based system up until now at all.
Dr. Faisal, why do you think that is the case where there's been such a poor international response? Is it because we're living in a fractured, multipolar world? Is it because maybe the countries that make the rich countries are not as affected by this? What has been your experience?
No, sorry. It's just this one. Hello. Well, the simple answer to that is bureaucracy. I think the world, this nation state and the organization that they have formed are used to a certain system of doing things, and when it comes to something else, it's very difficult for them to adapt. And let me explain a little bit more. For example, climate finance. Climate finance, there are several climate funds out there. There's Green Fund, Blue Fund, you name it, it's out there. But for example, in the Maldives, our coral reef is disappearing. We have a beach erosion. So we want to go and do something to stop it. Now, international organizations, various bodies, they're quite happy to fund concrete revetment. They will happily give it. But if we go and ask them, we want biological engineering, we don't want this environmentally unfriendly solution to this, they will come to us and say, where's the research? You need 20 years of research to know this particular thing can help you. And by the time the reef is gone, the beach is gone. So I think we have to change our mindset as to how we work. We have to move away from these rules that's been set, that you have to all these tick boxes that the world has been using in the last century before you can access some of these funds. And I think it's this change of mindset, how the small countries need this support, this is how we're going to give it. And this is what we're going to ask from them. I think that has to change. Otherwise, the funds are out there, the money is out there, and we small states just can't access it.
That is actually true. I think bureaucracy is the big obstacle in actually making any substantive change. Dr. Kelvin, I want to get back to you with the tough questions. So clearly the relationship between climate change and migration is not directly causational. It is a very complex relation. So in such a case, as Dr. Faisal even mentioned about the research not being highlighted or not being used? And how do you think then policymakers should navigate the challenges posed by climate-induced migration? And you could probably also tell us about what are the different legal, political, and moral conundrums that a community would face when it comes to with a decision that they have to make about migrating or not.
Yeah, the conundrum is actually what the High Commissioner just said. We cannot wait for the science. We know that people are in trouble. We know that migration issues are more propaganda than actually thinking about people, and people need help. So just help them. Because the science is not clear at all. What we do know actually is that climate migrants are a huge problem. All the British who are buying second homes on the Spanish and French Riviera for a better climate, they're pricing out the locals, they're changing the culture to Anglophone, and they're causing major they're not migrants, they're expats. This is what I mean about the rhetoric. And exactly as we just heard, we know the number of climate refugees and climate change refugees. It is 0. Because by definition, you cannot be a climate or climate change refugee. Therefore, we set out scientifically and systematically to try to count the number of climate change migrants. And we discovered we couldn't. Because migrant, expat, immigrant, emigrant, refugee, asylum seeker, illegal person. How can a person be illegal? Well, apparently some can, undocumented. It's all political, and the numbers are political. So our estimate was, maybe 3,500 people are migrating now due to climate change only. That may be up to 1 billion, and we published this. Left-wing press picked it up, 1 billion climate migrants. Right-wing press picked it up, climate migration uncertain. It is all political, which means that fully understandably, policymakers don't know what to do, except I will tell them, don't wait for the science, treat people as people. Stop calling people illegal. Stop calling it a migrant or migration crisis. Call it a crisis of values, a crisis of us with the privilege and resources not helping others who need it, and ensuring that we actually act to save lives and help people while recognizing that, no, we actually cannot link the Darfur or Syria conflicts to climate change. We tried, it's not possible. Also, the assumptions that climate change is a threatener or an exacerbator or causes conflict. Well, I've set up disasterdiplomacy.org, looking at how perhaps environmental extremes may support peace and support collaboration. But this is all speculative. This is all rhetoric. We know people are dying. We know we can do better. Let's just do it. Well, of course, supporting the brilliant research and the brilliant science that we're doing on all these topics. Thank you.
Just to your point about disaster diplomacy, like you have written a lot about it. Do you want to tell the audience as to what exactly it is and how it can help in resolving or at least help managing this crisis?
So yeah, just disaster diplomacy is saying, well, can we use environmental challenges in order to support peace, cooperation, collaboration, and then conflict? And the quick answer is if we just watch, disasters do not create peace. Because the political imperative tends to be to keep power rather than saving lives. But if we choose, if we take an active, constructive choice to understand the history, the situations, and the peoples involved, we can actually have constructive interventions to ensure that people who want a peace process anyway may use the Turkey-Syria earthquakes or climate change to achieve the peace much quicker and much more long-lasting than would happen otherwise. So that's disaster diplomacy.
Thank you for that. Khan, in 2009, you began advising the Republic of Marshall Islands on climate diplomacy strategy. And since then, you have been able to support the Marshall Islands in obtaining a more ambitious Paris Climate Agreement in 2016. So can you tell us more about how should the small island developing states deal with their significant disadvantage when it comes to negotiating expertise, capacity, and geopolitical leverage, which is usually required to influence the international climate politics?
Sure. Well, I can talk about the experience of the High Ambition Coalition, which the Marshall Islands started, but I bow to the expertise of a diplomat from a large ocean state, as she called it, correctly. So I say that rather humble, sitting next to her, because she actually does this diplomacy. I just talk about it. But for a couple of reasons, the island states are more powerful than you might think. One reason is they each have a vote at the General Assembly. So the Maldives and the Marshalls had the same vote as China. And that matters at the General Assembly, where countries court your vote, whether it's for a resolution about Ukraine, or a special tribunal for Sudan, or for a consensus text at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. The island states count, they have votes. The second reason, and this is really the story of the genesis of the High Ambition Coalition, is that island states, along with the most vulnerable countries to climate impacts, have real moral power. The UNFCCC, the COP process, is a very strange diplomatic process. It's not really about bargaining, as some people think it is. It's about some kind of process of collective shaming, but also collective belief by the diplomats that something must be done about this terrible threat of climate change. Most of the diplomats, with the exception perhaps of the Saudis or the Emiratis, to be rude about them, actually believe in climate change and believe that it must be addressed internationally. And what we felt with the Marshall Islands was that they were able to convert their moral power as one of the most vulnerable countries to climate and sea level rise into diplomatic power. And they became the founder member of what became a coalition of 100 countries at the Paris climate talks. And Paris remains the gold standard of climate talks. It was where it was agreed that 1.5 to 2 should be the targets for climate action, and net zero, which was another very important outcome, net zero by 2050, should be the target, plus what's called the ratchet. These were all the ideas of the island states, all three of these things. The ratchet is that after every 5 years, countries need to come back with better decarbonisation commitments than they had made before. So arguably the three most important elements of the Paris Treaty were because of the High Ambition Coalition, which was because of the Marshall Islands and the small island developing states. So you can see that the small islands really converted what seems like a lack of power into real diplomatic power.
This is really interesting because you would assume that because they're small in population and not so much influence, but the one vote, one country allows them to collectively have power. And which brings me to Dr. Briffa. Do you think the small island developing states should have a grand strategy, like collectively, when it comes to dealing with an existential threat like climate change and the resulting financial insecurities?
Yeah, thank you. I was listening with great interest, and I agree with everything that Mr. Ross was saying, because it made me think of the arguments made by William Zartman, an academic, who said there are resources in the form of will and skill, not only in terms of material power or deep pockets. And in this case, I think collectively, that's where small island states really wield a lot of strength. So at the UN we have groupings such as the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, which by my last check had 39 members and 5 observers. And these are not inconsequential numbers when you start looking at voting patterns in international organizations. And the Forum of Small States at the United Nations has 108 members. That's the majority of states at the United Nations. So not all islands, but you can certainly, in terms of grouping and receiving support, work together. So in thinking about how they can do that strategically, the first thing is to get in the room where it happens, if I paraphrase Hamilton, right? You actually get people like Peter Thompson of Fiji is the UN Special Envoy for the Oceans, and getting representatives from your countries into these positions to actually advocate and work for these causes. In February, until a couple of days ago, the UN Security Council was being chaired by Malta, one of the smallest countries in the world that had the presidency of the UN Security Council, and was the first country ever to call a UN Security Council meeting on sea level rise. And it was extremely well attended, you know, Caribbean, Pacific out in full force, because they recognize that this is an security risk of the magnitude that it needs to be on the agenda of the UN Security Council. So actually getting into the room, having that agenda setting capability, and then I would argue pushing to completely overhaul some of our existing systems. And here I'll build on what Dr. Faiza was talking about in terms of economics, because the way our systems are currently structured assumes one mode of development. We assume you have least developing, and then developed, as though it's linear. But this doesn't take into account the reality of climate change, where a small island can develop, improve its fisheries, its tourism, and so on, and then a natural disaster hits, a cyclone hits. And it's more like snakes and ladders, where you slide down because you have to divert constantly resources towards recovery and towards adaptation. And so our existing structures of economically at the IMF, for instance, don't recognize this. So they consider many of these countries middle or high income, and they don't have access to sufficient concessional finance. And so you see now big pushes at these international organizations to have a new vulnerability index. This is one of the big discussions happening at the UN right now. Or is there a better way to measure vulnerability than just GDP per capita? As well as the discussions around loss and damage that came out of COP. We can have a whole separate discussion about how the numbers aren't enough and who's going to pay for it and all of that sort of thing, but it's still progress to be having these conversations. And so the last thing I'll say on this, well, two things, is that if we, is that getting in the room, setting the agenda, but also changing this way of thinking. I really liked what you said, because Mia Motley once said there's no such thing as developed countries and developing, there's only wrongly developed and those that are trying to do something differently. And so we see countries like Guyana that have discovered offshore oil and are really improving their economy because of that, and then contrasted with countries like Belize that have said we're not going to make the use of those kinds of resources because we prioritize the climate, but what kind of support are we giving them to do that? And so it comes to my last point, which is what you said in your opening remarks, is the small islands have the solutions, they have the proposals, they've gone to the UN, but they can only do so much if other big emitters, big polluters don't put their weight behind it and actually sign up to it.
I was going to come to that because, Dr. Faisal, what kind of international partnerships is actually required to tackle these problems? Should it go beyond at the state level, given how we in the UN system is kind of paralyzed and is not functioning at the best? Should international partnerships go beyond countries level to tackle this climate change and also the financial insecurities that a lot of small island developing states face in a sustainable manner?
Thank you. Before I answer that, let me just add on to what the professor said. You know, if I win the national lottery this weekend, the per capita income of my country goes up. And we move from one category to another. So we, as I said, we need to change our thinking of how we categorize, how we look into countries. But to come to international partnership, there's a very easy answer to that: human partnership. Because we have to look at it from a human perspective, not a nation-state perspective, which is what we are doing today. And until we look at it from a human perspective, you know, the partnerships, every corporation, everything we form, you know, is judged and is determined by that previous thinking that I was talking about. But there is one thing that's very positive that I can, you know, say, because people are interested. It's just that, you know, they need to actually be in positions to affect that change. And that is why I love coming and talking to university students, because I firmly believe that there will be people among there sitting here right today who are bold enough to make those changes. You know, and I'm not talking about just being the British Prime Minister, but whichever country you're from, whichever position of power, until you reach that position of power and look at it from a human partnership, then we're going to just be having this conversation, as I said, over and over again, 10 years, 20 years, you know, we'll still be sitting here, not myself, but perhaps not us, but whoever is here, and having the same conference, the same conversation, and the same sort of depressing things to say.
and never about the happy talk. So I think it's basically human partnerships we're talking about. And I have strong, I mean, call me for foolish islander, but I have strong faith in humanity. And I firmly believe Maldives is going to survive, and somebody out there will make that happen.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kelman, would you like to give any closing remarks on this?
It really is about us. So we know that the climate has always changed. We know that we are changing it rapidly and substantively with a lot of impacts, many adverse, but not all of them. The question really is, what sort of world do we want? And it is our choice. It's our choices. So Hillary used the phrase natural disaster.
Okay, I shouldn't.
That is actually one of the banned phrases, because disasters come from us removing power, opportunities, and resources from people so that they cannot deal with a perfectly typical environmental event like an earthquake or a flood or a cyclone. So disasters are not natural. They are simply disasters, and they come from our choices. And it's the same. So sadly, changing the climate rapidly and substantively is our choice. And we could do differently. As Hillary alluded to, even if we get $100 billion a year from the so-called richer countries to so-called poor countries, that will do nothing, because our governments are subsidizing fossil fuel companies at over $400 billion a year directly and over $4 trillion a year indirectly. So we're spending over 40 times the amount per year to cause climate change than we would to deal with the impacts. You want money? Stop fossil fuel subsidies. Every single fossil fuel company goes bankrupt overnight, and we're suddenly rolling in the billions and trillions, not knowing what to deal with it, because we fully funded our education, health, and social services and paid off our debts. So that's our choice, exactly as the High Commissioner is saying. You, us, are going to lead. And it doesn't have to be politics. Private sector, non-governmental sector, professors at universities, to actually say what we have to do, what should be done. Even decarbonization. The most potent greenhouse gases do not have carbon. If we fully decarbonize, we do not stop human-caused climate change. So number one, focus on the science and get it right. Number two, lead the change and remember the people. We are doing this for people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now open the floor for our audience for their questions. A few housekeeping rules. In the first round, we'll take 4 questions. So I have my colleagues over here with mics. If you have a question, please raise your hand. And please stand, introduce your name and your affiliation, and please try to keep the questions short. Can you have the lady over there? Yeah.
Thanks for the panel. It was a really interesting discussion. I'm Tasnia, and I'm a master's student over at UCL. And my question is, I suppose, like, Syria and Darfur were used as examples of climate conflict, and there's been lots of discourse around what that actually means. So at what point do you think you can call something a climate change conflict versus just bad governance? And do you think distinguishing between the two is important in the security setting?
I think there was another question. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. This is a very nice discussion. My name is Shanatul. I'm an undergrad student from London South Bank University. My question is, when we are talking about climate, conflict, and migration, all of this, some of the countries, they have a strong act in terms of controlling these issues. For example, if we talk about Bhutan, they have an act which requires the country to have a certain percentage of forestry, and as a result, they have more than that, and which actually make them zero carbon country. So in terms of that, are we, or the world is thinking about having some sort of domestic act or law to make it more stronger?
Can we pass the mic to this gentleman?
Hi, Thomas Miskelly. I'm on the IR program here at King's. So with sort of the example of Kiribati purchasing land in Fiji, in the short term potentially for growing food, and then in the long term there have been the discussions of relocating communities there. And with, I guess, the frustrations of multilateral processes, do you think these kinds of bilateral agreements have a place in dealing with climate change, especially since a lot of small states have relatively small needs compared to large countries in the sense of the disparity of resources needed? Something that would make a big difference to a small country could be considered pocket change to a much larger country. Thank you.
Professor Chang.
Hi, my name is Christine Chang, and I am the very, very proud course director of these students. So I have a question for all of you, and I was particularly struck by a comment around language, and that was, I think that was made by Karn, and he said something along the lines of, the migrants moving to France and the fact that we call them expats, right? So I'm wondering if some of you would care to comment on the use of language and also the politicization of the issue because of language. So what language should we be using on these issues? How can we change our language? How should we talk about these things differently so that we can shift the conversation to what Dr. Faisal was saying in terms of making it more human-centered, right? Seeing people as actual people rather than as national security problems or, invasion of illegal immigrants and so forth. So any help, I think, for all of us in terms of how we should change our language would be great. Thanks.
When does a conflict become a climate conflict?
I was going to do all the other conflict questions.
Sure, I can try. I mean, I think it's very, very hard to distinguish anything as a climate conflict per se. I think in the analyses so far, climate has emerged as a contributory factor in several conflicts, for instance, in the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, Sudan, elsewhere, Syria, for instance, the West Bank, the occupied West Bank, Palestine. But none of these conflicts were primarily a climate conflict. They all had political sources. Syria was a repressive war by a dictator against a population demanding democracy. That's what it primarily was, and it's important to state it as that. So I think we need a more nuanced understanding of the role of climate in conflict. I must say, coming to Professor Chung's question about language, if I may, I'm finding the categories of conflict, security, migration very problematic in terms of dealing with what's going on. I fully applaud the notion that we talk about people, we talk about the phenomena as in a detailed way as we possibly can without giving them labels, because migration carries to an extent a pejorative label, that economic migration is something that is not legitimate. Climate migration is going to happen. It's a phenomenon that is upon us already. If we don't allow climate migration, we are going to be committing genocide. It is that serious. So we're going to have to come to terms with it. Talking about it as migration may not be a sufficient term. Likewise, conflict, I don't think quite captures the state of tension geopolitically, which is contributed to by climate, that is again going on. The sorts of things that are going on between the US and the EU, for instance, is geopolitical tension as a result of climate measures in the Inflation Reduction Act that Biden has just introduced. Again, I think we need a more nuanced understanding of these phenomena than just dropping them into these rather crude and 20th century buckets of security, conflict, migration, etc., which I think don't actually help us as we try to understand these new phenomena.
I think I would come in as well to agree with your point about it being hard to draw distinctions between when something becomes a climate conflict, because the point I made earlier was really trying to say that it's a threat multiplier. Like it's what the video speaker said. Really, he used the word exacerbates several times. And if on this point about language, it's interesting to see efforts to use rhetoric in a way that can support the cause, so calling it the climate emergency, not just climate change, but also thinking about how words affect agency. So I really liked when you said at the beginning, you know, it's a large ocean territory. It's not just a small island. Or on the course I teach my students on small states and international security, I talk about small powers rather than small states, which might imply weakness. And so we need to think about what the words we use mean. And I guess I'll leave Dr. Kelman say more about that, because he talks about this a lot in his book, which is why he was picking on me for getting the term wrong, because he knows I have it with me. But I mean, I'm a migrant, and I might not be perhaps what someone immediately thinks of when they hear that word, so words matter. But if I can say something about the other two questions very quickly, there was one about a question about domestic law, and I think even here in the UK, a really good example is if we go to look at the Welsh are the only country in the world that have put the Brundtland definition of sustainability into law with their Future Generations Act, where they are actually thinking about how do we protect not only those who live in our country today, but the rights of future generations as well. So we could be looking at these kinds of domestic laws as examples that, at least in the UK, could be scaled up here first, but perhaps tried elsewhere. And I think on the last question about Kiribati and Fiji, that's a really interesting example, because Kiribati bought land in Fiji for food security, but ultimately the goal of these countries is not to have to leave, right? Everybody wants to stay, they want to fight climate change with the hope. It's a hopeful act. It's saying we're going to buy land there, so if we need to grow food, it will enhance our opportunity to stay. But if they do need to move, that kind of agreement was possible because there are close cultural ties, because Fiji also was willing to say, we want to show political leadership in this area, and it stood out because Australia and New Zealand have very close migration policies, so they were also showing political leadership by saying we will be more open to the migration possibility, but it's not necessarily the solution. So yes, it's good to do these kinds of things because you need to cover all bases, but ultimately the kind of change to be able to keep them in their homes, which is what they want, to protect their sovereignty, not only as a culture, which you could do if you move, but also of your territory, needs to be done through that kind of collective action that we've been talking about throughout this session.
I'd like to add on to that question about moving now. Maldives is a country that we've existed for over 2,000 years. We have our own culture, we have our own language, we have our own script. The language is not close enough for us to understand anybody else, and none of our neighbors can understand us, you know, so, and we really, really want to preserve that. And moving is not really an option, I don't think, for any of the small states, you know, or any of us, for example, because it's a unique environment and you want to preserve that, you know. So I think the real solution is to find a way that we could do that. And it lies with all of you.
I'm going to go on Duolingo and learn it after this.
Just to come in on the Kiribati question, which I think is very interesting. I mean, the small island states are beginning to innovate and explore new ideas about what sovereignty means. As sea level rises, we are looking at land territory being submerged, for instance. That has effects on maritime territorial claims, and that needs to be addressed. That is a new issue for the law of the sea, for instance. There needs to be an international approach to that, where there is agreement on what that should mean. But then we have the broader, more fundamental question of population movements, which Kiribati is beginning to address, and other island states I know are beginning to think about it. The Marshalls are certainly thinking about it. And, you know, we're looking at whole, you know, movements of many tens and hundreds of millions of people from particular countries. And I certainly think we need to have a whole new framework of how we think about migration in that context.
Thank you for that. Can we have the next round of questions? You have the lady right in front.
Hi, my name's Celeste Abrahams. I'm the policy lead for climate change and migration at FCDO, but also a master's student at LSE. The panel has discussed climate-induced migration or displacement as a negative phenomenon when it is forced or done with limited choices. However, is it also possible to see migration as a potentially adaptive strategy? And what might this and does this look like in small island developing states? Did you have a question? Yeah. What if you can go?
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm a master's student here. I also work at FCDO, actually. A really good picture has been painted of where we need to be and what needs to happen in order to manage huge outflows of migrants, some of the challenges around mitigating the effects of climate change, and that is greater cooperation, new ways of thinking about use of territory and so on. For me, it feels like a very far cry from where we are in terms of international politics right now, which feels like we're moving more towards, as Daksha has talked about, geopolitical fracture, increased great power competition, rising nationalism. I was really interested in the example of small island nations coming together to influence at the UN Security Council. I wondered if you had other really practical ideas as to how we can, or the international community can incentivize that kind of action or whatever action needs to be taken in order to achieve the kinds of things you're talking about. So more kind of the practical, how we get there as opposed to what we need to see.
We had a question.
Thank you all very much. You and Grant, I've worked in migration and displacement countries, including Somalia and tragically Yemen, where I saw the World Bank completely fail to make contingency plans for the approach to civil war. My question is on the points made that the scorecard on progress isn't particularly good. Are there any grounds for optimism where even if there aren't grounds for optimism now, you see preparations being made to support migrants, and indeed, of course, ultimately, the big thing is to prevent the need for them to migrate in the first place. And as a quick follow-up on that one, because I think it illustrates a very real problem if you're dealing with large international organizations. How many of you are aware of the Der Spiegel article of early February 2021, which triggered off a whole series of investigations about EU Frontex and led to the resignation of the Director General, and probably had that organization paralyzed for months? I am not referring to the allegations about turning people back in the Med. I'm referring to internal governance issues. The European Parliament is not happy with the response of the European Commission. Thank you.
We'll take one last question over here.
Hi, my name's Grant. I'm a MA student at King's as well. So thinking about decarbonisation, there have been some conversations evaluating how to incentivize oil-producing countries to essentially stop extracting the oil in their territories. And one idea that I came across, floated by some academics, is the concept of paying oil-producing nations to not extract the oil that sits on their territories, so essentially paying them off. So what do you make of this solution what do you make of this solution as an attempt to reduce the burning of fossil fuels, and are there better strategies and solutions to try to get oil-endowed, fossil fuel-producing nations to essentially not take advantage of what's underneath their grounds?
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So number one, migration is adaptation. Some people say migration is a failure to adapt. We have to be extremely cautious at attributing environmental change to migration, particularly climate change over the long term. When it's short term, like an earthquake in Haiti, or in the Turkey-Syria border, we can have direct attribution. But when it's long-term, we are really struggling to link climate or climate change or other creeping environmental changes to people's choices or feeling forced to move. And it's not just migration, it's also non-migration immobility. People who want to move but get trapped because they cannot. Which actually leads to the fourth question, why do we want to prevent migration? How many people in this room are migrants? So why do we want to prevent migration? I've absolutely no problem with it at all. In fact, when we then get to the second question about incentivizing action, well, how about incenting action on treating people as people? Stopping to demonize them, recognizing the fundamental long-term reasons why they make choices, and the science as opposed to the headlines, and trying to support them in the way they wish to live, how they want to live, actually care about them. Which then one solution is, should we pay oil companies not to pump oil? No. I would actually implement a neoliberal complete free market, and those countries would stop pumping oil overnight. Now, obviously that would cause other problems. It's an academic exercise, but ultimately bringing those four questions together, it really is about caring. Caring about each other, creating the future that we want for ourselves and obviously the one planet we're on, and trying to get away from exactly as we heard, well, what is conflict, what is migration, what is security? So just buzzwords. There are people who want to live safe and healthy lives. We have the money to support them in doing that and becoming self-sufficient, and that money right now is going to fossil fuel companies. Let's stop it. Thank you.
When can I vote for you? I'll say quickly, so on the first question, which is about its skills, basically, is the way I understood it for migrants. I think really good cases to look at Kiribati. So President Tong had actually started a campaign called Migration with Dignity, and it was focused on upskilling the population and giving them the kinds of skills that if they want to voluntarily move, they can, and if they are eventually forced to move, they will arrive in another country with skills and not be treated as unskilled refugees, was the way it was put. So there are ways of also doing this, but also reconceptualizing again what we mean by migrant, and I completely agreed with what was said, that it shouldn't just be conceived of as something negative. And the second is on the question about practical examples at the UN, and I'll build on the example you gave actually about territorial waters and sea level rise, which became the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea was drafted before climate change was recognized as a problem. And so these countries that Mr. Ross was talking about have, like the Marshall Islands and others, have gone to the UN to try to claim permanent exclusive economic zones and say no matter what happens with rising sea levels, these are our territorial waters. So if the rhetoric about caring doesn't appeal to some hard hearts who only think in pragmatic and realist terms for those international relations students in the room, one way to do it could be to pitch this in a way at the UN that speaks to the interests of the great powers. Tell them, if you're the US or the UK or Japan and you don't sign up to this sort of thing, what's going to stop your perceived adversary or your competitor from then entering those waters and fishing, mining, doing all sorts of things, right? So you have to then sometimes, coming back to Professor Cheng's question about language, it comes back to speaking in the terms that then you think will get them to take the action you want them to. And the last question on oil as well, it's demand and supply, right? And we used to worry that we'd run out of fossil fuels someday, and now that it's actually not a worry anymore, because as demand is moving towards more renewable sources, even rentier states know that they need to develop in that area as well. So it's about coming back to our choices and pushing for demand to be in other areas. Thanks.
Yes, I just want to say that, while we are having this discussion, the question that rises in my mind is, why? Why is this, happening? And I think the answer to this is very simple, because we are used to one way of thinking, and we just can't break the model. You know, whether it's big corporations, whether it's large governments, you know, whether it's larger countries, or even small countries. We believe that, you know, nation state, we have to do certain things in a certain way. And I think that is why it underlies the word about migrants and migration and the caring and the humanity of it all. And I think the change lies with you people, students of today, who are caring, who are worried, and who can make a difference. And let me give you an example. You know, in the Maldives, going back to the politics of it, when I was growing up, you know, we had a 30-year-old autocratic regime. You know, we never knew anything else. We didn't even want to allow political parties. We were not allowed to even say anything critical of the government of the day. But as students, and we in a group of students, most of them in British universities, Maldivian students, they got together and slowly we brought change. And I think a lot of it lies with just belief and conviction. And when you reach the top, not changing what you remembered in the university days, I think that's where it lies. And I have strong faith in you, all of you. Whether you're scientists, whether you're politicians, whether you go up the corporate ladder, what you remember today, don't change that. Because my country, my children, my grandchildren, their future, it lies with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for ending it on a... Would you like to?
0 minutes remaining, I see, which is a slightly disheartening thing to see when you're starting to speak. But anyway, very quickly, in terms of what do we need to mobilize diplomatic cooperation and also the decarbonisation question, I actually think it's the same thing, which is we need to concentrate on mobilizing the resources to pay for decarbonisation in the global south. Particularly in countries like India, Indonesia, South Africa, we are missing literally trillions of dollars in the necessary investment for countries that want to decarbonize, but the money isn't there in terms of private investment or public finance. So we need to think about how to mobilize, de-risk the investment, for instance, for those countries. That will help rebuild North-South solidarity, which has been gravely undermined, for instance, by the COVID crisis. The final thing I'll say, though, is one thing we have not touched upon, is I think that the economic model that we have pursued so far, and we talk and don't question, we talk about and don't question, needs to be questioned in this context. A profit-led consumerist model that is based on economic growth, very narrowly defined, is leading the world to disaster. And I think we need to talk a lot more about what one might call a post-growth model or a degrowth model, where we prioritize the things that actually humans really care about, which is human welfare, community, public goods like health and education, over consumption, which is doing the planet down.
That's really relevant. Thank you so much. We're unfortunately out of time, but can you all please join in giving me a round of applause for our amazing panel speakers. Thank you so much.
And thank you to Daksha.
Interesting stuff.
Hi, everybody. If I could have just one moment. So my name is Christine Chang, and I am the MA Course Director for Conflict, Security, and Development. These are my students, and I am incredibly proud, as you can imagine. And I just wanted to take this moment to thank them, because they have spent so much time putting this all together for you. I would like them, please, to stand up. Those of you who are on the organizing team, can you please stand up? There is a Maggie, a co-chair here, Elvira, a co-chair over there. Daksha, moderators, please, if you are a volunteer on this, please stand up. And to the back. It has been brilliant. Hillary was here for the first round of it about 10 years ago when she was a student in my class. And now, look at her on the stage. So, come to CSD because it's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to give the mic right back to Daksha.
Sorry. So with that, we've come to the final speaker of our conference today. I have the distinct honor of introducing tonight's closing keynote speaker, Dr. Babu Rahman. Dr. Rahman has more than 20 years of experience working in international affairs. A British diplomat since 1998, he currently serves as a senior principal research analyst at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. He has worked extensively on civil-military integration in the UK's Cross-Government Stabilization Unit alongside UK, NATO, and African Union forces in the field. Please help me welcome Dr. Rahman to the stage for his keynote address, followed by a moderated Q&A session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you for the rest of the conference. I have been following the Twitter feed, which has been fascinating, and I hope we can pick up some of the issues that you've been discussing earlier today during the Q&A. I'm going to speak to you about the multilateral conflict architecture. It's a structure of organizations, norms, practices, and most importantly, politics. And it shapes how the international community responds to or doesn't respond to conflicts. I'll focus on the UN, but I'll try and paint the UN within a landscape that's populated by many, many other actors. My main point is that the UN and the international architecture more broadly does a lot. I'm not here to defend the UN, but nor will I bury it. The UN and the international architecture doesn't do everything everywhere all the time. The main reason for that is politics. The politics of UN member states and the politics of the international institutions. But it does adapt. It adapts as the politics adapts, and it will continue to adapt, and it will continue to be essential to international responses to conflict. I want to spend my time going over 7 key lessons that I've drawn from my 25 years of working on, in, and for international organizations. Sorry, bear with me. The first is that the international conflict architecture is sprawling. There are international organizations with a global reach. We think first and foremost here of the UN and the wider UN family. But when we talk about the UN, we need to distinguish between 3 different UNs. First of all, there's the UN of the member states. The UK is part of the UN, so are all the other states that are members of the UN. Then there's the UN of the International Civil Service, the UN Secretariat. That's the UN that mounts missions, envoys, and so on. Then there's the 3rd UN of the UN agencies, funds, and programs, your UNICEFs, your UNDPs, and so on, the implementing partners that operate in the field. They're all different. The dynamics that operate them and drive them are different. The way that they're organized and the way that they act together are different. So when we talk about the UN, it's always important to be clear which UN you're talking about. Then we have regional organizations, the African Union, the European Union, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Organization of American States. Some of them, like the Organization of American States, predate the UN. There are sub-regional organizations, particularly in Africa, where we have bodies like the Economic Community of West African States, in West Africa, in East Africa, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. Many of those started out originally as blocks to coordinate and promote economic integration, but over time, many of them, if not all of them, have developed security and political functions. Then there are others, alliances like NATO, ad hoc coalitions, and individual states. So individual states have individual action as well as their action through their membership of international organizations. Last but not least, there are non-governmental organizations. NGOs have been absolutely critical in the creation, structuring, and organization of the international conflicts architecture. NGOs drove the formation of the creation of the first two universal human rights instruments, the 1920 Slavery Convention, and you heard this morning from Gwen Hines from Save the Children. Well, Save the Children was absolutely essential in the second of those universal human rights institutions, the 1921 League of Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Child, which is the direct forerunner of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is the most widely ratified human rights instrument in the world. My second lesson is that the development of international organizations' approach to conflict has been evolutionary. The way I think about it is that it's more like Cairo and Calcutta than it is Canberra or Brasilia. It's a mess of bodies, institutions, rules, norms, practices that has evolved over time on an essentially ad hoc and often reactive basis, rather than something that's been centrally planned. There's a little bit of design, a lot of it set out in the UN Charter, but not very much. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter puts the Security Council at the top of if you like, the top of that mess of bodies. And Chapter 8 of the Charter sets out the relationship between the UN, and particularly the UN Security Council, and regional organizations. As the world has changed since 1945, so international organizations have adapted and been developed. Firstly, the number of international organizations has grown massively, particularly regional and sub-regional organizations. Since 1989, the architecture, and particularly the UN, has become more concerned with civil wars. Since 2001, terrorism and violent extremism has also become a significant focus. My third key lesson is that the architecture has three core functions. First is to authorize. Authorize whom? Well, mainly authorize states to take particular action, but also to authorize themselves. The UN Security Council the UN Security Council has two key authorizing functions. The first is that it's the only body in the world that can impose legal obligations on states without their consent. No other body, to my knowledge, can do that. Secondly, it can also authorize states to use force. The European Union Peace and Security Council and the African Union Peace and Security Council also have authorizing powers set up by their statutes. They can authorize their members to take certain types of action. The African Union, notably under Article 4 of the African Union founding instrument, can authorize its member states to take action in the face of mass atrocities committed by member states. Second function is coordination. Anyone who's worked in the humanitarian field, is there anyone here who's worked for a humanitarian organization? No? Okay. So hopefully you'll be familiar with the cluster system that is intended to coordinate disparate humanitarian actors. Well, that's an element of international conflict architecture. There are also things like groups of friends, which are ad hoc groups of states often put together to support peacemaking efforts and to coordinate activity around the resolution or management of conflict. The third function is action. Deploying missions, peacekeeping operations, deploying envoys, deploying peace-building operations, providing humanitarian assistance. When you look at a particular conflict, you'll often see all three of those functions exercised, but not always. The fourth key lesson is that international organizations do a lot on conflict. Most of the responses and tools that we see available to the architecture, and I'm not just talking about the UN, started as ad hoc responses to particular conflicts or particular conflict problems that have then been replicated and expanded. Not all of them. The UN Charter did envisage peace enforcement and sanctions, but they were very specifically framed. The Charter never anticipated peacekeeping. It never anticipated war crimes tribunals. It never anticipated humanitarian action. It never anticipated post-conflict peace building. But all of those are now becoming more and more normal parts of international responses to conflict. You won't see all of those tools in every conflict, and not all of the tools are used when the international architecture is engaged in conflict. So the international architecture is not engaged in every conflict, and not all the tools are engaged when it is. But when they are, it's not uncommon to find a lot of different bodies doing a lot of different things. In Somalia, where I worked for some time, there are 3 different types of UN presence. There are 2 UN missions doing 2 different things, and then there is a whole collection of UN development and humanitarian actors. On top of that, you've got an African Union mission, you've got 4 different EU presences, and then a wide range of bilateral actors. This raises the challenge of coherence and coordination. The 5th and perhaps most important lesson is that the architecture is political. Most importantly, the politics of member states. I always smile inwardly to myself a little bit when 2 people talk about something in the UN becoming politicized. It's a body of member states. Everything it does is political. So if you want to know why the Security Council acts in the way that it does in some places, it's generally down to politics. If you want to know why the Security Council is limited in action on places like Syria and Ukraine, well, it's because of the politics. It's politics within international organizations. We see that a lot in, for example, the humanitarian field, but not just. When different parts of the same organization, for example, are vying for funding or vying for profile, etc., they sometimes end up competing with each other. Then there's a politics between international organizations. In any particular conflict where you've got multiple actors, there is sometimes a question over who is in charge, who's doing what role, whether different organizations are competing over the same function. 6th, and this is the thing that you hear most often, international organizations are frustrating. They're frustrating because of the politics. They're vehicles for politics, not a replacement for politics. They tend to work when states cooperate, and they tend to work less well when they don't cooperate. They're centrifugal. Like I said, think Calcutta and Cairo rather than Brasilia or Canberra. They've evolved over time, which has meant that different parts of them incorporate a degree of inertia. They're difficult to reform. They're inefficient. They're slow. Evolution takes time. Revolution takes crisis. My last lesson is that for all of that frustration, they're indispensable. They spread the load. They deliver expertise. They reduce, not eliminate, but reduce the problem of disparate action. They strengthen legitimacy. There's still more agreement in the UN Security Council than there is division. The same number of vetoes were cast last year as in 2017. So I dispute what I hear sometimes from some people that the Security Council is paralyzed. It might be paralyzed on Syria, and it might be paralyzed on Ukraine. It's not paralyzed on the vast majority of business that it does. The lack of coherence in the system and the lack of a clear structure in the system also allows for innovation. Like I said, peacekeeping was never anticipated in the UN Charter. There's no reference to peacekeeping in the UN Charter. It was initially a response to the difficulty of navigating Cold War rivalry. But peacekeeping is now the centerpiece of a lot of the UN's responses to conflict. So to conclude, international organizations do a lot, but they can't be the answer to everything. To understand why in any given conflict, you need to understand the politics. We need to calibrate our expectations of what the conflict architecture can deliver accordingly. I'll leave you with the words of Dag Hammarskjöld, the iconic former UN Secretary General who was killed while trying to negotiate an end to the conflict in Congo in 1961. It has been said that the United Nations was not created in order to bring us to hell. Sorry, I've given away the punchline. Was not created in order to bring us to heaven, but in order to save us from hell. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks. I mean, I think I speak for everyone here that that was an excellent overview of the system, and I think both its many flaws that I think are often highlighted, but also I think the things that international organizations bring to the table and the fact that they still play an important role in the international conflict architecture, as you kind of described. So I'll just say, just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Maggie Costello. I'm one of the co-chairs here of the conference, and I will be moderating this session. I have lots of questions on my side, but I suppose I will hand over the mic to you guys before we get too far. So at this point, I'm sure I will sound like a broken record, but we'll do a couple of questions at a time, just in hopes of getting to as many as possible. If you wouldn't mind identifying yourself with your name, your organization, and keep your question brief so that we have time to get to everyone's, that would be excellent. But please throw a hand up if you are interested in asking questions, and we will kick this off. I'll start with the gentleman in the suit as well as the colleague down at the back. Any other hands? We'll take that for the first round then.
Dr. Rahman, thank you for such a really forensic dissection and hopefully cure. The name's Ewan Grant. I'm a former law enforcement intelligence analyst. I worked in West Africa. I also worked in Somalia and Yemen, but in Puntland, not near Mogadishu. And my question is based around your very powerful message about the plethora of agencies and what lessons have been learned or are being learned to maximize the possibilities of cooperation in all the criteria you mentioned, and what progress has been made. I realize it is, from my time there, it is extremely difficult. Follow the Antonovs, follow the helicopters, and speak to the raiders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bailey. I'm a politics student from the University of Oxford. I wanted to ask, you talk about the United Nations Security Council, comparing the veto levels as an argument for lack of paralysis. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on other arguments that veto levels don't accurately reflect actual levels of paralysis in the Security Council, because most of the deal-making goes on before that vote even happens, and that if they know a veto is going to be used, which most times they do, that vote won't even happen, so that's not a really reliable indicator of paralysis, and kind of what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Any other questions before we turn back? Down here in the front. Sorry, one moment, the mic is coming. We have our colleagues sprinting across the room.
Hi, my name is Diego. I'm a PP student at UCL, and I wanted to ask whether the intelligence in general, especially coming from the Foreign Office of the UK, for example, should remain the secrecy around it should be reinforced, or on the opposite, become more transparent.
Okay, so I think we've got a couple of questions to at least sink your teeth into something here. So we've got a question on lessons learned about cooperation and areas for progress, another question about the veto and kind of the dynamics in the council in terms of when it is used and when it isn't, and a question about transparency.
Thank you. So all good and difficult to answer questions. I don't think I can give you a clear or a comprehensive answer to all of them, so please bear with me. I'll do what I can. On the first question of how do you maximize cooperation, I think it's been because of the evolutionary way and because they're centrifugal and because authority within the architecture as a whole is so diffused and so dispersed, it's very difficult to take a system-wide approach. So what we've tended to see is efforts in particular areas. So recently, under the current Secretary General, for example, we've seen a whole series of reforms floated and then implemented within the UN Secretariat to try and break down silos, to try and put together teams that cut across the Department of Peace Operations, Department of Support Operations, the Department of Political and Peace-Building Affairs. It's still a work in progress, to be honest. I think one of the big challenges that we get, and I speak here personally as an analyst rather than as a representative of His Majesty's government, I think what we often see in reform efforts is trying to change structures, but without taking account of what drives behavior. And so what we often get is behavior just becomes transferred into reform structures. And I think that's a much more difficult nut to crack. On the veto question, yeah, you're right. It's not accidental. It's built into the system. That's why the veto exists. The system reflects not just the politics at the time that the system was created and how the politics has evolved. It also represents the power that existed at the time. The veto was deliberately constructed in the creation of the UN partially to try and learn the lessons of the League of Nations, but also reflect the fact that in reality, it's impossible to operate a system in which great power conflict is transformed and internalized into the system itself. I think within my lifetime, there was a particularly cathartic moment in 2003 when there was certainly some concern that after the invasion of Iraq, that there was a risk that the US might walk away from the UN. I think even for a lot of the US's opponents, and the same countries were skeptical about the UK's view on the Iraq war, there was still a huge amount of anxiousness that actually they shouldn't walk away from the UN. That if they feel that if the US feels that it can't pursue its interests and protect its interests within the UN system and decides to consistently act outside the UN, that's worse for the UN and that's worse for the international community. So the veto reflects power, and that reflection is still important. On the intelligence, I'm not an intelligence official, so for reasons that I think everyone will understand, there's a limit to how much I can talk about these issues. But I think what I can say is that certainly during my career, the UK has become much more transparent about about the operation of intelligence organizations and how it uses intelligence. First of all, by acknowledging that they exist, which was not something that the government did when I was at school. Secondly, by implementing a whole series of oversight mechanisms, including in Parliament and outside Parliament, to hold the agencies to account. I think the agencies themselves have also become, in practice, much more open about how they operate. That's not to say that they reveal intelligence. I think and what they do, for I think fairly obvious reasons, they don't do that and can't do that. But certainly they're much more open and transparent about their existence and about what they think about and how they interact. It's not uncommon to see senior intelligence officials on TV or on the radio, and very occasionally even in print. So I think the UK has come a long way in terms of increasing the transparency of its intelligence activities.
I might take the opportunity and hop in with one of my questions. But I was curious about something that you said in your remarks about the Convention on the Rights of the Child and how it was the most ratified human rights convention that the UN had. And I was curious to your thoughts as to why this particular convention has so much international support, and maybe what lessons we can learn from that to try and get similar support for other human rights conventions that the UN is working on.
I think in part it's because the issue of the rights of children and the rights of the child has been such a long-standing part of multilateral discussion and multilateral action. As I say, the 1921 Declaration was the second universal human rights instrument. So it's long been part of the DNA of international organizations. The UN Declaration, I can't remember now when that was created, was mirrored the League of Nations Declaration. The negotiations on the rights of the child took quite a long time. But I think in part, why it's been so successful and why it has been such a powerful vehicle for promoting the rights of children has down to a number of things. Firstly, even during the negotiation of the convention, it enjoyed a huge amount of support from a large cross-regional group of member states. So as it was being negotiated, it was not one of those instruments, or rather that coalition of member states helped to navigate a lot of the tensions that you sometimes see in human rights negotiations over issues like cultural acceptability and imbalance of power. Secondly, I think because it emerged at a time when, towards the end, just after the end of the Cold War, where the politics of global multilateral institutions was very different. And I'm not sure that today, if we were starting from scratch, we would have quite the same ride with a similar kind of international human rights instrument. And we have had subsequent human rights instruments that haven't been so widely ratified. I think also that, and I'm kind of outside my brief as a political analyst a little bit, but I think it's been an issue on which the welfare of children has been an issue on which states have been able to agree much more easily. Partially because I think it's something that's internalized in diverse cultures much more easily than, for example, civil rights or political rights or exactly how economic and social rights might be implemented. So it's been an issue that inherently has been less controversial than many other human rights issues.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Back to the audience for some additional questions. If anything that Dr. Ramana said has sparked anew more interest, questions, intrigue. We have a gentleman in the back, a gentleman in the kind of front.
Thank you very much. Timothy Coley. I'm an MA student in the department and I work for the MOD. One of the multilateral organisations that I don't think you mentioned is one in the title of your department. So I wondered if you could speak a bit more about the role of the Commonwealth and particularly how post-Brexit, post-Elizabethan Britain can potentially use the Commonwealth as a vehicle to advance its interests. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alistair Brown. I'm here in a personal capacity, just personal interest. But I'm interested in what you think of the impact on the UN from the rise of China, and will it take the UN seriously? You know where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Any other questions? We have a gentleman in the back.
Hello? Oh, okay, better. I don't know if you'd seen what David Miliband wrote in Foreign Affairs yesterday, but it was essentially this atlas of impunity, sort of the first quantified version of impunity from a measure of states and comparative international relations, and sort of raised this question in my mind that I've been thinking about throughout the day when we were talking specifically about small states and sort of how we need to see people as human. What ways would you say have worked the best in your experience or just in your research to sort of incentivize cosmopolitanism, for lack of a better term, sort of like this view that we were talking about, like this humanity of people? Yeah, that's it.
Perfect, a couple more.
Dig in? Okay. Yeah, we just don't have enough time to talk about all of these, so that's my get out for not answering sufficiently any of these questions. On the Commonwealth, So this is something that we talk about a lot. A couple of framing things. I always recoil slightly, and this is, please don't think of this as a criticism or a rebuff, but when people talk about the UK using the Commonwealth, and I only say that because that's something I hear a lot from colleagues. The Commonwealth was always supposed to be a collection of equals. And I think there's sometimes when we, particularly for Brits, when we think about the Commonwealth, there's a tendency to think of it as something which is supposed to be an instrument for us. I think it's potentially more profitable to think about what the Commonwealth offers all of its member states. And I think if we think of the Commonwealth either in terms of its decline or its ascendancy or how much traction it has, it really comes down to how much it offers all of its member states and not just the UK. I think over time, as more countries have emerged into independence, as their interests have evolved, we've seen a massive diversity of how states choose to group themselves. And over time, I think that has affected the coherence and membership of the Commonwealth. What's interesting is that states still want to join the Commonwealth. We see new countries want to become party to the Commonwealth, and I think that says something about the identity of the Commonwealth and what that projects about membership of the Commonwealth. It still has some value, and it still has something that attracts some states. I think the question is, what exactly is that in today's global community? I don't think it's the same as what it might have been in the 50s or the 60s. So I think for a lot of the members of the Commonwealth, as is the same for the UK, the Commonwealth is no longer the kind of primary vehicle for international clubhood that it once was. It still has value, and I think a particular strength of the Commonwealth that continues today actually lies outside the interstate aspect of the Commonwealth. Commonwealth professional associations, Commonwealth cultural links, etc., are still vibrant and are still really important. Commonwealth lawyers associations, etc., are actually really important in spreading legal norms and in spreading development of legal thinking and legal argumentation in sports and other areas. So I think one of the things about the Commonwealth, and one of the areas in which the Commonwealth has become really important and quite powerful, is outside the realm of high politics. And I think that has some explanation of why the Commonwealth continues to remain active. Commonwealth is less active on economic affairs. It's less active on security affairs. In the 80s and the 90s, we saw the Commonwealth potentially reach a kind of high point in its activism on things like democracy and human rights. I think as politics has changed, that has become the more difficult area for the Commonwealth to cohere in the way that it did around then. So I think in terms of what the UK's role in the Commonwealth is and what the UK's vision for the Commonwealth is, it probably needs to centre much more on what the rest of the Commonwealth wants out of it. And I'm not sure that we've yet quite got to the point where we all agree on what that is. But I think the remarkable thing about the Commonwealth is that it endures nonetheless, and it continues to work, and it continues to meet. Rise of China, gosh, yes, another thing that I can't possibly answer within the time available. I think when we look at China, I think there are probably 2 or 3 things that I would say. Firstly, China is becoming more significant globally. China is becoming more important in economic, social, and political and security affairs. China feels that it is more entitled to a greater role on those issues than it currently has. And China is seeking to expand that. I think in so doing, there are a number of areas of concern. In terms of my work, I think there's first the question of what that means for the normative framework that governs international institutions as well as the relations between states. I don't think we and China share the same view of how that needs to operate. Frankly, I don't think certainly much of the rest of the world shares that vision. I think China has an approach to security and development cooperation, which I think, again, doesn't meet the interests of much of the membership of the UN. Has some short-term attractions around it, lack of conditionality and so on, but I think as a lot of China's development partners are already finding, that comes with massive disadvantages when you look at how China is instrumentalizing debt, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa. I think there is also the question of China's foreign policy identity. Historically, it championed itself, or it cast itself as a developing state and as a member of the South. I think that's a claim that is increasingly difficult for it to maintain. And I think developing countries are also finding China's ambition towards leadership of developing countries to be something that jars more and more with them. But I don't think China wants to tear the international architecture down. I think what China is seeking is a different and larger and more influential and powerful role for itself within that organization and within that structure. So I don't think China is challenging the structure fundamentally. I think it's trying to change it to fit its ambitions. On impunity and what has worked best, I think that's a very complex question. I think it's a more complicated question than intuitively I would normally think of just because of the areas that I work in. I think first of all, I think I would want to know what kind of impunity you're interested in and what areas. There's impunity that operates at the level of violations of bilateral agreements. There's impunity that operates in terms of violations of multilateral agreements, and then there's the impunity in terms of of actions by states and by individuals in particular levels, whether that's in commercial areas, economic areas, or in war, peace and security. I think what works best is in part a reflection of politics. And I think, again, I keep coming back to this theme, but that's because, that's who I am and that's what I do. But I think also, even if we look at the functioning of, for example, international normative structures, including courts, etc., in the area of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the law of armed conflict, that has ebbed and flowed in response to countries' willingness to cooperate. And I think we've seen a number of challenges to that, particularly from positions that have been elaborated, for example, amongst African states. What's interesting for me is, at one level, there has been arguably some challenge to global mechanisms to manage impunity. That hasn't prevented, within international organizations, the continuing production of mechanisms to try and promote impunity. So, for example, the challenges to international oversight and action on human rights violations, etc., hasn't prevented new mechanisms on Ukraine, on Myanmar, on Iran, etc., that enjoy the support of the members of the bodies that mandate them, by definition, because otherwise they wouldn't be mandated. We also haven't seen an eradication of those kinds of norms and those kinds of areas of activity amongst many of the states that challenge the global mechanisms. In Africa, we have seen, the AU has Article 4 as part of its founding mechanism. You could argue over how much that is committed to these days. But you have seen action taken by sub-regional organizations, for example, ECOWAS, over unconstitutional changes of government and so on. So I think what we've had is there's been a diversification and diffusion of how the international community deals with issues of impunity. And I'm thinking here mainly about human rights and war crimes and so on, rather than commercial or other areas.
Well, I know 5:30 is quickly creeping up on us, so I might just use my moderator privilege and steal the last word. I had a question for you. You mentioned UN peacekeeping missions in your remarks, and obviously that's become the real center of the crown, the jewel in the UN Security Council in particular's arsenal. But we haven't seen a new peacekeeping mission since 2014. And I would be interested in your thoughts on the potential for new missions being mandated by the Council, or if we're seeing kind of a frozen use of this or lack thereof with the geopolitical dimensions going on and how they play out in the Council dynamics.
So I think there are probably three things that I'd want to bring out here. Firstly, whilst the Security Council hasn't mandated any new operations since 2014, it has mandated other operations. So what we've seen is, I think there's been a gradual, we're starting to see an evolution in what we mean when we talk about peacekeeping. The model of peacekeeping itself has evolved over time. The first peacekeeping operations essentially was fairly straightforward interpositional ceasefire observation missions. Many of the operations we see today, there are still many of those around, but many of the really big and complicated operations we see today have protection of civilians mandates. They also have capacity building mandates. They're mandated to support elections, mandated to support a whole host of other things. So peacekeeping has evolved and I think continues to evolve. In some of the, so we have missions in Afghanistan still, in Somalia, and elsewhere that don't have military components, but they do things which feel and look a bit peacekeeping-y. So in Colombia, for example, you have a UN mission which has done ceasefire monitoring, which has done ceasefire observation, which is a classic peacekeeping task, but without a military component. There is a UN inwardness about it because peacekeeping operations are funded from a different budget to non-peacekeeping operations. I won't bore you with financial structures and architectures. So the difference between peacekeeping and non-peacekeeping is important from a UN point of view. But from an analytical point of view, I think what we're seeing is an expansion of that spectrum of peace operations. So yes, whilst the Council hasn't mandated new peacekeeping operations, it continues to mandate new operations. We haven't seen peacekeeping operations in those places where the Council is unable to mandate anything because of the use of the veto, so for example Syria and Ukraine. But these are also places in which conflicts are ongoing. And this is my second point, one of the things that we have learned about peacekeeping, and we've learnt it repeatedly, is that peacekeeping doesn't tend to work where there's no peace to keep. And those peacekeeping operations, for example, in Democratic Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, Mali, that are experiencing the most difficulty and are most stuck, if you like, are ones in which they are in the midst of an ongoing conflict. That's not really what the tool was designed for, and it continues to struggle to adapt from that. You need different kinds of responses. My third point is that we are, in parallel, also seeing the evolution of other types of responses to fill those kinds of gaps, particularly in Africa, where we're seeing regional organizations and sub-regional organizations mount more and more of their own operations. We're seeing ad hoc coalitions, for example, in the Lake Chad Basin, in the Sahel, that are mounted by states that are there to deal with cross-border security threats. In Somalia, we still have an African Union mission. In Mozambique, we have a sub-regional organization mission mounted by a Southern African Development Community to deal with terrorism. So there's been an expansion of that spectrum of UN responses. I think there's also a recognition and a reconsolidation of where UN peacekeeping can and can't, where UN peacekeeping is and isn't an appropriate tool for. And in parallel, we've seen an evolution of responses outside the UN system.
No, I think that makes lots of sense. And I think with that, I'd just like to thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to come speak to us. You know, you have so much experience in the field working across the UN system, across NATO, the UK government, and I think that really came to bear in all of your remarks. And so I know I personally learned a lot. I'm sure the rest of the audience did too. So please join me in giving him a big round of applause. And I think with that, we will draw our conference to a close. I'd just like to thank everyone from the team that I've been working with over the last couple of months to pull this all together, to the audience. Many of you I know have been here since bright and early this morning, so we appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to be with us. We'd also like to thank our generous sponsors for their support, both King's College London Department of War Studies as well as Actum. And as well as our many wonderful speakers who took the time to share, their insight, and I know all of us will hopefully take a lot of this back to our classrooms as we finish off the semester the last couple of weeks. I know it's a Friday night. I hope you all have fun plans for your weekend. Thank you again for joining us, and we will see you guys next year, hopefully for the 11th iteration of the Conflict, Security, and Development Conference. Thank you, guys.